Showtime.
And we are back for day 2 of the German National Championship. I have to move over here.
Yep.
Okay.
Hi.
Yeah, day 1 already was pretty intense, I guess, for everybody in each respective way. And today we continue with 3 more rounds CC, the top cut. And for the CC rounds, we have still a lot of players in the tournament, right?
Yeah, I think at the moment we're counting no-shows, so the judges are on checking who attended in time. But we are around 70 players left in the tournament for day 2. And yeah, we're really looking forward for day 2. As you said, it was intense for everyone. It was a long night, but we really enjoyed it. The atmosphere was great. I think everyone, it was intense, of course, but everyone had a lot of fun playing. So looking forward for to day 2 of the National Championship main event, but that's not all we have today.
Yeah, that's right. We also have a ProQuest Plus starting after the last 3 rounds. So only those who luckily will be part of the top 8 will not have the chance to attend, but everybody else will. And yeah, that's going to be a very great event besides the Top Cup then. And we also have on-demand events, which were yesterday for the first time really well taken on by the players, right?
Yeah, right. We played a couple of on-demand events. Also, we played some booster drafts, some blitz events. So yeah, I think the players really enjoyed it. Just spent a couple of hours beating each other and smashing some cards.
And many people did come in who were not registered for nationals more than ever before when we had an event here.
Yeah,
So there's
true.
a tendency for people to show up and just attend the festival, be part of it, play a side event, and yeah, just meet up and gather. And that's a very good thing to see. And yeah, very good part of this, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
I think
you need to
I
go?
have to move.
Okay, yeah.
Over there. And guys, enjoy the stream. Like you did yesterday, and we are looking forward to the final rounds of the tournament.
Yeah.
And that's the judges calling. Okay,
We will
see
head
you.
over to the
Bye.
casters to check the standings after round 9.
Hello, good morning, and welcome back to day 2 of Flesh and Blood German Nationals. I'm Dylan, also known as Gregorian Tome, and with me is Alex, also known as Tales of Alex, also known as Fabled Academy. And we are kicking off today with our players meeting right now, and then shortly after, we will begin with 3 rounds of CC, and then a top cut to top 8. So, I heard you're always out there mingling with the people, with the players. You know, like all of them. It's crazy. Is there a Fab player you don't know in Germany?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
For sure.
But I heard that you were able to track down a first round for us.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, at first also, good morning from my side.
Mhm.
I'm really stoked for today. This is kind of the big day for nationals, I think. And also, I remember when we rode here,
Mhm.
it's kind of part the mist veil weather
Yeah, it's
today
true.
here in Germany.
It's true. It's very rainy. Yeah, it's crazy because yesterday was so hot.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden a storm rolled in when we were out to dinner last night. Oh my gosh. We were out we went out to a burger place to watch the German soccer team play in the Euro Cup. And so much rain came all at once that everybody that was sitting on the edges of the umbrellas at our restaurant had to move in because their food was getting soaked.
Yeah,
It was
from 1 second to the other.
It was crazy. It was instant. And it's just been cold since then. So,
Yeah.
but thankfully, oh my gosh, it was brutal yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who was our first round? We have we know one, at least
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I have one player that I'm really happy to see at the first
Mhm.
place at the moment after top 9.
Ah.
After the first 9 rounds that we played yesterday, and that's Jonas Stoborok,
Mhm.
which is one of the first people I actually got to know in Flesh and Blood.
Oh yeah.
So I'm really happy for him. I know he puts a lot of effort into playing Flesh and Blood 2,
Mhm.
traveling the world, playing the big tournaments. And yeah, so I'm really happy for him. And I asked him if he is actually up to doing the feature match for the next round. Then
Mhm.
we will see. And yeah, he said he's up to. So we are just waiting for the pairings and to see if his opponent also is up to it.
Sure. Sure.
Then on the second place we have Bino Neulting, and I'm also especially happy for him that he was able to, yeah,
Yeah.
fast forward into his amazing run in
Yeah.
this tournament, even though having some trouble with one of the drafts, with the last draft.
Oh, did he?
And yeah,
Okay. Mhm.
yeah, that was kind of a bummer. Yeah, it was really a bad situation, but it got handled. I think he's happy about it now too. And yeah, let's see how he is doing in the first few rounds. And he is the top contender for top 8 too.
Yeah. Very cool. And we also see Ilias Karaman. Oh God, can you pronounce that?
Karamanis.
Please? Yeah, Karamanis. He's been kind of all over the place, right? I've seen him in Pro Tour streams. I've seen him all over German streams,
Yeah.
of course. And I heard that you're kind of pulling for him as well, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's right. He's together with Jonas. Jonas and Elias were the first two that I really got to know in Münster back then for farewell welcome to Wraith. That was kind of funny.
Okay.
My girlfriend was there too, and we were going through Münster city then after the tournament and getting some food together.
Mhm.
And yeah, Jonas also has visited me at my place. We were playing Flesh and Blood together. So
Ah, cool. Very
Yeah.
cool. Very cool. It's like a big family here in Germany. Everybody knows each other. And then, yeah, I mean, perennial all-star Kevin Senker. I mean, this guy, I skipped one. I'm sorry. Kirill Antropov. I actually don't know. I don't know this name. I haven't seen him around.
yeah, so I have to admit I'm not sure who Kirill is. That's one of the players I think that I don't really know.
Okay. One of the very few. One of the.
But yeah, I'm super stoked to see how Kirill is doing in the next rounds, and if we see him on top again after
Yeah.
the CC.
Well, I love seeing new names. Like
Yeah.
new names is where you get to see, people kind of show off their skill, right?
Yeah.
It's like because some people they just don't, for whatever reason, they just don't get a chance to go on stream. It's like, oh, well, I didn't play one of the bigger names. I don't get to go on stream. That's totally fine. So it's cool to see all these new names coming up. But
Yeah.
then we have perennial all-star Kevin Senker. This guy collects gold foils.
Yeah,
It is-
without paying for them. there are gold foil collectors out there buying gold
Yes.
foils, but
This guy is unbelievable. He is all over the place with
yeah,
winning. I mean,
really well-known German player for sure.
yeah, really well known. Really good, really nice guy.
And a local too, so from
Oh.
around here the area. So if he actually gets to be the national champion, it's a
Mhm.
local win for him for sure.
Very cool. Awesome. And then after that, it's a lot of familiar names, some not so familiar names. One name that I'm kind of surprised not to see toward the top is Maximilian Klein, famous from the Sigil play in the Pro Tour final.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maximilian has a history with the national championship too. I remember the first national championship, which was held here in the exact same place that we are sitting in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of reunion here. And the first national championship was won by Christian Haug, and Maximilian Klein was actually his opponent in the finals.
Oh.
So Maximilian, kind of has maybe a curse with the finals. I'm
Yeah.
not sure, but maybe we see him getting to top 8 then.
Yeah.
And making his way. He would be happy for sure.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you're always if you're always close but not quite there,
Mhm.
you develop a chip on your shoulder. And maybe that chip is just what he needs, because he's an unbelievably nice guy.
Yeah,
So
it is.
it'd be really cool to. I mean, he's right there. He's super close.
Yeah.
So it's very possible that he could bubble right into top 8.
And I think a funny nuance that I saw also when looking at the Elo
Mm.
list,
Rankings.
yeah,
Yeah.
the Elo board. At some point, we have Sebastian Kleiner, who international players also know from Calling Antwerpen. He was
Okay.
the opponent in the finals for Pablo Pintor there.
Ah.
And we have Sebastian Kleiner and Maximilian Klein. So even
Yeah.
though Sebastian isn't really kleiner than Maximilian, they were two on the first and the second place for Germany at
Yeah.
some point. So it's kind of funny.
That is funny. Okay, is there any other stories we want to tease out of this list of names here, or should we maybe toss to producer Heiner? What do you think?
Yeah.
Ah, Bino and Kirill are on the same team. Very cool.
So yeah, that's why I thought like Kirill is not really a new name to the community.
Sure.
But I think like it comes down to a clash then between the Value Vampires. That's like the team with Jonas and Elias.
Mm.
Also in Spain, it's Maximilian Diekmann who's on that team too, and who has 2 national championships, won, and this year lost in the finals. But it will be a clash between these two teams as it seems, and then Kevin Senka comes in
Yeah.
too. So yeah, we see how that rolls out.
It's really crazy because the European community at large is pretty tight knit. Like, we all kind of know each other.
Yeah.
And a lot of the top players really know each other quite well, and so it's cool to see like all of these little lines of people knowing each other from various tournaments and competitions and stuff. So yeah.
And I know like the interesting part for me is now looking. I was mentioning it yesterday. When you walk around the venue, you see the Meeps. Team Meeps is there.
Team
you
Meeps
can't
is
always
there.
see them, and it's so amazing. They look really good
Yeah.
together in their jerseys. And Value Vampires is behind on that point. I have to say, like maybe that's that's one of the key parts in winning Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, Value Vampires really do. I mean, all the teams need a jersey, a tricot. It's the calling card. It's the thing that everybody remembers them by. I mean, I'm gonna remember Team Memes.
Yeah,
The
me for
purple,
sure too.
the purple and the green.
Definitely.
Yeah. They've been a really fun team to watch. They've been really close and kind of walking around as one big group of people, and it's
Yeah, they're supporting each other. You could really see that also in a difficult situation with Bino.
yeah.
And I think that makes the spirit in a team too.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
One funny thing I have to say, like when you look at the end of the list to some of the last places, 2 of my friends are actually in the tournament still, and they are battling each other.
Yeah.
They're not battling for the top 8, but
They're just
they want to see.
just bragging rights.
Yes.
It's like, well, hey, I finished above you.
Yeah, it's place 68.
Okay.
And then place 69 actually, so that's kind of funny. Tim and Joe.
That's great. I'm trying to look through some other names. I mean, we see Viet Pham, and he's still not too far off.
Yeah.
We saw Bruno yesterday on stream.
Yeah, things can change, like you
Yeah.
say, right?
Yeah.
It's not that this the standings that we see now are the standings for top 8. It's just
Oh,
now
sure, yeah.
that after round 9 and the 10th round, I think, is starting soon. The players are seating.
Yeah.
I can see, and yeah, it's getting hotter. Oh, we have
Really?
a Value Vampires match here.
Jonas Stubrock and Elias
Yeah.
Kachamanis.
Yeah, that will be a very interesting match to watch, I think, because Elias is also running Levia. And
Oh.
as I said, Max Diekmann is on the Value Vampires team too, and from what I've heard, Elias and Max run the same Levia list. So maybe Levia can here, piloted by Elias, get to the top.
Yeah. Man. It's always, I mean, it's always a shame for the players when they have to play against a teammate, but it does make for some pretty good stream matching, because it's like,
Yeah.
the drama.
I'm wondering if Bino and Kirill then comes up against each other.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right, well, let's jump down to the table, and
Oh
we've
wow,
got.
there they are.
Yep, there they are, laughing.
Yeah, laughing, saying like, ah, that's always what players say when they meet each other, right? At the tournaments, they say like, oh, we rode so long to get here, and now we get to play each other. Wow.
Yeah, right.
But not in this case. I guess it's clear that at some point maybe
Yeah.
they meet up.
It's happened to me. It happened to me at a PQ where I was like, "Oh, I'm so excited to play all these new players," and then I got paired into my local guys. I'm like, two of my local guys.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the? Come on. And did you see yesterday on Twitter that I forget the name of the person on Twitter, but she was competing in the Romanian nationals, and in the first round she got paired against her husband.
Oh, really?
It's like, oh no.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was quite sad. I'm assuming that might not have made for such a great ride home.
That's interesting for me always to see when players are setting up their board. What kind of sleeve do they have? And it comes again and again that these players have sleeves of one of their favorite heroes, and in this case Jonas also has two different heroes actually for his equipment and his main deck, Lexi and Chain, two heroes that are LL'd, and so they can show their love for those heroes that are not being played in CC anymore.
And maybe I'm just a little bit cynical, but I do find that there's a lot of communication in the sleeve choice.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like you know, why are you running Lexi sleeves? Well, because I want to remind you of that time that you got absolutely bodied by Lexi. Why are you running black sleeves? Well, because I don't want you to know how many cards are left in my deck, and the lights kind of screw with the. You know, there's a lot of edges in the small things.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. And we see like Jonas is running Zen, and from what I've understood, I think he's running Talisha.
Oh, Talishar Zen, yeah.
I think so, yeah. And so we know this tech from UK Nationals already, so maybe he will flip it and it will be Talisha.
Yeah, he can keep it a little bit hidden, right? Because there's also some there's some talk that it. What was the other tech? The Zephyr Needles.
Yes, right. Yeah.
And you know that Zephyr Needle could be somewhere buried underneath those Crouching Tigers. It could be Kakura, of course.
Yeah.
Or it could be this wild. It's so funny to see that card come back. I remember. What's the name of it again? The sword? Talishar.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
The name of the website. Talishar. It's so funny because Talishar actually was one of my first like winning decks. Like I built a, what was it? I think it was a commoner Talishar Dash.
Okay.
Yeah, and I played that at my locals and I won.
Wow.
And it was, you know,
congratulations, man.
yeah, commoner locals,
go.
man. Armory, I won that Rainbow Foil promo.
Yeah. That's
But
right.
yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. Cause go ahead, sorry.
I think like when we started to look at this view with Elias and Jonas, Elias was showing us something.
Oh, really?
And I think, I'm not sure if you have seen it. I know it because Elias told me beforehand, because he's running Eye of Ophidia in the Levia deck. And so he had a proxy that shows the bobble but says Eye of Ophidia on it.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
Very
that's
interesting.
interesting information to have.
I'm wondering what is the play line with an eye?
I was thinking about it too, and I was remembering that at Pro Tour 1, Florin was running, Florin's team actually, I think, was on Starvo, and they were running the Eye of Ophidia too, and they were saying like they wanted to really dig for those combo pieces that they need to fuse with Starvo.
Okay.
So they just try to most aggressively catch the deck. And Elias said like Levia is so powerful at the moment because she has so much card draw advantage, right? She can play Blood Rush Bellow, she can play Art of War.
Right.
And when you have one of those cards together with Eye of Ophidia, then you can manipulate what kind of cards you are drawing, and that's
that is true. Yeah.
That's like the power behind this line.
Absolutely. Well, that actually makes me a little bit scared of this Levia. I'm not gonna lie. That's a very powerful play line because it's true. Yeah, I mean brutes do have that. They do have that card advantage in the spike card with Blood Rush Bellow, and then Levia just gets to take it one step further because even if she chooses the banish, she's actually fine with that. She wants cards in banish, right? So there's a lot of utility in that card. And yeah, so it'll be interesting. I mean, this is absolutely going to be a full race.
Yeah, I think so too.
You know, it's kind of interesting because these two decks are a little bit similar in that way, where they're trying to fill their graveyard early so that they can get some payoffs.
Oh yeah.
Right, so we have Zen who's filling his graveyard so that he can bonds cards and tutor out the cards from his deck that he needs. And Ilias is looking, or Levia is looking to fill her graveyard so that she can banish for blood debt. Because, you know, once she gets going, it's like a, it's just a drag race.
Yeah.
She's flying.
And it's like when you see Levia, the history of her, of course there were always these hardcore Levia fans, like the Levia cult with Ethan.
Yeah.
And now, yesterday I think on the meta report we saw like 6 Levias.
Yeah.
And Levia is making it consistency to the top standings in some of the last bigger tournaments, and that really shows like the deck is really evolving.
Yeah.
And she got some power cards over the last few sets, and now she can really compete at the top.
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
those decks like Zen.
Yeah, we're looking at a good couple metas now that she's been a legit contender. She's, you know, she's always close and not quite there, but yeah, I mean, it's a matter of just waiting for the oh, she's got the Savage Sash too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar to KO, only that she has like the 2 manable clause instead of the 1.
Right. All right.
And there comes the fist bump. So
fist bump, and now we see who goes first.
yeah, and there's Talisha flipped.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay, so that means that this is just like an absolute blistering aggro deck.
Yeah.
Because you really only have 3 chances to attack with Talishar.
And of course Jonas is running the Traverse too in extended art. Wow, that's an amazing card to look at.
Yes, it is.
To play too. It's not only good looking at it.
Yeah. Man. I'm just thinking about this Levia deck. I'm thinking about its options. Okay, so that's going to create some Crouching Tigers in the Banish Zone. I think that's Predatory Streak is the name of that card.
Yeah, it seems like it's a blue one because he only gets 1 tiger, right?
And I see an Ancestral Harmony in his hand, but he's just going to pass.
Yeah, setting up his arsenal is an advantage for him now. And Elias gets to really make use of that second turn. With
the Beast Within, Wrecker Romp, and a Boneyard Marauder, I believe, and then a
Graveling Growl.
Yeah,
right?
Graveling Growl on the far left. Yep.
Man, I'm so happy I'm watching Ethan's channel to know all these names.
Yeah, you know, you're actually really excited as Zen when you see that the Wrecker Romp is what came out, because you knew that you made the right choice, not allowing Ilias to cycle his hand.
So the Boneyard Marauder goes to grave.
Yep, which means that the Graveling Growl is the last card in hand. So that'll be our arsenal. And I can't imagine a world where Jonas blocks this.
Yeah, he's thinking about that, looking at his arsenal again. He has a spinning wheel kick in hand. You can see that. Ancestral Harmony is in there too. And yeah, he just takes the damage. 6 to the face to start it off here.
First blood.
The Graveling Growl gets to Arsenal now.
Yeah. Graveling Growl gets to Arsenal with 2 cards in Banish. So Ilias isn't quite there to get started. Oh my gosh, he drew the eye.
Yeah, there's the eye already. Yeah.
Wow.
Diabolic Offering, I think, is another card that he drew.
And it looked like a Dread Screamer as well, and a Barraging Beatdown.
Yeah. So he has not really the potential to put out the Eye of Ophidia as he is intended to with Art of War or Bloodrush Bellow yet. But of course in CC we will see a second cycle. Maybe.
Yeah, very possible. So spinning Will Kick for 4, go again using those dice from minimal cards. Bittering Thorns. 4, go again. Next card in the chain gets +1, I believe, if it hits. Or is it just? I think it's just +1.
So Savage Sedge and
And Boots committed already.
yeah, there comes Chase the Tail. So Elias is happily getting some blocks here for sure.
Yeah.
Not the best turn for Zen yet, but at least he got some cards in the graveyard. I think Spinning Wheel Kick also, is it nice having it in the graveyard?
Yeah. You're happy with it.
Yeah.
It's a combo card. You don't mind banishing that out. It's also fine to just have in there. It's one of those cards that's kind of like a chain ender, but you're also fine. So you can play it basically anytime.
Yeah. So we are seeing Scaps being rolled here, right?
Hey, living dangerously.
Elias is they're both laughing, yeah.
Is that a swing big? Did I misread one of the cards?
So at least I can see from Jonas' hand, he has some pretty powerful cards in there. He can come with Command and Conquer next turn, even when he blocks a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But at first we get to see the Mandible Claw and the Chain.
Yep. He's got an Art of War in hand, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
Jonas already have an Art of War.
Yeah, an Art of War, and he's got one Transcend card.
Yeah, I think it's still the pot.
Oh, yeah, okay, yep.
Yeah, classic aggro. Just take the damage.
Yeah.
And go on. There comes the swing big.
Yep, just a casual 11.
So now Jonas is making sure he gets a tiger in his hand. To maybe make use of that Art of War in the next turn.
Yep, yeah, I feel like you don't throw the boots in front of that unless you're probably ready to
Yeah.
to try something.
Mhm.
It does depend. Do you remember what his arsenal was?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't
Exactly.
remember either. But if he's got some kind of arsenal synergy with Crouching Tigers, I could see maybe an Art of War banishing a Seed Sea, or he could also just Art of War banish
Ancestral, it
the...
was Ancestral
That's
Harmony,
right, yeah. So one of the combo
Maybe.
pieces.
Yeah, maybe he gets a combo card and no.
No. Whiffed.
That's, yeah.
But he does have a way to transcend, which he plays now.
Mm.
Because Ancestral Harmony is a blue, so when he
Yep.
plays a second blue, he gets to transcend as Zen. And gain the resource off the chess piece. The Kasaya.
Man, that's then I have to say, like, ninjas were getting me into Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
That were the class cards that are really interesting for me, and for me Zen is just amazing
Yeah.
to see him that widely represented in the meta.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how the direction that they were able to take Ninja after Fi, right? Like Fi and Zen are they have a very similar game plan with their super aggressive line, but Zen is like a kind of a whole other animal.
Yeah. Elias were just like, I take that Ancestral Harmony and put it in the grave, but Jonas was making sure it stays on the field so
So he
that
doesn't
Art of War
forget.
can come in and say like, no, you get +2.
Yeah. Yep. 2 Command and Conquerors.
And damn, that is
That-
a cold foil Art of War, I think.
Yeah.
Jonas.
It is a cold foil Art of War, but
It
Two-
gets +2 only from the Art of War, right?
true, yes. But 2 Command and Conquers is like the last card you want to see on an
Damn,
Ancestral
yeah.
Harmony and an Art of War
Yeah.
banish. I mean, there's not a lot you can even do here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a bad situation for Jonas to be in, and I think that is what we can see from his face too. It's not really what he wanted to see from the draw of the Art of War to get a second Command and Conquer in hand.
No.
But yeah, now he just gets to pop off and at first search him
Yep.
the combo.
I wonder what he's actually going to try and combo with. Because that's the thing. I mean, Zen has so much hand fixing with his tutor ability that he can, tutor up a Bonds. Probably not. I don't think he has a Gust Wave in his hand. Yeah, he's
So
going
he
to grab.
gets Chase the Tail.
Okay, that makes sense. Just try and get a couple of chain links wider.
Yep.
And then probably end it on an Art of War.
mean, that's like the downside with Command and Conquer then.
Mhm.
When you draw too many of them with the wrong cards, like we see now,
Yep.
it's not really an advantage, but he can arsenal at least one of the Command and Conquers at the end of his turn.
Yeah. Yep. Command and Conquer is an incredibly strong card. But in decks like these, where you do want to draw very specific hand structures, they can clog up hands. A very similar thing happens in Fi, where Fi wants to run Command and Conquer because it's such a high value card, but then also you draw them on your Art of War turns, and it's like, wow, I could have really used a Mounting Anger here. Shouldn't that be coming for 2?
I think Ancestral Harmony only gets +1 for the combo cards.
Right, yeah. It's only for combo cards, that's right.
So Elias is really frightened, I think, at the moment, because he doesn't really know what is in Jonas' hand, and so he really thinks, okay, how wide is this turn going?
Yeah.
What is that card called from Everfest again that Jonas pitched?
This round's on me.
Yeah, this round's on me.
Oh, this is a wonderful bait.
Yeah, and now, like, when the wrong card, Jonas is really. It's a tough one now.
But it's a bummer for Ilias because he thinks that this chain is going to go really wide, but it pretty much ends here.
Elias will be. Wird enttäuscht sein.
Yeah. Yeah. Because there's no way. I mean, obviously, he's definitely going to have the other Command and Conquer.
Yeah, I mean, at least the second Command and Conquer got banished from the Scalding Flashback.
Yeah.
I can just imagine if the Aspect Buddy would have gotten banished. Oh my god.
Yeah, or, man. It was an unfortunate Scowling Flashback, actually, because it affected his turn actually not at all, I believe.
Yeah. And that is the mind tricks that we see in Flesh and Blood all the time, right? I mean, Jonas was committing his boots. They are gone now. And Elias also was committing his Scowling Flashback now, which is gone then afterwards.
5 damage.
Then the Command and Conquer.
You see it, Elias.
Like,
I heard it.
Are you kidding me?
The classic German.
It's like, musste das sein?
Really? Do you need to end the combat chain with a Command and Conquer? Brutal.
Yeah, and Jonas is sitting there thinking like, okay, this isn't as bad as I thought it
Yeah, I
would be.
mean,
it's like
chat might be making fun of me right now because I was like, this is not going to be a very good turn, but he did like 20-something damage, so.
yeah, it was really great to pick then chase the tail, right? Because he can make use of the crouching tigers effectively.
Yeah. Man, I'm still learning a little bit about Zen, and this is probably the first time I've really seen, like, I've paid incredibly close attention to super high level play Zen. But that deck can just scrape damage off the floor.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Elias is thinking now because he has a powerful hand too, right? He could. I see a Art of War. I also see a Blood Rush Bellow. And damn, it's like the wrong turn to draw. Not the Eye of Ophelia. It was the last turn.
Yeah, it's this whole sequence has been quite misaligned for Ilias because that Command and Conquer, that's the kind of card that it basically what it says is I get to have my turn again. Like if we're looking at this in fighting game terms, the concept in fighting games is that each player is taking turns, but there are abilities that allow them to steal their turn back.
Yeah.
And that's effectively what Command and Conquer does. It says, oh, so you're going to take a bunch of damage in order to keep a really strong hand? Well, actually, I'm going to force you to either block or lose your turn. So I'm going to get to steal my turn back. It's just the ultimate tempo stealer card. And you can see it on Ilias's face. It's just, it's brutal. I mean, can he claw something out of losing his arsenal? Because as Levia, you really do want to have enough cards. Well, brutes in general, you want to have enough cards for various effects like draw, discard, or banishing effects, or.
And Elias is making defensive use of Art of War. We saw that on a stream yesterday too. It didn't go well there, but let's see how it turns out this time.
Yeah. I think this deck is a little bit more set up for it, because I think what he wants to do here is just block it out.
Yeah.
Block it out for 8. And then hold on to, I can't remember what that last card was. Oh, it's Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah.
Hold on to that Blood Rush Bellow.
I mean, I'm not sure
Or
at
maybe not,
which
actually.
alignment the Eye of Ophidia was in his pitch deck now, but maybe he can pitch the Blood Rush Bellow and then
Go for second cycle?
yeah, go
Man,
for second cycle.
it's turn 3 and we're already at 20 live. We're already halfway through live totals. I mean, damage does, drop off over time. So I suppose it's possible.
And you can't block out like when Zen really pops off and makes like 30 damage turns. You
Drew another Artivore right off the top. That's second Artivore.
Okay.
Oh, man.
That's not really.
This is,
Damn it.
This is, yeah. That's tough. I mean, he doesn't even have a banish target with the Artivore.
Yeah.
Because he has a barraging beatdown, Blood Rush Bellow, and an Artivore. Like, you just see it on his face. Like, what the hell am I even going to do here?
That's the curse of Levia, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's the curse of just the spike decks, right? These spiky turn decks where, I mean, it's unlikely, but you can draw 2 Artivores in the same hand, and it can screw you for turns and turns.
Yeah. I mean, Elias needs to stick to his plan, right?
Yeah.
He said like he thinks Levia is the best deck.
Yeah.
And now he needs
Well, now
to get punished for that, or
yeah. Well,
get
the way that you claw back out of a situation like this is you just have to take a couple of off turns. So I would imagine. I mean, he's just got to. I think Jonas is sniffing out this fact that Elias basically can't block. Jeez. Yeah, that second Command and Conquer.
it is. That's such a bad back foot to be in, right?
Yeah.
So then you need to commit everything here and lose that second Art of War for a defensive turn.
Yeah. Lose the second Artivore, pitch the third one to the bottom. And still holding on to that Blood Rush Bellow. You have to give up your arsenal in the Graveling Growl. But you do get to arsenal the Blood Rush Bellow and take 1 blood debt on the Ilias side.
Yeah, he actually needed to banish the Shadow Realm Horror, right? The new card from the expansion slot.
Yep. So he'll end up taking 1 blood debt. And then we go again. And again.
Yeah, Jonas was just asking, like, don't you want to just give up?
Yeah. Yeah. Teammate talk is, like I said, it's rough for the players, but it's really fun for the casters.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And I don't know if Jonas actually said that. We can't hear what they're saying.
Yeah,
so,
no, we can't hear what they're saying, but one can imagine, given the smiles.
Another Shadow Realm Horror in Elias' hand.
Yep. We also have an Artivore in the Zen hand.
And the B strike.
Hmm.
The blue strike.
Yep. The B strike.
And Jonas like, man, this is just
Yeah.
such a good turn. Let's go.
Poor Ilias. Did you see his face when the Artivore?
Yeah.
He's like, of course.
He's
Of
like,
course you have that too.
He's like, again, a cold fall out of war again?
Yeah.
Just the +2, man? Are you fucking kidding me? That's like...
Yeah,
Phew.
brutal. Man. This is just one of those games, right? It's one of those fab games where all the cards just misalign. Like it just seems like the shuffling just didn't quite work out, where it's like, well, of course my Sink Below is the next card down when you attack me with your Crippling Crush. Of course the Sink Below is the next one, not the previous one. And
Or they align perfectly, like in the finals of the last Pro Tour.
Absolutely, yeah. That's how it goes. It's like the perfect alignment versus the not perfect alignment.
I just like to call it the heart of the cards.
The heart of the cards.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. You're showing a little bit of your history, Alex. All right, starting off with a spinning wheel kick for 5, buffed up by that Art of War. And you were asking the question earlier about why you would run Talishar.
Yeah.
This is why you run Talishar.
Yeah.
He hasn't even
You
attacked
don't
with
need
it
it,
yet.
yeah.
He's got 12 damage just
Yeah.
sitting on board whenever he's, feels like it. Sure,
Yeah,
why
it's
not?
just like just my second Command
Third.
and Conquer.
Third.
Yeah, it's the third one.
Yeah,
Sorry.
third Command and
And it's
Conquer.
like, don't you like this card as much as I do?
Yeah. Third Command and Conquer with the Blood Rush Bellow in Arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, Elias chose to go the dark side.
Yeah.
This is his road now.
Yeah. It's interesting because I've heard a lot of professional players, a lot of content creators talking about how Zen is sort of a feast or famine deck, where it can look really amazing and sometimes it can look really bad.
Yeah.
Where it just it draws all the wrong cards, it just can't really ever get anything going, no combos, no Art of Wars, etc., etc.
But also, I feel like from the caster's perspective, like Zen has so many options to go into. Like we saw it, like even on a turn where I thought like that's like
A really
that's
bad
not a
Art of
turn
War
that
turn.
you want to see, especially. But then turning it into these chase the tail turns with ending on a Command and Conquer, that's like, yeah, even don't when you have the bonds line. I mean, like.
I think Elias might actually be a little bit upset now. And I can understand, because I would also be a little bit upset now.
Yeah, Jonas is just taking a small stretch here, making sure
Yeah.
he's ready for the next turn. Like,
Yep. Yep. Well, math is for blockers, as is the common idiom. So Jonas just gets to kind of sit there and think about, how else he would like to torture Elias next turn.
he's like, I had the swing big turn, man, that was so good.
Yeah.
And I thought like, yeah.
Yeah, I came in for, you remember that time when I came in for 11? 11 no-on hits? Looking to the chat, Mahubok says, that CNC at the end is just rude. His face says it all. Yeah, this is a really, it genuinely is like one of the toughest positions to be in because every card committed to block is just another turn you take off.
Yeah.
It's another blood debt taken. It's another turn that you don't get to threaten anything back.
Yeah.
But life totals are so low at this point that it's like, I need a spike turn. I need a power turn. That's the way that I can return tempo.
And I know you were laughing about my second cycle thought, but if Elias actually gets to block consistently over the next turns and then he gets this one card, this one hand where he actually could pop off, maybe that is a chance, but...
It's possible. Yeah, I mean, he's at the moment, if he's committing most of his cards to block every turn, he's got 9 turns to live.
Yeah.
Because of that one card in blood debt. So he's going to have to kick it off. I mean, you're just praying for any amount of bricking, which this is a pretty decent start. This to me shows it shows two things. So he pitches a red card, which either indicates that he has no resources in hand, or it indicates that he has a transcend in hand, because he can throw out 2 transcend cards to turn this into yet another brutal long combat chain. Yep. So Ilias is taking the 4.
There comes the Talisha.
There comes the Talishar. So
2
yeah,
Tiger Swipes pitched.
he actually got what he needed. He
Yeah.
bricked. 2 Tiger Swipes.
Yeah, just making sure he can block efficiently with that equipment.
So Ilias is going big or going home.
He's like, come on, like I take the Apex too here.
Yeah. Go to 2. And now you're just praying that you draw like the most ridiculous
Yeah.
Blood Rush Bellow turn.
He gets the Might token, right, from the Apex. Doesn't he?
No. He didn't block with the 6 power card from hand.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
All right. Ilias is like, finally, it's my turn.
Yeah.
Pitching.
At least I get to play one time.
Yeah. I get to do my thing. Deadwood Rumbler and pitch Blood Rush Bellow in the arena. Time to discard a card.
He's like, okay, just choose the wrong card.
And
Just
please
like
not Beast Within. Okay, so that is a oh
Is
my
it
gosh.
Dreadmore? No.
Endless Maw. I believe.
Endless Maw.
Yeah. So we're gonna draw 2 cards.
Remembrance? No. Ah.
Second Blood Rush.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright.
That could be the turn that,
That
we were
could
talking
be.
about.
Yeah, this could be the turn that we were hoping for. Sitting up in the chairs now.
I need to stretch myself now.
Yeah.
It's like
Jetzt geht's los.
Jetzt geht's richtig los.
Ah, another Endless Maw.
Yeah, you don't need those, man. Just
Yeah.
ow.
Yeah. You're just hoping for
Another Blood Rush?
did he draw a 3rd Blood Rush?
Oh my god, and
my
Jonas is just like,
gosh.
are
What in the world?
Are
Okay.
you the luckiest Levia player in the world right now?
After all of this drama-filled
Yeah,
game.
Elias is so happy. Like I can just feel like he is just relieved.
Yeah.
Just like I get to he's like, okay, get rid of that
Yeah.
CNC, okay, but just get me two new cards.
We want go-agains. That's what we want. All right. Well, he has a Dread Screamer, so he has minimum 1 card go
And
again.
another swing big.
Does he have another swing big?
Yes.
Ooh. Okay. He's also got a Boneyard Marauder, Deadwood Rumbler. So he's got a blue in hand. You're definitely stoked about that. Does he have enough resources for like a Claw, Dread Screamer, Swing Big? I don't believe so, no.
So what about a Savage Sash?
He could catch in the Savage Sash now. He probably will, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Because it,
When not now, when then?
yeah,
That's like-
absolutely, yeah.
I'm not really sure if that's
Yeah.
but
It's do or die here.
ja,
I
wenn
mean,
nicht jetzt, wann dann?
yeah. So Savage Sash famously says, you destroy it, and then all cards that have 6 or greater power cost 1 less.
Damn,
So
that's
that would
like
it's a 4th Blood Rush, basically. In a way. I mean, it doesn't buff the
Yeah.
damage, but it effectively makes
the
all
power
two-
level is there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, let me look at my graveyard first.
Yeah,
and
how
I
many
have-
misses are there?
There are quite a few, right? And Jonas is just like, damn, like I
Yeah.
was like,
So close, yeah.
this was, but this is like it is in Flesh and Blood.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we've been waiting for this turn.
Yeah. Either you play Flesh and Blood or you're studying math, I think.
Yeah.
Sometimes. It's like you can be confident, like when you are for a few turns that good into the game, and then
Mhm.
there's this one turn where it comes down.
Yep. Yep. It's all about these spike turns.
Yeah.
These turns where the deck kind of lines up so that you can push your damage over the the on rate value.
Yeah, Jonas just making sure for us too that we remember that +6 from the Blood Rush.
Yes, +6 from the Blood Rush.
Every Levia player on this planet is just praying now that Elias.
I've always
making
heard
sure.
it's so funny because I've always heard that the common wisdom for Blood Rush is that you would really not like to do 2 in the same turn. You would like to have a Blood Rush Bellow turn,
Yeah.
and then a Blood Rush Bellow
I
turn,
heard that too. Yeah.
and then a Blood Rush Bellow turn. But in this situation, it is just absolute. Like it needs to be the case.
Yeah, and a 1.
Oh my gosh! And then he rolls.
Okay.
He rolls Scabskins after the 3 Blood Rush Bellow. This guy really, really likes to live dangerously.
Oh my god.
So, starting us off with the Mandible Claw for 9. Go again.
Yeah. But it's like that good for Jonas that he has all of his mostly all of
Mhm.
his equipment still left
Yeah.
to make sure he gets now the bonus from the traverse, but then also making sure he gets enough block value in to keep his life total up.
Absolutely. Yeah, Traverse, what a card. What a crazy card. It's like a Crown of Providence, but you just get exactly the card you want. It's wild. You don't even need to trade a card for it, too. You just grab it.
Just give me that G.
Yeah, just give me.
That's what the sentence is on the card.
Yeah, give me the G.
Give me the G.
All right, so 4 block committed from the equipment, 5 coming through.
There's the go again symbol.
Yep, there's the go again symbol. Mandible Claws obviously get go again if a card has been discarded. Ilias has discarded a couple of cards this turn, so it's safe to say that it has go again. It's looking like Zen is going to be activated.
Yeah, that's like Zen can be used offensively but also defensively then.
Wow, this deck is really impressive.
And he's getting the Zen State token, yeah.
Mhm.
Sure. And Zen State, I don't remember the text exactly. Let me look it up.
Yeah. Pull up Zen there.
That's so fitting that they are giving Zen the opportunity to play the Zen State.
Yeah. This enters the arena with a balance counter. At the beginning of your action phase, destroy this unless you remove a balance counter from it. If you would be dealt damage, prevent 1 of that damage. So it's basically a token that says ward 1.
Yeah.
This has been a very exciting match. It's been a lot of haymakers back and forth, just like huge swings at each other. Well, mostly Jonas, but now this is like a Mike Tyson level haymaker coming back from Ilias.
He's like, look at my graveyard, but only without looking at it and pick one.
Yes. So
This is all of these cards, yeah.
It's looking like he's gonna be attacking with Dread Screamer,
Yeah.
which will have go again. So it's looking like the line that he's taking is Mandible Claw, Dread Screamer into
Swing big.
Swing Big, yeah.
Yeah. Just pick the wrong card. Elias makes sure to let Jonas know that he's not allowed to pick the wrong card.
Yeah, 3 Ardivores or 3 Blood Rush Bellows. Oh no, our 1 Ardivore is still in the deck. And
Yeah, judges are coming in and watching too because
Yeah.
they can't really.
They were trying to figure out a solution for how they could do random cards, and then Alias was
I
like,
just
whatever.
Pick one, yeah.
Yeah.
Just pick one and. Yeah,
Okay.
What?
Make a show of it. Ah, okay. Hit.
Okay.
Whiff. Whiff.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Okay.
Wow. Okay, Blood Rush or Blood Dead is turned off for the turn. That's actually kind of a perfect situation, right?
Yeah.
You want to hit 2 nons and you want 2 whiffs and 1 hit. So
Yeah.
12 go again.
Casual 12.
Yeah, just a casual 12 go again. So far we are at 21 life threatened this turn, right?
Yeah, he was at 24, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, now he's taking the 12. Going down to 8.
Did he take all 12?
Yeah.
Well, what happened to the Zensei token?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And then swing big for...
Yeah, Elias is making sure he's asking the same question as yourself, so he needs to prevent 1, right? Isn't he?
Yeah. So
And maybe
14.
I'm understanding Zen State wrong, but isn't Zen State preventing then 1 of that?
One of the damage. Yeah, it should.
Every time he's dealt damage, right?
Yes. Prevent 1 of that damage. Okay,
So he
yeah,
didn't
that
take
makes sense.
12, he took 11, and
Yeah,
then
okay.
now with the swim big for 14,
Right,
he's
right. So he'll be taking 13.
13. Yeah. Okay, so
Wow.
now
Zen State
sugar.
tokens are
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, I
It's-
completely overlooked that.
Yeah. Holy crap. I didn't even... Yeah, throwing his whole hand in front of it. Almost his whole hand. I forgot that he's Zen, so he has actually 5 cards in hand. But a couple of 2 blocks. I know Descendant Gust Wave, for example, is a 2 block. going to
down
one.
for one, yeah.
Man, remember when I was like, poor Ilias?
Yeah.
I take it back. This ended up working out just fine for him.
Yeah.
This match
Was
became...
Elias just thinking about if he could have done one more damage with the other card? Was it the Boneyard Marauder?
I don't know. Well, I don't think that he could have gone with the Boneyard Marauder because it doesn't have go again.
Okay.
So he would have needed to do the Dread Screamer so that he could get into the swing big.
Yeah. And is Elias... Oh, he has an Amnesia in hand, right?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, and it's pretty easy to block it out now, I think, here for Elias.
Mm-hmm. It is pretty easy.
It's getting down to the skin now.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like a... Could easily go either way.
That is so exciting about Flesh and Blood, right? Like it's so... These turns that swing so much.
Mm-hmm.
And then you say like, oof, this one, it just looks like it is. And then the other player's able to come back. That is the feeling I think that every player loves in Flesh and Blood. That it goes down to the really, like at the end,
Mm-hmm.
these
Yeah.
small life totals and huge turns in between where you're feeling great
Yeah,
and up
right.
there, but then there's always a chance.
Yep, there's because the structure of Flesh and Blood is really interesting, right? Where the initial plan is to take the tempo, push life totals down, and then and when the life totals are down, you're now in a position in which you can trade your life total in order to maintain
Yeah.
tempo.
Yeah.
And so there's kind of a innate catch-up mechanic built into Flesh and Blood, where as your life total dwindles, your opponent's life total also must dwindle as a result of the tempo swings. So Prop Joe in the chat says he could have done 9 more damage if it was a blue, talking about the Blood Rush
Okay,
mode turn.
yeah.
And he would have just straight up won the game. Yeah. So if the Boneyard Marauder had been a blue, he could have done 1 more Mandible Claw, and there's no
And there's-
chance
yeah.
Jonas wins that.
Yes.
Yeah. Game's
Yeah.
over if that's a blue.
Okay, yeah. And
Yeah.
I thought actually that Elias could block this out, but
No, because Talishar are attacking for 4.
yeah.
And it is, of course, the the Zen actually just has the natural Descendant Gustwave into Bonds. Brutal. Heartbreaker match. I mean, it was awesome.
Yeah, this was a crazy game. It was such an amazing game to watch,
Yeah,
especially Jonas against Elias.
yeah.
And yeah, let's see if they are up to doing an interview now. So
I am
the
so
viewers-
excited.
Yeah.
I really hope that they are
Yeah.
down to do an interview because it will be hilarious to
Yeah.
hear what they have to say.
All right, I will go down.
Okay.
And then see you in a second, hopefully.
All right. Oh, I'm still live. Oh, I didn't know that. I'm so sorry. So, Alex looks like he's now talking to Ilias, I believe, off camera. Yeah, he is. Let's look to the chat. See if anybody has any thoughts about that last game. Scowling Fleshbag says GG. Yeah, that 6 block and equipment, Scowling Fleshbag, is a really interesting point to make toward the end of that game. Because as Zen, you actually don't really mind trading that equipment in. Like, it has a lot of... The Kasaya is a really good piece of equipment, but toward the end of the game, it's very unlikely you're going to end up being able to use that resource. So you don't mind trading that in to keep like a... You know, it's like a Rune Blade block is how I would describe it, where Rune Blades, they have, you know, such crazy pop-off turns that they can just kind of eye it. They can look at the board state and think, okay, this is my dump all my equipment into this block turn, and then I'm just gonna come right back at you. So that was a crazy end of the game, but it did look pretty bad. Basically, from card 1, like Descendant Gustwave coming down almost guarantees the loss, because there's just so many ways that Zen can figure out how to turn that into something terrible for the opponent. Yeah, it looked pretty. Oh, I thought we were going to me. I thought we were going to Alex. Yeah, Alex isn't here. He's still setting up that interview, but we're gonna see very soon what the players thought of that last match.
So we're here on stage with those two amazing players. That crazy game was amazing. Jonas, Elias, congratulations to the win. Jonas,
Yeah, thanks.
but also this amazing game, and this is crazy. Just tell us a little bit about how you felt during the game.
I think it was a very interesting game. Like really horrendous start from the Levia, and then these CNCs came really clutch. And then like I think I took some weird lines that look weird, like Art of War block from Arsenal, because I realized that my out to win the game is very, very slim, and that's what playing Levia is about. Like you want to find the super unlikely out, and I almost found it with the triple blood rush. If I have a 1 cost there instead of the 2 cost, and I roll the 4, I win. If I have another blue, I win. But yeah, I mean, usually I lose though. So I got like really lucky in order to get there. I mean, really unlucky in the early game to be in the desperate spot. Then really lucky to have a chance at an out. And then not quite lucky enough to actually win. That's that's basically the summary.
Jonas, were you so frightened about his deck?
Yeah, I mean, I have been playing against him a lot, so I know what this deck is capable of, and it can do some crazy stuff. I think this might have been one of the most crazy setups I have ever seen, because you usually can't chain multiple blood rush because you have to draw them off the top. That's not a thing that happens usually. But
You might discard one, right, with the other.
you
So it's
can-
like, yeah.
you can't even like and you can't pitch stick in Levia because the deck is too slow. So it's nothing that. It only happens if you perfectly have them set up on top of the deck and draw them one after the other. So really crazy. I was really afraid that the last turn, like 1 damage more, and I don't think I would at least not have won the next turn, and then it might have gone either way.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Pretty
the moment I saw my hand the turn before, where it was like 4-card hand dealing 9 damage only, it was like, this is getting kind of sketchy. Like if he has it now and he actually gets there, I might really lose this game after all that happens. So yeah, I was nervous for sure.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. But now going into the next round, you're still the first place then, I think. And how confident are you for the next round?
I mean, first of all, I'm very happy that I'm completely locked for top 8 now.
Yeah.
So that's like, so personally one of my biggest achievements in this game so far. So it's the main thing that
Congratulations.
matters. So
Yeah.
I think, I mean, I will still play the next rounds with focus and
Yeah.
try and win them, of course. But like the next 2 rounds are still like some pressure falling off. I still want to maintain the top seed, go into top 8 as the number 1 seed, but it's still like the main goal for today for me personally was to win one of these 3 games.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I accomplished that in the first game already, so I'm very happy right now.
Yes. So what does that mean for you, Elias?
I need to win a game today, you know, and I mean, I'd rather win 2. Deciding the coin flip in top 8 is meaningful. If I win 2, I should be, you know, high seed enough to decide the first roll. So yeah, I need to win. Let's just win games. Winning is always better than losing, so it's not really worth to like, you know, think about like, I need to win a game. I better win 2. That's all that happens from here.
So what unlucky occasions can happen that you don't win one of those next?
You know, playing against good players, shit can go down. You know, it's just what happens. Like you saw that's Levia for you. Like the highs and the lows. Like my early game hands were not good enough. I'm not gonna lose. I'm not gonna win games with these hands. So needs to be better.
So Max is also praying right now. Is that true?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
For sure.
All right.
yeah.
So are there any last words that you want to have for the stream?
Yeah, sure. Shout out to the Value Vampires. We're both members, you know, and we're doing great at German Nationals as we always do. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like my success is just, it's not only my own accomplishments, like a lot of the preparation was done as a teamwork. I stole his draft strategies and
Shout out to
executed
Yorick.
them slightly less, and Yorick helped me
Yeah,
a lot with
shout
the
out to
Zen deck.
Yorick.
He basically built most of the list, and then I helped him a little bit with some things, added some. I have one card different from him now, but the main core of this list was built by him, and it has worked out amazingly so far. So
Also
yeah.
shout out to Max
can we go?
Diekmann and Laurin Nihus,
yeah.
who helped me build the Levia deck. Like we're basically the triplet of Doom, the cultists that
And
built the deck.
Final shout outs to the Brückmann Discord and all my friends there who are
Guys.
continuing to help me have a good time in this
Yeah.
game. Shouting
All
at
right.
everyone.
Good to see you here, and best of luck for the next round.
Welcome back to round number 11. So 2 more CC rounds. We are just about to take a look at the standings going into round 11. And we see Jonas, Bino, Ilias, Kirill, Kevin Senker, Tom Tydex, Jan-Hendrik Binkforth, and Sebastian Kleiner. So there's still a lot to play for. Nothing set in stone yet. As Ilias said in his interview, he just needs to win a game to make it into top 8, and 2 to get to make a decision on who starts in top 8. So there's still a lot to play for going into these final 2 rounds. Really everything to play for. As soon as Alex gets back, we can talk a little bit about what some of the stories are coming up into this. We see, a couple players down at the 6-win area. Lin Tran, Alexander Hempelman. A lot of these guys are really, really good players and still have quite a good chance to come out with the Nationals. Hey, welcome back, Alex.
Hey, man.
To make a good standing at this German Nationals 2024. So you were out there, you were chatting with people?
Yeah, I was making sure we are getting another feature match, and I think this one will be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'd say so. I see a Dash.io down there.
Yeah, and I thought like this matchup we didn't really see, and I think Dash.io, piloted by Thomas, is the only Dash.io that we have in the meta here at German Nationals this year.
Really? Very interesting. I'm going to have some fun with this match, I can tell you that. I love Dash.io.
Looking at the top, yeah, the Thrive thing.
Yeah, the Thrive thing. Absolutely. Shout out to Fishy. Shout out to Sasha. But yeah, Dash.io is a very interesting hero coming into this particular metagame, because Dash.io is sort of a... I said that Zen and Levia can be feast or famine in the gameplay.
Yeah.
Dash.io is kind of a feast or famine from a meta perspective. She can be a very bad blocking deck, so she can do really poorly against like really nasty Ranger on hits, for example. But she has some of the highest damage potential of any hero if she can line up her hands to do crazy stuff. I mean, with 6 counters on Symbiosis Shot, a high octane, generating action points. I mean, it's just absurd the amount of damage that this character can do. So it's good to see. It's good to see. She always gets counted out, but we're just setting up the stream now, getting all the names correct, getting all the heroes correct. And on the other side, of course, we have New, the new hero from MST. New is new. Producer Heiner is running around the room, making sure things are working correctly.
So we have Thomas Prayer on Dash.io.
Mm-hmm.
I know Thomas for quite a long time in Flesh and Blood now.
Mm-hmm.
Also having a really good player here on the table, and he's facing off against Sebastian Kleiner, which you already said he's on New.
Mm-hmm.
And Sebastian is an assassin player all in all.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He was the one that faced off Pablo Pintor in Antwerpen Calling,
Okay.
and he was playing Ozuri there. Couldn't really crack the fridge
Yeah.
of Carlos Oldham,
Yeah.
but let's see how this matchup goes now for Sebastian.
It's interesting that he plays New then, with being such a through and through assassin player, because there's a lot of not contention, but there's a lot of discussion going around on who is the better assassin right now. Do you want to be playing Azuri or do you want to be playing New? Because while they do share a lot of the same cards, they do have some like a fundamentally different game plan. well, not a fundamentally different game plan. It's still assassin stuff. You're still trying to damned if you do, damned if you don't situation creating. But yeah, this new deck is very interesting. The thing about the new though, especially in the Dash.io matchup, is there's not a lot of things to do.
Yeah.
With that ability of hers, because Dash.io is not really using a lot of impactful blues. You know, nothing like a Guardian.
Yeah.
And in fact, a lot of her blues are items. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays, because on the other side, Dash.io is not a particularly good blocking deck. So on hits are free reign here. And it's going to be, I mean, from the Dash.io perspective, it's definitely a full race. It is, I'm going to race you to the bottom.
And Dash.io, I think, talking about the meta game at Nationals, it's interesting that the only Dash.io player, Thomas, was able to go this far in the tournament. And that he's the only Dash.io player actually. So Dash.io is not really popular amongst the German players, but she had quite some success on the international national season this year.
Yeah. Yeah, she's one of those decks that always gets counted out. Like I said, I remember right when she came out, and it looked like, you know, heroes weren't going to make a huge impact on the meta, and then that Dash.io just 13-0 run straight to the finals. I believe that was in Australia, right? I think that was like a calling in Melbourne or something. And yeah, she sort of waxes and wanes, but there we go. We got the fist bump, so the round is live.
Yeah.
We've got Mage Master boots for Dash.io. Okay. There's 3 boot options. Or no, 2. There's 2 boot options for Dash.io. There's Mage Master boots, and there are the Achilles Accelerator. And it's really hard to determine which one you want to take. Because while they do very similar things, they can be quite different in practice, because Achilles Accelerator requires the boost in order for the action point to be gained. And that is, it is relevant, because a lot of the time in Dash.io, you're looking at the top of your deck, and it is Toma Fyendel, and you can't boost. You have a Toma Fyendel in hand or an arsenal, and then you have a Toma Fyendel on top, and you're in full panic mode, because what am I going to do here? How am I going to claw myself out of this situation where if I boost, I'm toast?
Yeah.
So that's the kind of common thought between the two.
And T-Bone, we see T-Bone here.
Yeah, that evil card, T-Bone. But in this matchup, it's actually not as impactful, because Black Tech Whisperers has Battleworn, so he can always be throwing that in front of in front of at least the first T-Bone.
And Dash.io was starting off the game with 36 life, so 4 life less than Sebastian's new.
Yep, it all comes down to, you know, what ability do you have to squeak out damage outside of normal play conditions, right? And Dash.io has sneaky ways to put in boom grenades from the top of her deck, right? And so she therefore starts with a little bit of a life penalty, and it makes sense. But yeah, so we're going to open with the Blossoming Mistblade from the new, and a Spider's Bite in the other hand. I believe that's standard. Pitching 2 Codex of Frailty. Interesting. Yeah, you definitely don't want those in your opening hand. But this is exactly the kind of card I'm talking about that you're just so worried about as Dash.io, because you can't block it. It's really tough, which is why we're already seeing a commitment from the equipment. But he's thinking better of it, because if equipment gets committed, it just creates an attack reaction in the New's hand. That's basically what that equipment says. Tekla Foundry Heart says block 2, Battleworn, create an attack reaction in New's hand.
Oh my god. That's evil.
So block 5. Actually, you know what? It didn't create the attack reaction. He called the bluff. So Sebastian is going to go Arsenal pass.
And Thomas is running the Dash.io sleeves too. We didn't talk about the sleeves yet.
Ah, true. Yeah, true. Yeah, see, the flex here is I am dedicated.
Yeah.
I am dedicated to Dash.io.
I will
Fear me.
show the world that Dash.io will make it.
Yes.
In Flesh and Blood Nationals.
I know more about this hero. I have forgotten more about Dash.io than you know about Dash.io. That's what those sleeves say. So Zipper hit 5 go again with a boost, and he boosted a Pulse Wave Harpoon, which is pretty relevant. It's a card that you're not too sad to boost as Dash.io, but you would obviously you would rather have the effect because it's one of the more powerful effects in Dash.io. Mechanologists are pretty famous for being sort of a brute class where they don't have any relevant on hits for the most part, but they have pre-on hits, as it were. So they have cards that say this gets -1 or it gets +1 if it's blocked with equipment, or you can't block equipment with this, or I get to look at your hand and steal a card from your hand to block, as is the case with Pulse Wave Harpoon. But the looming Boom Grenade is definitely causing some pause for Sebastian Kleiner because he's already spent that Fate Foreseen on the Zipper hit. So.
And also Thomas being able to watch all the time on the top of the deck and maybe coming in with another.
Could be. You never know. That's my favorite part about Dash.io.
Yeah, the mind tricks.
Oh man, I play Dash.io almost exclusively, and I am constantly. I just look at the top of the deck for fun. I look at the top of the deck at the beginning of the game. I look at it at the end of the game, and I just go, look, I'm looking at the top of my deck.
So Sebastian will commit 2 cards at a...
Yeah. You don't want to let that 4 turn into an 8 from that red Boom Grenade. So we get a nice Arsenal pass from Dash.io. And moving back to Sebastian Kleiner's turn. Leave no witnesses. Did you see what the... Go ahead.
That's a good card.
It's a very good card. It's a really frustrating card to actually deal with. Did you see what the other card was in his hand?
No, I didn't see it yet. So Crown gets... no. Thomas changed his mind. He is looking
he's
at
got
the
to look
top.
at the top of the deck first.
Yeah.
You got to make sure he's drawing what he wants.
Yeah. So
now he'll probably take another quick look.
Yeah, that's an advantage you can make here as Dash.io.
Yeah.
Getting a throttle from the top.
So this is going to banish the top card of his deck, which is a Toma Fyendel, and you know, you're not too sad. That's actually kind of helpful for the Dash.io player in this situation because you don't want to be boosting that. Because obviously you'll lose your turn as it's not a Mechanologist card. So, you know, kind of perfectly set up for Thomas there.
And we see a snag in Sebastian's hand, is that right?
I believe so, yeah.
Is that... It's the artwork is so dark. There's an already dead for sure.
Already dead.
But it doesn't really make sense.
It kind of looks like one of those alliteration cards, like a Plunder the Poor or a Sack the Shifty or whatever. It's hard to... it's really hard to tell from here, though. And in Thomas's hand, we have a Twin Drive, we have an Outpace, and we have a Throttle. But not enough resources to play all of them, so I'm assuming it's really hard because against Assassin, you basically just don't get to have an arsenal.
Yeah, they have so much arsenal disruption, right?
Yeah. Okay, the Already Dead getting committed to blocks.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an expensive block for sure.
Yeah, it's an expensive block. And then a Boom Grenade coming in off the top. Taking that 5 damage, which is reduced by 3 from the Already Dead, and taking it up to 6 damage from the Boom Grenade. And also getting an extra action point from playing the Boom Grenade because whenever an item comes into play for dash that costs 1 or less, she can remove a steam counter from it to gain an action point. So action points go up, counters on Symbiosis Shot go up, and now we just have to see what he's going to do with the rest of his hand. Looks like it's going to be 2 Symbiosis Shot here.
Just casting in these efficient shots.
Mm-hmm. Incredibly efficient.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, other heroes can only dream about that.
Yeah, I know.
Other heroes need to play Talisha.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. I mean, that's why she has 36 life. She's such a fun hero. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's going to pitch the Twin Drive. Interesting. Okay. So he's going to pitch the Twin Drive, boosting out the Teklo Core. I wonder if he has any heists in this deck, because you're singing if you get to bring Teklo Core back into play from a heist.
Yeah.
That's a legit relevant on hit.
You can start with Teklo Core on the board like the original Dash.io, so Teklo Core is a rare seen item.
Yep, you've got to find it. You've got to play it off the top, which he already played his Boom Grenade off the top this turn, so he couldn't play the Teklo Core. So now his only chance to get that Teklo Core back is a heist or drawing it. And then he's going to come back in with 1 more Symbiosis Shot. I mean, this is a crazy turn, right? I mean, this... Off of 4 resources, he created 9, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 damage.
And there we see the card that I mistaken with Snag.
Oh, okay. It looks like it looks like one of those alliteration cards, right?
Yeah, it's from Dynasty, I think, right?
Yeah.
I only remember the artwork.
Yeah, I can only remember the artwork as well. These cards haven't seen a ton of play. I mean, there's been Contract Azurelis running around, and Arachne is somewhere in the meta. Or outside of the meta, I should say. But they'll have their day.
So Tunic is up on Sebastian's side too.
Mm-hmm. Yep, which can be quite relevant. I mean, it can be used for something like another weapon attack.
And there comes the levels.
Yeah. Blue Strike. Levels of Enlightenment is the actual name of the card, right?
Yeah.
So this will be 4 go again, and then what's left in hand here? Yeah, you definitely take that 4 vanilla damage. You take that all day. And here's a new card from MST. Thomas has to read it.
I have to be clear. I would need to read it too.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would very likely need to read it too if I could figure out what it was. We don't have our tablet today, so we can't super quickly fly through Talishar cards. Or not Talishar cards, jeez. Fabry cards.
So Thomas is thinking about his blocks now and the options that can happen. Looking at Thomas' hand, what are his options here?
Let's see.
He has
He's
a
got
BIOS update, right?
He has a data link, he has a BIOS update, he has a throttle, and a mystery card that I can't see among the flipping. It's a little bit tough. It really depends on what's on the top of his deck, because the BIOS update is a wonderful card if you have long combat chains, like if you have a couple of 0 to 60s, or if you have a couple of T-bones, for example, because it allows you to dig deep. But if he's just got an item right on the top of his deck, it doesn't even matter. He's excited to play that BIOS update.
And there comes the attack reactions.
Yep, there's the attack reactions. What is that card that got played?
So It's Persuasive Prognosis.
Ah, Persuasive
It's a
Prognosis.
stealth card that says whenever this banished an action card, gain 1 life, but then also says when this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck, then look at the hand and banish a card with the same color as the banished card.
Okay. That makes... Oh, it's a Dissolving Shield. It's the last card in his hand. Okay. So then the Fang Strike attack reaction comes in, pumping that 1 up to 5. That's a terrifying proposition. Going all the way down to 23 unless there's some plan, and he chooses to actually play a Boom Grenade off the top. I believe that's actually the 3rd red Boom Grenade. Pitching the red Throttle. So I suppose that means... he's reevaluating the damage that he's going to be able to do with this hand.
Yeah, just showing Sebastian what he has now.
Mm-hmm.
That is such an advantage, right? Being able to know what your opponent has in hand.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think at some point you can also dig to the deck, right?
Yeah.
With one of the cards.
Yeah, one of the cards allows you to look through and banish all cards. Yeah, we saw that yesterday in the New versus Zen game.
Yeah.
Where the New just sniped all of the bombs. I mean, it was just brutal. So the Dissolving Shield is looking like the choice.
Yeah, getting out all the dissolving shields. It's actually... He's going through his deck right now.
Mm-hmm. Man, New's potential to do deck damage is just scary. Especially because that Majestic isn't a legendary.
So from Sebastian's point of view, he can dig through the deck now, and also while searching out the shields, make sure he knows what kind of other cards are waiting in there.
Yeah, knowledge is power. I mean, if Thomas has any sort of tech, Sebastian now knows about that tech.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's incredibly tough to play against this hero.
And there comes the new ability.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and this will allow her to banish and play cards, right?
Yeah.
From the banish zone.
Yeah.
Right.
And also he was making sure by using the Black Tech Whisperers that he has go again.
Mm-hmm.
So he can now leverage off of New's power. Banishing the top card, which was a Throttle.
Yep.
And now he's just getting a free Teklo Core.
Yeah, he's just gonna go ahead and
Not too
grab-
bad, not too bad.
Yeah, I mean that's a free knife, right? Or a free dagger. Thomas very
Yeah, Thomas is unhappy about this.
very
It's like,
cordially
yeah.
handing him his own Steam counter. Like, here, go ahead, take my Steam counter. I don't need it. But I think honestly, as Thomas, you're probably quite happy with the choice that he took a Dissolving Shield. That doesn't, it doesn't take any damage out of your deck.
Mm.
Doesn't really disrupt your game plan. It just
But Sebastian is taking a statement with this, right? He's
Mhm.
making sure like you don't get to
defend
have
later.
extra defense.
Yeah. You don't get on tap defense, and also it does remove 2 potential ways to put counters on Symbiosis Shot, so that is relevant.
Sebastian is such a collected and focused player,
Mm.
making sure he leverages every possible edge that he can get.
Yeah, I've definitely seen him around at the tournaments. He's always he's very zen-like. Very
Yeah.
very calm.
Zen at heart.
Yeah, zen at heart. So Boom Grenade into an Boom Grenade from the previous turn outpace into a Symbiosis shot, and unfortunately it looks like the Boom Grenade is going to get either lost at the beginning of next turn, or maybe, depending on what the attacks are from Kleiner, could end up being like a adaptive plating fodder.
And now we're getting the free Mistblade.
The free Mistblade from that stolen Teklo core.
The free blade.
Free blade.
Free the blade.
So, looking at Thomas's hand, 0 to 60, outpace. Ooh, there's a Teklo Pounder in there and a BIOS update. Kind of an awkward hand, actually.
Oh, and another Prognosis Persuasive.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, Sebastian is saying that, you know, last round, this card, like, it's coming again now.
Yeah, truly. I'm not lying to you.
I don't want you to miss this feeling
Yeah.
of getting hit by this. Just don't block, man.
This card scares me. Yeah, I wondered if this was going to be the block. And then we see Plunder the Poor. This is a contract card, which effectively is searching for cards that cost very cheap, which is most of Dash's deck. Outside of things like Twin Drives, Maximum Velocities, Tekla Pounders. Although I haven't seen one Maximum Velocity yet in the deck. I would assume if you have a Twin Drive that you're probably running the Max Velocity version. But hard to tell right now.
So the card on the
Another
chain
Boom Grenade.
is Rob the Rich, or which one?
I believe it's Plunder the Poor.
Plunder the Poor, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just making sure to get another Boom Grenade here on Thomas'
Yeah.
side.
That has to be the last one.
Yeah, just taking 4.
Banishing a yellow zipper hit. I think we're going to see quite a casual turn from Thomas here. I wouldn't be surprised if it is genuinely just pitch the other 2 cards in hand, play out the Tekla Pounder, and pass. Because Tekla Pounder represents a lot of damage over the next couple of turns. But then again, it could also be something like an outpace into the Tekla Pounder. I believe the other card in his hand is a blue. But you want to at least threaten the Boom Grenade. Oh no, it's a yeah, right. It's a 0 to 60.
And I'm just looking at the chat, and Morris T is saying that Zen won Australia, Dash won New Zealand, and Victor won Malaysia.
Oh wow, very cool. Morris, is it Dash Inventor Extraordinaire or Dash IO?
That's the question. I'm not really sure.
That's super relevant because Dash Inventor Extraordinaire is really popular down there.
So Thomas is coming in with the BIOS update, together with 0 to 60.
Yep, and it's a 0 to 60 blue, so making the card relatively quite. I mean, it's still quite strong. Now the question is does Thomas believe that he has a way to get an item banished over the next 2 cards? Because he obviously didn't get it on the first one. Boom Grenade pops as a result of the on-hit,
And there comes the Teklo Pounder.
there you go. So he was actually ends up just using the BIOS update to create a breakpoint effectively, and then is happy to just pitch his outpace to play out a Teklo Pounder. Now they're discussing the exact text on Teklo Core.
Another free blade.
Another free blade, although it's the last free blade.
Yeah, there are cheers for Thomas Prayer in the chat. Go Charlie. Charlie Merrow. And OG Dash has won New Zealand.
Ah, okay. She's getting pretty close to living legend at this point. So Tekla Foundry Heart comes in to block the 1 damage from the blade. That indicates to me there's some trickery afoot. I see a
Another persuasive.
oh my gosh. 1-1-1. You're really sad about that. I mean, he has the nuts, Thomas. He's got a Twin Drive, he's got a Toma Findel, he's got a Zipper Hit, and he's got I can't see that last card. I think it's a 0.
And I see a Chi card in hand of Sebastian.
A Transcend or a Chi?
Sorry, yeah, it's not a Chi yet.
Yeah, it's not a Chi.
Transcend, but it will be a Chi pretty soon. Yeah.
Does he have an attack reaction in his hand? I see a Sink Below.
Yeah, Sink Below, not.
Nope, no attack reaction. Oh, this is really, really tough. This is sort of a damned if you do, damned if you don't, because the card can't hit. I mean, it just can't. But Thomas doesn't know that there's no more damage coming through on this attack. And so it's a position where it's like, do I really need to give up 2 of my cards in order to maybe put the Toma Findel in Arsenal next turn instead? But he opts to take the damage, it looks like, because the priority was passed back to Sebastian.
Yeah, and Sebastian seems like he wants to activate Masks right away.
Mm-hmm.
Banishing the Twin Drive.
Yeah, Twin Drive not super relevant. And I suppose Thomas is... I mean, Toma Findel is probably one of the... What's that?
Is there a judge call or?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Julian comes in.
So we'll just wait out this judge call. Oh, it's already over. Okay.
It was the first judge call for us on stream.
Yeah, true.
First time.
Yeah, first time. First time. You know, you never forget your first time. Of course, he's going to take the power card out of that hand, Toma Findel. I don't. As weird as this is to say, I actually think that while Toma Findel is incredibly strong, you're not too terribly upset as Thomas, because you still have, 6 damage represented on board with the Tekla Pounder, and you have 2 really strong cards in hand that can threaten a serious amount of damage.
So there comes the Tekla from on top of the deck.
Yeah, that's exactly how you want to play that card. So now Thomas is just deciding. He decides to banish another red 0-60 and take 1 counter off of that Tekla Pounder for the +2 on the 0-60, making it a 6. Kind of trying to think through the outs here for Thomas, because it seems like New is quite in the driver's seat here. I mean, there's been a lot of banishing. It's a slow life march. New has largely been safe from most attacks. So I've been thinking about Thomas's way back into this game. And I think it really just comes down to something like a high octane.
Yeah, the sync comes in handy now.
Hmm.
Already dead from top. Oof. Sebastian takes it, yeah?
Yep. Takes 2.
And there comes the Symbiosis shot.
Taking another 2. Thomas has had a little bit of trouble stacking the the counters on Symbiosis Shot for something like a High Octane turn. But we also haven't seen a single High Octane. So it's possible he actually doesn't run it. It's not running every single Dash.io list.
Now there comes the E-Strike.
That will definitely be go again.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then we also have the weakest link that can be played by Sebastian,
Mm-hmm.
but also the already dead. If he is not taking it that to the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, he used it for the E-Strike effect.
Mm-hmm. And then another Plunder the Poor.
Which comes in for 4, and he has Tunic up, so already dead is free then, right? Or is it for 2? I think it's for 1.
It costs 2. Already dead. It's a 2 for 6.
But he synced that to the bottom, and
Oh.
then he has the weakest link.
Oh, the weakest. Yeah, okay, right.
The weakest is
right,
for
right,
1.
right. Although I don't believe Plunder the Poor has
No,
go
it's
again.
for 2. The weakest link costs 2. So
Oh, it does cost 2. Okay. But what this does mean, because that hit, and he actually hit a Tekla Core, he now has that second silver. So at the beginning of his next turn, he's going to be able to buy back his Black Tech Whispers.
Oh yeah.
So that's the really relevant thing. Thomas kind of gave him some free value there. So he must really value his hand, and probably actually doesn't
Yeah.
want that Tekla Core off the top. Oh, look at
He
the
has
boom
so
grenade.
much now. He also has Genialer Funke in hand.
Yeah, Geniale Funke, yes. Very true. Yeah, Spark of Genius is the is the name of the card. I always say Geniale Funke in my in my locals though, always. Okay, 2 action points.
And also there will be a T-Bone, I think, that's
Yes.
played now. And this is kind of good now with Tunic being up to 3.
It's really relevant. I mean, you're so happy that you can play out your T-Bone before the Black Tech Whisperers come back into play. Especially if he has a second one. You are just singing. He has another one of those look at the hand, banish a card cards. I mean, of course.
Of course,
Yeah.
he's banishing everything.
Yeah, it's new.
His hand. He's even banishing his banish pile
Yeah,
at some point.
it's true. Banishing it to the banished
Yeah.
zone.
The forever banished
Yeah,
zone.
the super banished zone. So T-Bone grabbing the helmet. He has a second T-Bone, by the way, so Tunic's gonna go.
Damn.
Yeah. Oh no, it's
At
not.
first it's... we need to play the Genialer Funke at first. It's like
Yeah.
too much value.
Yeah, that's some serious value.
Yeah.
He paid, I believe, nothing for it, so he's probably just gonna grab something like a boom grenade, or yes,
Protocol Red, right?
yeah, backup protocol red. It'll be interesting to see if he tries to pull something out of his graveyard for this. I can't imagine that you have the resources to really go for something like a throttle, so it's, I would assume it's like a 0 to 60 maybe. Or maybe he's content to just holding on to that until the next turn, see what he draws, and then cash it in if he doesn't like it.
Another Genialer Funke.
Yeah, another Geniale Funke.
And this is not a hard once per turn. We don't have that.
No,
We can just slam them all on the board.
yeah. Well, yeah, Dash is just swimming in action points right now because all of these items coming into play is just gifting action points. And he still has Mage Master Boots. You're going to try and save it for a Tome of Fyendel if you can?
He has Heist 2, which is being played now, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. Oh, he decides to pitch that,
T-Bone, yeah.
goodbye High Octane.
Yeah, he must be pretty confident, right? Just making sure he knows what is in the banish pile.
Yeah, this is quite interesting actually, now that I think about it, because you know, Sebastian Kleiner earlier in the game banishes out the dissolving shields.
Yeah.
Dash can get those back. So from the banished zone.
Yeah,
a
it's
little-
just basically an extension of his hand, right?
Yeah. Got a little chain action going on here. And here, this is a really interesting question. If Heist is to hit, do you want a Dissolving Shield or a Teklo Core? Because you have a Teklo Core already.
Yeah.
With one more counter on it. I mean, it's irrelevant because it ends up hitting anyway. Or being blocked out anyway.
Yeah, Thomas just making sure he knows what time it is.
Yep. Yep, they still have plenty of time in the round.
And there comes the second Genialer Funke.
With 2 resources floating, so if he wants, he can go grab something else. I assume he's going to end up just grabbing a another 0 cost item.
Yeah. So for now, I don't know every German name, but I think for the next time I need to know every German name, and then it's just like Teklokern is on the board.
Yeah, Teklokern. Yeah, Teklo Gussherz.
Yeah. Die Magiemeisterstiefel sind on the board.
Yeah. What is the what's high speed impact? Hochgeschwindigkeitsaufprall.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, you're good.
Yeah. I remember. I actually watched one of your videos where you opened the history pack.
Yeah.
I was laughing so much when you were reading the German names.
It would be actually cool to have like a chart where it shows how many players in the German nationals actually have German cards in their deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be so cool.
When I went to Worlds, I offered Sasha to take snaps from me, but they were German snaps, so they're Schnapper.
Yeah, that's a really Schnapper, yeah.
Yeah, Schnapper. It's like such a, oh come on, you gotta take these. They're too hilarious.
So backup protocol is going to get the Heist back.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's gonna end up just grabbing the
yeah, Teklo Pounder again. So now we know why Thomas is so confident going into this.
Yeah, well, it's really interesting because he draws off of the Spark of Genius, grabbing that backup protocol red, leaving 2 resources floating, which allows him to cash in his tokenless or his Steam counterless backup protocol to buy back any card in his graveyard with the same color. So he is able to buy back a Heist, and this just puts so much pressure on Kleiner's hand because it's such a crazy relevant on hit. Luckily for Kleiner, Heist only brings back cards that cost 1 or less, so he can't get back a Teklo Pounder.
Oh, okay.
But still relevant that he could get a Dissolving Shield or a Teklo Core.
Yeah.
I mean, those are super relevant cards. Because the Dissolving Shield would put yet another counter on Symbiosis Shot, putting it up to 5, and now we're really, like, the win condition is clear for Thomas at that point. If you have 5 counters on Symbiosis Shot, you need a High Octane and, like, 2 boost cards.
Yeah. Yeah, Sebastian is not happy yet.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, this is why I love Dash.io so much. I mean, I do want to commentate on Sebastian's game as well, but like following a Dash.io player through all the different things that they can do is so interesting.
Yeah.
All these different crazy little lines that they can take.
And just a shot at the end.
Yeah, just a shot. Yeah, not pushing it up to 5, so there's not really a reason to stay at 4 counters. Might as well push the damage, keep life totals as even as possible.
And as we said, the silver's getting cashed in here.
Yeah. Silver's getting cashed in, bringing the Black Tech Whisperers back.
And that is good for many reasons, right? He gets back block value, but he also can leverage on the effect.
Yep. The Go Again effect is incredibly relevant in Assassin, which is pretty famous for having not a lot of Go Again. So having it, in play with a 1 block is super relevant. So
Thomas was getting 2 resources, but two resources by the Teklocan.
By the Teklocan.
There comes the boom grenade.
Man, how
Boom, boom.
so many boom grenades. I feel like they've all been red too. I feel like he's played like 6 red boom grenades. There must have been a couple of yellows in there, and it's just hard to see on the monitor, but yep, okay. Again, quite relevant. Dash.io, 2 action points. This allows for so many things. Another boom grenade in hand, by the way, and the high octane.
The high octane is live.
Yes.
He can also use the backup protocol on board to get another card.
Mm-hmm. And he's going to go ahead and...
He's like, this is exactly what I dreamed of.
This is the turn, probably. It very much depends what's on top. I've been in the position many times where I go, high octane, draw card. Oh, it's Toma Findel.
Ooh.
That has happened a lot.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about Tom of Fjandal.
Yeah.
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 But I think you mean Fjandals Wälzer.
Oh, yeah, I do mean that. You're right. You're
Wälzer
right.
of Fjandal? Wälzer von Fjandal? Not really sure.
Das Buch von Fjandal. Fjandals Bibel.
That's not a Buch. That's a Wälzer.
Ah, okay.
That's a big one.
It's a big, thick
Yeah.
one. Okay. I see. All right. So the reason why high octane is so unbelievably relevant, especially coming into when life totals are so low, is that for every time Thomas boosts in this turn, he will gain an action point. So if he has enough resources, he could very easily get to 5 action points. Doesn't take much to get there.
Then he just shoots down Sebastian.
Yeah, and you know he has 8 damage represented in the weapon right now. So when you start putting the math together a little bit, that's 6 plus 8 already. Oh, actually, no, excuse me. It's 8 plus 8. So we're already looking at like probably a 16 damage turn just off of this card and the Symbiosis shot.
Yeah, looks like the tunic will be gone in this turn.
Probably, yeah. And I assume we're also going to see a counter getting laid on the Black Tech Whisperers.
Yeah.
Oh, is that not a red throttle? It is not.
So Techlock Powner gets +2, right?
Mm-hmm. It gives +2. That was the last counter on it, so it's now gone.
There comes the first shot.
You can see, I believe Thomas is getting a little bit nervous. So he uses one of his action points to shoot with the Symbiosis shot.
Another one.
And I think there just might not be enough gas in his hand. Because he only has a zipper hit and another boom grenade.
He pitches the 0 to 60.
Yeah.
Activates the backup protocol.
Probably going for a heist again. Yep.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense.
Heist is coming back.
Yep. Another heist. Gotta threaten. It's my one on hit.
Oh yeah, and just making sure the chain can be clear.
Yep. So he boosts another backup protocol.
Ooh, okay. You can just recycle and recycle the heist.
Yeah, there's a lot of options now in Banner Zone for the Dash.io player. And this will be an incredibly... This will be a tough block because Dash.io has... I mean, she has brick ability. It's definitely possible. But throwing another 2 cards in front of this just kind of sets you up for major tempo loss because we've banished 1 high octane. We've played 1 high octane. There's still 1 in the deck. But Dash's deck is actually getting quite low now. And it could be a legitimate win condition for Sebastian at this point for deck damage. For to win on fatigue.
Yeah, he's thinking about his options and also considering the time. There's not even 10 minutes left on the clock.
Yep, there's not a ton of time left. So another pistol shot. Reaches for the pad, going to 6, and then the final pistol shot.
Yeah.
If you take 1 pistol shot, you probably take 2 pistol shots, yeah.
Yeah. And that's why Sebastian is going down to 4.
It'd be interesting to see if we can get through this Dash.io game without Mage Master boots getting used.
And what occasion will Mage Master boots be used? Just for the Wälzer, right?
It's only for the tome.
Yeah.
It's only for the Tome of Fine though, because it's the only relevant card you can really use it for. And most things have go again.
Yeah.
And if you're playing out like a Tekla Pounder, for example, it costs so much that it usually ends up screwing your turn anyway.
So the weakest link is on the board now.
With famously no more cards in hand. So weakest link, when this hits a hero, look at their hand and choose a card without base defense. If you do, they discard it and you draw a card.
And we see a Tekla Pounder in Thomas' hand.
Yeah. Which is basically a resource card at this point. It's an absolute must block, I believe, for Thomas. Not just because it's for 6 damage, but also because of that. The value proposition is just not there to keep cards in hand.
Yeah.
Like go to 2, lose my 1 resource, do nothing next turn is just not a very good thing. So I would assume he ends up probably just full blocking this and then. Never mind. He takes
the 6.
Takes all 6, loses his Tekla Pounder.
And then he's facing 3 boost.
Yep, 3 boost. Although it's really only 2 boosts because throttle costs 2, and luckily, I mean, he has the yellow zipper hit, so that is super relevant.
And what was the arsenal again?
I actually don't know. I believe it's a boom grenade actually.
Another one?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Because I remember him having a boom grenade still in hand, and he ended up pitching something else. So boom grenade gone. Yeah, okay. Life total's updated now. I was a little bit curious about that.
We have a sink below on Sebastian's side.
Oof. Very, very strong card at this
That
point.
comes in handy, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, boom grenade. I believe it's another red, making it his 12th red boom grenade. Takes a counter off it, puts the counter on Symbiosis Shot. This is really just like, you've got to block me. Snap, sink below, makes perfect sense. Not quite out of the woods yet, though. This is going to require a 2 block because I believe that is a red throttle pitching the yellow zipper hit, boosting out the last Geniale Funke.
And it's gone.
It's gone. Well, that's fine. You're actually okay with those being
Der
gone at this
Funke
point.
ist aus.
Der Funke ist aus.
Ausgefunkt.
10 damage threatened here. 6 blockable. And he chooses to block all 6, plus Symbiosis Shock. Really tight match. At this point, you're really worried as Dash.io that you're just going to draw into some items.
Yeah.
I don't think there's many left in the deck.
There are 5 minutes left on the clock. And unlike yesterday, we don't get a few minutes back at the end.
Yeah, no, that's very true. Twin Drive, Outpace, I believe. Chooses to block with the BIOS update. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the BIOS update is relevant for the damage, but it's, you can't keep.
And it's getting
cards.
rather thin here.
Yeah, this is coming down to the wire. I believe that it's looking like it's going toward a fatigue win for Kleiner. Just looking through his deck, figuring out the likelihood of him boosting some game-winning cards.
How many tomes are left in his deck?
Depending on if he runs 2 or 3, I believe if he's running 3, there's 1 left. If he's running 2, there's none left, obviously.
Yeah.
Most Dash.ios run 3. You just want them. But
Sebastian looking at Charlie Mero's graveyard.
and Sebastian's hands have lined up really well this game to deny the tome. Looking through the graveyard one more time.
So he has 1 block value left on his boots that he can cash in.
Mm-hmm. Who?
Sebastian.
No, those
This
only block for
blind?
1.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. Black Tech Whisperers only block for 1.
Okay.
Yeah. He can still cash in the effect though. He can get that go
Yeah,
again.
sure.
If
Yeah.
he can get like 1 turn to breathe, which it looks like he might end up getting it. There's not a lot of. I mean,
So
if-
there was the time call.
Yep. However, stream matches usually get a
Yeah.
little bit of a time extension. But it's, I mean, it's right down to the wire. They've got to figure this out.
Now at this point in time, players are also discussing like what are the possibilities, what can happen
Mm-hmm.
to make sure everything is going the right way.
Goes to 1. This is the only attack this turn. So, I have faith for seeing coming in clutch. Because if he's got any assassin card to give go again. Oof. He has a codex in hand. And a surgical surgical strike.
Wondering what that card is named in German.
I don't know. It's a good question.
Neither. I've never seen it in German. So we,
Ooh.
yeah, and that's nasty. Getting the
Yeah.
daggers in now.
Kadachi.
Do we see the last heist in Thomas' hand?
See an outpace. Yeah, I believe it is a heist. Behind that outpace. Yep. There it is, the GG. Sebastian takes the game. Yeah, there's probably not enough damage left in Thomas's deck
Yeah.
to really consistently be able to block and also boost for the go again.
What a game! This
Yeah.
was really interesting matchup.
It was really tight, really close. A couple of things just kind of went wrong for him. He never got his Tome of Fyendel turn. Looked like maximum velocity was actually boarded out if he even runs it. A lot of Dash.io don't actually run
Yeah.
maximum velocity.
This also means for Sebastian, he has 8 wins now. He
Mhm.
lost 3 times. If he's able to win the next round, maybe he's live for top 8. I'm not sure.
Wow.
Maybe.
Very possible. So Thomas. So that means that Thomas is officially gone, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we have time for an interview, then let's see.
I was sitting all comfy. I was enjoying my Dash.io.
Yeah. You were looking at the top of your deck just all
Yeah.
the time, and
Man, it's a thing of beauty. I know that I kind of fanboyed during that last match,
Yeah.
where it was really hard for me to actually look at the match holistically, just because I was so interested in what the Dash.io was doing and the
Yeah.
lines that you could take. But yeah, that was really fun. That was a really cool match to watch.
this was your favorite one so far.
Oh, by far, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, it's just a pleasure when you get to cast your favorite hero.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, my first ever casting thing that I did, I got to cast a Dromai match, which at that time, Dromai was my favorite hero. And it was Dromai versus Phi. And I knew
Wow,
that
Phi,
match
yeah.
super well. I did very, very well. And that was around about the time that Mara was developing the Super Red Line
Yeah.
Dromai. And it just so happened that Dromai in that round
Wow.
was playing
Yeah.
a very similar list to Mara's, but not the exact same. So it was just such a pleasure to be able to bring in some like specialist knowledge to talk
Yeah.
about, like, talk through the lines, talk through the thoughts that that the players have
Yeah.
when you know the hero so intimately.
We actually have 2 interesting points in that one. At least Uprising is a set that we don't have in German yet. We don't
Yeah.
have German Uprising cards yet. So
Yeah, it never, because the German thing started right after Uprising.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
With the Outsiders.
Outsiders, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it was Uprising, then it was Dynasty, I believe, and then it was
Outsiders and then
Outsiders.
Bright Lights.
And Outsiders is where the official
yeah.
non-English prints were coming.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
So
mean, we had a history pack beforehand, but
sure, yeah, the history pack, but Uprising still hasn't made it into that history pack yet. Yeah.
And then also you were mentioning Mara. I think Mara was also playing Dash.io at US Nets.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, got to send a DM. Got to figure out what her deck list is. Yeah. I remember it was so funny because at the Battle Hardened Belgium was where I cast a little bit.
Yeah.
I sent a DM to Mara on Twitter and I was like, "Hey, can I have your red line draw my deck?" And she sent it to me and it was like awesome. So I took it to the next day and played, and that was it was so much fun. I got bodied though.
Wow. Yeah.
Destroyed. Okay, so are we going to try and track down an interview? Do we have enough time between round?
I don't think so, right?
10 minutes
10
to the next
minutes
round?
to the next round. Okay, but I also see a lot of players still standing.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to try and track one down, or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Well, we'll jump away from this screen for a couple minutes while Alex runs over to see if those guys want to do a quick interview.
And also for the chat, if you want to see any particular hero for the last CC match, write in the chat, and maybe we are able to get you an interesting matchup again.
Yeah, I'll be looking. All right. Round 12 coming up here pretty soon. But first, we actually have some standings to go over. Some pretty interesting and relevant things going into round 12. So here are the standings. I just heard that pairings should be there, or maybe they're just about done with pairings. But we see Jonas Stöberock at the top. That makes sense. So it looks like he went on to win his next match. Unbelievable run from him. And then Bino and Ilias still fighting for those top 3 spots. And Kevin Sanker in the 4th. This is looking like a stacked top 8. Wow. It's interesting. Not a lot of movement actually over the last couple of rounds. We see that Fabio actually made it up to 9th, so he has a very good chance of making top 8. That would be really interesting. He's a friend of mine. We've chatted quite a bit over the years. And yeah. Okay, so Sebastian Kleiner in the 7th place. He was telling me outside that he actually, I believe, drew a round earlier or something along those lines. So he wasn't sure if he is even close to the top 8 after that win, but I'm assuming that he definitely has a really good chance. Yeah, moving down the list here a little bit, we see Viet Pham in 16th, another really well-known player. Thomas Prayer, the previous -IO, dropped down to 17th. Freddy Friedrich, Maximilian Klein, they're all down there. But, you know, there's still a lot to play for. Here comes Alex, getting ready to sit down. Marcel Hartz in 27th place. Previous German national winner. And, hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
So, stream table organized?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting match to watch too, because we'll see Tom Tydex.
Oh.
And he was in the finals of last year's Nationals Championship,
Okay.
actually, on Lexi.
Mm-hmm.
He lost against Marcel, who was
Okay.
playing Dromai.
Right.
And actually he will be against Team Meeps Kirill.
Ah, we finally got a
Yeah.
Meeps on stream. Or did we get one yesterday?
Yesterday too, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember chat was like, please, Team Meeps.
Yeah.
So cool. All right, we got 2 Meeps on stream.
Yeah.
Or
One
uh,
Meep and
Yeah,
Tom.
one Meep and Tom.
Yeah.
Do we know what heroes they're playing?
So Kirill is playing Zen,
Zen?
for sure, yeah. I talked to him. He was playing the game for 1.5 years now,
Mm-hmm.
and he was loving Katsu at first, and then as Part of
Zen.
Mistway came out, he was
Like, oh,
yeah Zen,
perfect.
like
I'll
for
just go
sure.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zen is just, you know, he's just like a Katsu on steroids. It's
Yeah,
unbelievable.
for
So,
sure.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Well,
It's
this
kind
will
of a
be-
little bit sad, as I know now.
Yeah,
It's like
you know-
Katsu. He was a boy, man.
Oh, Zen Mirror.
Yeah.
Zen Mirror.
I think if I'm not mistaken, we will see the win rate soon. But yeah, White Rabbit just announced that after this game, it's the last CC match before
Mhm.
the top 8, and that is the reason why they want to then let the top 12 players
Mhm.
get their prizes after this round.
Oh, okay.
Because the 12 players will get the invite to the World Championship, right? And that's a
Oh.
really big thing for a Flesh and Blood player at this high of a stake.
Yeah, that's, you know, like I said, there's a lot to play for going into these last couple of rounds. Even if you're, you know, not live for top 8, you can still squeak into that 12th spot and
Yeah.
get another invite and kind of recoup the
Exactly.
cost of coming here. So looking at sleeve flexing, not a lot of flexing from the Meeps player. It's just kind of standard red, but
Just aggro sleeve.
yeah, just aggro sleeve. Yeah, I suppose that's what you're representing if you're bringing red sleeves. Like, look, I don't plan to block you.
Yeah.
But we do see some legitimate flexing from the other Zen player. You know, I have Ophidia sleeves. It depends. Did you buy them or did you get them?
Yeah, that's the question. That's the question.
If you got them, it's a flex. It's
Yeah.
saying,
Pro
look,
to Lil.
I was there.
Yeah.
Or also at Barcelona.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You can get them at the Tix at the
Mm-hmm.
prize wall now.
Well,
nowadays.
they came with the Pro Tour box as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The Pro Tour box alongside the I have that box because I played in that Pro Tour at Barcelona.
Oh yeah.
I did not do well.
Yeah, I remember we were talking about it. Yeah.
I did not do well. But yeah, so the I Have Ophidia sleeves, they definitely are meant to send a message. It's like, look, I've been here before. I've been here before.
Yeah.
I've seen the cards. I know the lines.
I know that Zen is a good choice.
Yeah.
This is also a statement.
Yeah, right. I know Zen is a good choice. That's true. I might have even played against Michael Hamilton. It could be the case.
Yeah.
That's what those sleeves say.
Yeah.
And you know,
Exactly.
everything matters in a game like this. Every single thing. Do you have rainbow foil legendary equipment, or do you
Oh,
have
yeah.
extended art cold foil?
Yeah, I remember in the chat that someone was complaining about Genialer Funke not being rainbow foil. Yeah, that's
It's a little tough.
that's a little tough.
It's a little tough to track down.
So Tom just going through his deck again and looking if he actually has all his sideboard options that he wants to have in the deck for this last match of CC.
Very relevant match.
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting game now because both players have 8 wins.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that in the 12th round now, it's kind of relevant who wins this round.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's hugely relevant.
For both.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard like players talking about it like, okay, who is in now for sure in the top 8? We have players like Elias,
Mm-hmm.
who is in for sure.
Yep.
He won his last round. And yeah.
And
now-
Jonas for sure.
Yeah.
Of course. I mean, he was in
Bino
in
too.
after that first one. Yeah,
Yeah.
Bino for sure. Yeah, it's looking like a stack top 8.
Oh yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. Germany got some really good players.
Yeah. Yep, some terrifyingly good players. I've played against some of these guys, and it's like they just know what's in my hand. Like, but even before I do.
Yeah.
Like, I'm drawing up my 4, and they're like, "Oh, he's got these 4 cards in his hand." I'm like, "Oh, great, cool, awesome. I'm glad that you know that information, and I don't know it yet."
Yeah.
It's unbelievable playing against like very good Flesh and Blood players. But hey, it's still casual, still jovial. They're laughing with each other. That's
Yeah.
good. It's good to see.
And
Hey.
Thomas, yeah. Both are giving us a cheer,
Yeah.
making sure some friends of them getting cheers on the chat.
Well, and I imagine that everybody's really happy today because it's been so much nicer in the weather. Tensions can run high when
Yeah.
it's hot outside, but today it's just been like beautiful. It's just rainy, cold,
Yeah. That's
wind
true.
coming in from the doors. It's been so nice, and it's still pretty early in the day, right? It's just about noon.
Yes.
So
So we got some comments also in the chat about heroes that players want to see in the next couple of games. Yeah, I know it's a bummer that we have no Azalea, no Enigma or Kano yet, but we
don't
will take
even-
that information into the top 8.
do we even have any of that in the top cut? I feel like we know, okay, so there's at least 3 Zen
Yeah.
competing for top 8.
Yeah.
We know a Levia. And
Levia is in, and we had that, yeah.
yeah, Sebastian Kleiner was placed 7th as of the standings of last round,
Mhm.
and so that's a new.
He needs to win this round now and then see if he can make it.
Yep, winning in, right?
Yeah.
So it gets really tough once the meta starts to consolidate toward the end of the rounds. But Zen has kind of, he's stormed into this format, and he's taken completely over.
Yeah. That's for sure. So now players, I think, are looking at the things laying on the table, which are dices and
Yeah.
everything that we need to properly display and read what is going on.
And I assume we're going to be getting yep, there it
Yeah.
is. There's the fist bump to start the game. Time to lay out. Woohoo! Double Zephyr Needle. Quadruple Zephyr Needle. It's looking like a complete mirror match.
They're poking each other with
Yeah.
the needles.
This card is really relevant. Let's pull it up real quick because it changes a lot about how the match actually gets played. Grab it real quick so we can quickly refer to it. Zephyr Needle, a very interesting card, originally printed in, I believe, Crucible.
Yeah, that's right.
Was mostly used in Benji for most of its life. I suppose it was also used in like a Ira Blitz a little bit, but not very often. But Zephyr Needle, once per turn attack, pay 1 resource and it has go again. It attacks for 2. If it's defended by a card with greater defense, then Zephyr Needle's attack value destroys Zephyr Needle. So it's a risky weapon, quote unquote, to attack with.
But again, like with Talisha, it's a strategy to just get some damage in and then not really relying on the weapon too.
Right. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice 4 damage representing, and if you can, pull cards out of your opponent's hand, it's kind of a free 4 damage.
Yeah. And also you don't need to play both, right? You can just attack with 1 if you have only 1 resource left.
Yep.
That's an advantage too.
Yep, absolutely. It looks like both players have Art of War in their hand, which is hilarious.
Yeah, Kirill is going first. So now that we are in CC, it's a lot different like in draft, where when you are going first, you're either loving it or hating it, depending on the hero that you're playing. But in CC, it's very different. Some players actually talk about, oh, okay, going first, am I losing just because going first? And we will see this in the mirror match now.
Yep. Yep, absolutely.
This is actually the case. But there's a tag actually here, Sensor. And I also saw Daniele Fratarelli in the chat, and he piloted this tag exactly in the last World Championship with his Phi deck. So I'm really happy to see this card being played now in this format again.
Yeah, Sensors, it's one of those cards that it's very meta dependent when it can come in. It all just depends on the consistency of the decks that you're playing against, where it's like, well, okay, all of the decks I'm playing against are running the same couple of cards, so I don't mind tossing this in to force a weird, it's very safe, for example, that Tom has something like a Bonds.
Yeah.
And so it can be, incredibly relevant.
So here comes the Transcend that goes to Grave. It's a little bit, that's a mistake, I think.
It looks like he actually just wanted to get that card out of his hand.
Okay.
So that he can drop more, because he attacked with Zephyr Needle, lost the Zephyr Needle because it was blocked by Fluster Fist, attacked with Sensor, and relevant, he pitched a Bonds, because Bonds can't be used quite yet. And then he arsenaled his Art of War. So I'm assuming he's just trying to set up. Like, let's go. Let's figure this out. Zephyr Needle is such a bait card, right? Like you throw it out there and it's like, I'll put my 3 block in front of it.
Yeah. And also it is a little bit of a mind game too, right? Now Kirill decided to not block the Zephyr Needle, and then the second Zephyr Needle comes in, and then it's like, if I block that one now, does it really make a difference or not? Or I take just 4.
Yep. And in the true to nature mirror match, Tom has an Art of War and a Sensor in his hand. I'm not quite sure what's an Arsenal. But
yeah, and there comes the Sensor again. Okay, okay.
So you've got a Sensor, I've got a Sensor. I will censor you.
Sensor Amnesia is also a card that is being played in this format.
Yep. Amnesia, very interesting, very relevant card, especially for decks like Zen, right, where the name matters so much. We see a blue strike, a Bonds, and can't quite see the other 2 cards in his hand. Levels of Enlightenment is blue strike, by the way. Looks like he's just going to toss a Bonds in front of it. Bonds yellow. So take 2. Tom gets to name a card.
There's an interesting question. Why are the Zephyr Needles better than the Talishar? And what is the choice here? I mean, it's a personal preference, I guess, right?
Yeah, I suppose it's a personal preference. I mean, Talishar costs 2. You can only attack with it 3 times maximum, no matter what happens. But I think that, you know, both are very relevant choices. I think in a matchup like Zen Mirror, I can see the argument for Zephyr Needle over Talishar simply because there's only so many 3 blocks that Zen has. You know, Ninja famously pretty bad blocking decks.
Yeah, they don't want to block, I think, in this game nearly at all.
Yeah, so if it's true that they don't want to block, then they're happy to just swing Zephyr Needles. I mean, 3 damage off the weapon, and you're not a warrior? It's pretty relevant.
Yeah, it is.
So we got a Levels of Enlightenment coming in for 5. And Zen's just going to take it, Tom. I got to say the names of the players here. Tom's just going to take it, and I would imagine it's because he's ready to do some Art of War shenanigans. Pretty big life total discrepancy already, down by 12. That can be absolutely completely erased in 1 turn cycle, though.
Oh yeah. Some players even complaining about that it's not even possible to block out some of the chains that Zen is able to put out, so they have no chance of actually getting ahead and getting into the game.
Yep. Yes, it can be incredibly difficult, but hey, he's got the combo. He's ready to go.
Yeah.
He's going to go ahead and transcend.
The Passover comes in here, banishing the bonds from Kirill's graveyard.
Brutal for Kirill. Make the Chi. Now the question is, he banished a Command and Conquer off the top of his deck with the Ancestral Harmony, which is good and bad, as we saw in the last Zen game that we watched. Because I'm assuming that this card that he plays here is going to end up getting buffed up at instant speed with the Art of War. Descendant Gust Wave.
Descendant Gust Wave. It's a blue one, right?
It is a blue one.
So this comes in for 2.
Okay, Zen gets activated, creates a Crouching Tiger, allows him to go searching through his deck. I think I know what he's going to search.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's going to be the Bonds.
Yeah, for sure.
But what is he... I believe it's only a Fluster Fist in his graveyard that he can actually take out.
Yeah, it's pretty early in the game.
Yeah, with only 2 cards, one of them being Censor, and he destroyed the Zephyr Needle with that Fluster Fist in turn 0, or turn 1. I believe it was turn 1. Yeah, looking like it's going to be probably a Bonds, and then I feel like if he was going to play the Art of War, he would have already done so.
So now it's the case, yeah. So Descendant now is up to 3.
Descendant is now up to 3.
Drawing 2 cards.
Banishing that Crouching
It
Tiger.
feels so good, banishing the Tiger.
It reminds me of the days of banishing a Phoenix Flame.
Yeah,
but
right.
It's better, because the cards don't even exist. They're ephemeral. They're ghosts.
They are real tigers in my mind.
Yeah.
Don't make them lesser as they are.
Okay. Apologies. All right, so then Bonds coming in for free, getting the discount from...
yeah, at first I need to discount
represent the board state and the damage. 2 floating resources as well. That 100 wins being blue is just so incredibly nice. Bonds for 6. So how much damage do we represent? 9 so far.
And that's the perfect combo, right? You have Art of War, you have Ancestral Harmony, and then you go off with your big combo turn.
Yep, he hit his big combo turn first. That's a relevant point to make. However, we still see that Kirill
who has life total to leverage, also has Art of War in his arsenal. That's why I was saying it's kind of a double-edged sword with banishing that Command and Conquer off the top of this Ancestral Harmony. Because if you get to end this chain with a Command and Conquer, then now you really have options as Tom. So yeah, he's gonna go ahead and banish the Fluster Fist. Now Kirill will start to evaluate blocking.
So both players are really in a tight position now, because with one big turn everything can change, right? Tom is down to 22, and with the right hand on Kirill's side, and then Tom maybe having some no blocks in hand, this can be an end.
Yeah, I mean, without any sort of arsenal disruption, we are very likely going to see an Art of War turn come right back, because we see the bonds in Kirill's hand. So this is definitely not over. I think the only really relevant thing is I do not believe Kirill has any combo cards in graveyard, any relevant ones anyway.
There comes the needle.
Here comes the needle. A little bit of a probe, a little test. How good of a hand do you actually have, Kirill? Do you want to block with 3-block? And it looks like yes. Blow it up with the Fluster Fist, which is something you want anyway. This is the card. This is the exact card that Kirill needs to be in the graveyard, so he's happy to save that for the Zephyr Needle.
There comes the second needle.
Yeah. Do you want to throw a second one down?
Just get rid of those.
Snap. Get it down. Get it out of here.
And the Fluster Fist. Kirill now wanting to...
He'll probably block it out, yeah. Makes sense. Get the bonds
and
in
100 wins.
Now you've got plenty of options for your Art of War turn.
Yeah. Tom just making sure to use the Transcend card.
Gain a life. Get a chi.
And he also has another card in hand which he can then arsenal.
Yep. Take a really small IP penalty holding onto that chi, but as we know, Zen can just turn that right into another combo. Drawing back up to 4, and now Kirill will do the same. Back to Tom. Is that another Art of War? No, I believe it's a this round's on me.
Yeah, and this round's on me is a good option to play out even.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a risky card because on the one hand, yes, you get to give all the attacks -1, and so that disrupts things like Crouching Tigers. On the other hand, it doesn't really disrupt. I mean, it kind of disrupts Zephyr Needle. And the problem with it though is that it can potentially draw an opposing Zen into a relevant combo piece.
Oh yeah.
Because both players draw cards. That's a mirrored effect.
Yeah.
And so while it is very good and it shows up in a lot of these go wide ninja decks who they really want to draw a card and kind of screw their opponent over with go wide attacks, it can kind of not matter if you accidentally draw your Zen opponent into their second Art of War.
Also, these players are making sure to get hydrated
Yeah.
together.
Good. Like, do you want to drink some water? I'm going to drink some water right now.
Yeah.
Machen wir eine kurze Wasserpause.
Genau.
Zusammen.
Einmal zum Wasserloch.
And I wish Tom would lean like 3 inches forward.
Yeah, that would be super great.
We know that he has a cheat in hand though, so there's really only 3 cards to evaluate. Looks like
Levels.
levels. Yeah.
Just making sure the numbers are right.
Yeah. Yeah, the turns get a little bit weirder now, right? Because Tom no longer has the Zephyr Needles to push some extra damage. So I'm assuming that it's going to be some kind of pitch chi for Zen activation. Find a combo piece. Maybe try and draw into something off of the this round's on me.
Yeah, activating Zen at first, getting a tiger.
I'm actually excited to go play some Zen at my locals now. I feel like I've learned a lot over the last 2 days.
Yeah, you should definitely.
Yeah. But I gotta buy the deck first.
Yeah, George Roger is commenting on no Talishas, and
Yeah, no
not
Talishar.
in this one at least.
We had a Talishar in the previous Zen match, George.
Yeah, UK loving the Talisha.
Yeah. Hey, I love Talishar. That card is incredible.
Man, I'm just waiting to get fulfilled with the whole story about Talisha.
Yeah. It's super cool. It's a really, really cool tech card. It makes so much sense in this matchup too. Because you don't need in Zen, you don't need things like, you know, draconic chain links or anything. You know, you don't need to get to X amount of chain links for cards to become more relevant. You're not playing stuff like Salt to Wound or Tenacity or anything like that. So it's fine to just have like a big beat stick. It's looking like is it a double bonds turn? Did he grab a Descendant Gust Wave?
Descendant Gust Wave is being grabbed.
Yep, so he's grabbing that. So minimum double bonds turn, I believe. That's all he's going to be able to get to, though.
And there are 2 blues. So
he can transcend again this turn, yeah.
Yeah. Levels is also live. There's
Other
the bond. And it's so handy just to have the one floating from the from the pedals, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep, exactly. But he did pitch that this round's on me, so there's not going to be another draw.
Yeah.
So
Just get the 100 wins.
Yeah, going to get the 100 wins. It's possible he ends up transcending this turn, because he played that blue Descendant Gust Wave, so there's kind of no reason not to go into it.
Also, no equipment was being really committed yet to block.
Yeah, I think Kirill really likes his hand now. I think he finally drew into the hand he wanted. He's been sitting on that Art of War and Arsenal since like turn 0, basically. And just the hands just have not been there yet. They just keep not being there.
But he hasn't transcended yet, so he will not get the advantage. At least not. He can't search for it with his headpiece.
Yep, true. And then
There are
levels.
levels,
Wow, what a turn.
That's nasty. It's not a nasty surprise, but it's definitely nasty.
Yeah. So, let's see, what is that? 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20-inch damage threatened on this turn.
And then
Very casual.
Kirill is thinking about his shoes. Yeah, he's committing his shoes, getting a tiger in hand.
Zen mirrors are wild. It's like, I refuse to block under any circumstances. Unless it's on hit death. And that's really good, really relevant here at the end of the turn, because Levels of Enlightenment, there's 2 blue cards in pitch. So that means he got to choose +2 and draw a card. So he got an arsenal off of that as well.
That's huge.
Huge.
Also, Tom can just grab a G card from the deck when blocking with his headpiece.
Yep. He still has his headpiece to
And
trade
he has
in.
an Art of War in hand and levels of enlightenment
Finally.
and another. He has even 2 levels of enlightenment
Yeah.
and Rising Sun.
This is kind of a do or die now. Oh, draws an Art of War.
Oh, a second Art of War in Kirill's hand. And this is just what I was thinking about. Even when Tom is at 23, with the right hand and the best extension that Kirill can think about, he might be able to pull out a huge amount of damage in one turn. But of course, like, Tom has his full equipment suite.
Yep. Tom is definitely in the driver's seat. That second Art of War represents some serious fear, though. It all depends on what is the remaining cards in his hand. It's kind of hard to tell from here.
I think he wishes he just could transcend with Zen now.
Because if he can get
Oh, and that hurts for Tom.
even a double bonds turn. Yeah, Tom is wrinkling his nose a little bit. Like, oh boy.
Like, why?
Okay, 100 wins.
And there is
A
the
card.
transcend. I think it's steer the pot.
Yeah, I believe so. Yep. It's cat send.
So 2 Art of Wars, a 5-card hand now for Kirill.
5 card in hand, +2 across all attack action cards this round, or this turn, excuse me. And he does have a Descendant. Descendant blue, coming for 3.
That's perfect. He can just steer the pot then right away if he likes.
Yep, he can stir the pot,
Yeah, taking 3.
transcend, go grab bonds. And now we're actually in some fear town.
Oh, and there's the second transcend. It's the drop in the ocean. Getting a resource, of course.
Yep, gaining the resource off the Kasaya. Looks like Kirill is a little nervous, which is understandable. I would be super nervous. Because
I'm not sure if this is his first time on stream too, so...
Yeah.
Yesterday
was he
too?
on stream?
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Producer Heiner coming in clutch, telling us that Kirill was on stream yesterday. But, you know, there's still a lot to play for, and in these super long combat chains, even if you know the deck through and through and through, you can still, you know, just slightly misalign the sequencing and miss out on a ton of damage. But yeah, 2 cards in pitch. Relevant if he ends up having another Levels of Enlightenment, which I can't see.
Maybe Tom hands him over one of his levels.
Yeah, could be. Yeah.
Just to
be nice.
Yeah, just to be nice.
Yeah. Now, a lot of this depends on hand texture. Like if he's got another bonds in hand or if he has another Descendant in hand.
Yeah, going off with the bonds, of course, now. And Tom is being a gentleman here.
Ooh. He's going to go ahead and go for the Mauling key. Mauling G.
That's the ender, like you said yesterday, right?
Yep, that's like you're really happy to end your chains with something like that. Especially because Kirill didn't have to banish the Crouching Tiger to play his Art of Wars. So he does have some of that synergy going into this.
But also I was thinking about Tom has an Art of War in hand, and we were seeing so many Art of Wars being committed to defending in German nationals. Do we see another one?
Yeah. I think we've seen more defensive Art of Wars on stream than we have offensive Art of Wars. It's been kind of wild, actually.
$100 wins.
100 wins coming in for 4.
Yeah, and of course Tiger Stripe is now... The Zephyr Needle comes next.
For 2.
Tom just taking a huge breath.
Yeah.
Just hoping that he doesn't need to block, but...
Yeah, I mean, in the aggro matchup, you really want to be the first one to threaten lethal, right? Like, you really want to be the first one to force blocks.
Yeah.
And oh, it's so scary though when you get down to these life totals, because you can be committing your life to this.
And the tiger coming in for a casual too.
Yep, tiger into the mauling chi.
So Kirill is committing his equipment here, of course.
Yep.
Tom, sorry, not Kirill.
Yeah.
Tom is just swiping off all of his equipment, getting the tiger off of his shoes, and then also grabbing a chi from the deck.
Yep. Yeah, I mean you have to, right? I mean,
Yeah.
if this hits, if the mauling chi hits, and
It's
the crouching
over.
tiger was the last combat, then it deals, 1 extra damage. So it is just lethal.
It's so it's coming in for 8.
Yeah.
If it hits.
Yeah. Right.
It's
Yep.
for 7 at the moment, but yeah.
So you really,
Yeah, just getting rid of all of that equipment.
yeah, just
Just-
see ya.
Just stuffing 300 euros under the
Yeah,
graveyard.
right. I'll just take the 300 euros and I'll just stick it underneath my
Yeah.
blue bonds of ancestry.
Yeah. Maybe these 300 euros just save Tom's life and makes him the winner of this game.
It could be, yeah. I mean, now for sure, 100% Tom's going to be the one that gets to threaten like the really, really relevant,
Of course, yeah.
lethal. Oh, Art of War, as you said earlier. Pitching the chi, banishing the crouching tiger. This is exactly where you want to be. This round's on me in hand, I saw.
Not really a card that you want to draw, right?
Off the Art of War? No. You want to just draw many attacks with Go again.
Yeah.
So instead it's going to be Levels of Enlightenment, obviously giving it Go again, and then Transcending, which will turn very likely into a nasty set of combo cards. Now, both graveyards are so full with combo potential that it's, it's not even relevant to banish anything anymore.
So second G in the pitch zone.
Tom gets to take a quick look at what he's allowed to go get out of the deck with his bonds. Which is also a problem with Katsu, right? Like, Katsu, you could make the mistake of miscounting the number of, like, Flusterfists that you have, for example. And, like, you could banish a Flusterfist from your graveyard, and you're like, oh, actually, I only have blue left. Uh-oh. But, in this, you get to just pitch your G, look through your deck, and call it a day. I don't think any of these players have that problem, though. This is more of a me problem.
So Levels is kind of powerful now.
It's super powerful. That card is so crazy. Because he got to do all of that at instant speed, right?
Yeah. Zen and also the Transcend is at instant speed.
Yeah, so now he actually gets to choose 2 modes? No, because he's already pitched. He had already pitched for the levels.
But he has a second Levels in hand.
Oh, does he?
If he shows us his hand one more time, then we can be...
Yeah, we know he's got a Crouching Tiger. We know he's got
Yeah.
This round's on me. And yet remains to be seen what the...
So it's 6 Go again. Those are the 2 modes that Tom is choosing here.
Mm-hmm.
The equipment is being thrown in right away by
yeah.
Kirill.
Grab the Chi. Quick shuffle. I'm desperately looking at Tom's hand when it's in frame. I am pretty sure that this ends in a Tom win here, though. Based on what I'm seeing. I think I even see a Bonds in his hand. And if that's the case, then he can just so easily go into a Descendant, Bonds, Descendant, Levels of Enlightenment.
Yeah.
And
So those Eye of Ophidia sleeved equipment was...
it was a good flex.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was the right choice. Oh, and he also has a Crouching Tiger. I mean, this combat chain is going to go really wide.
They are both naked now.
Mm-hmm. completely naked, 2 Zens standing on a mountaintop.
Yeah.
Come at me.
Maybe there's in the Zen state too, and they're just in their mind.
Right, absolutely. I do think that is a bonds. I think he has 1 bonds in hand.
The Senton coming in here. Oh,
He's thinking
Tom
about
takes it away.
He might end up actually going the Crouching Tiger first.
Kirill is okay with that.
Yeah, it's public information, right? That card is banished, so it's not too relevant to reveal it and then take it back.
Also, I think this match is interesting. If Tom gets to the top 8, he hasn't won last year's Nationals Championship, but none of the 3 national champions that we had yet are in, I think, for top 8.
Yeah, right.
So Tom could be the one who again
Yeah.
has the chance
Yeah, gets his chance, yeah.
to go to the finals.
Oh, okay, so Tom actually jumped up to go
Oh, okay.
chat with the judge privately.
Yeah.
That's quite interesting.
We can see them both fully framed. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for standing in frame. Appreciate it. It must be quite an interesting question because the judge actually had to pull out his phone and call another judge over. Meanwhile, Kirill is just stewing, plotting, scheming. I wonder what exactly Tom wants to talk privately about. It has to be some kind of unique interaction between sequencing cards.
Isa is coming in here to add 2, right?
Yeah, that he doesn't want Kirill to know about, because obviously he wouldn't want Kirill to know his sequencing.
Yeah.
But there could be somewhat of a surprise in order.
So what is happening now? I think it's like in the chat where they're talking about Zen state being pushed, and it comes on here. That's exactly the question, I think.
Okay.
So Zen state pretty powerful now, preventing 1 damage.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really, really relevant. And then a bonds. Grabbing 100 wins. Man, that Zen State token. Whew.
Kirill is down to 1, and there are still a few cards left.
Yeah, it's tough to say with 100% certainty that this game ends now, because Tom doesn't have any way to extend the combat chain with his Zephyr Needles. Obviously, because they're both broken. But
blocking 3.
Yeah, getting that Zen State token, being able to prevent like some really relevant damage, obviously, like the most relevant damage. I still think that he's going to be able to go wide enough, depending on what's in his arsenal. I mean, he still has 3 cards in hand. We have 4 cards on the combat chain.
I mean, there's this one Transcend card that gives +1, but Tom doesn't have that right now, right?
Yep. And if this goes to... So this is going to go to all 3 modes, right? Because he has 3 cards, blue cards and pitch.
Exactly. That's
so
bonkers.
Yep. +2, draw a card and go again.
Maybe he draws the +1. No, it's a Mauling Key.
Oh yeah. I mean, this game is ended.
Yeah, I think so too. There's nothing that Kirill can do. And there it is. The fist bump ends.
There it is.
Tom takes this game in the Zen mirror match.
Very good. Very well played. I mean, that was a lot of back and forth, a lot of live trading in the beginning. Tom took quite a bit of damage in order to set up some of these turns.
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, I feel like Kirill he just couldn't get that first Art of War relevant early enough.
Yeah.
He sat on it for a really long time as the hands just kind of kept pouring in, and there was not really anything to. He also had a hard time filling his graveyard at the beginning as well. So we saw some, like a full block to get the Fluster Fists and the Bonds out of his hand, just so he would have some fodder.
I'm not really sure again if he takes this Transcend card from his graveyard again that he's played in his first round. If that really was a good decision, but whew,
yeah,
that was heat.
Yep, that was a very tense, close match with a lot of really interesting sequencing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
16 live tables still in round 12.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a special moment for sure. Like soon we will know what player will go into top 8.
Yeah, all the players that made the cut.
Yeah.
After 12 rounds of 6 CC rounds, 6 draft rounds, 2 drafts.
Yeah.
Which is a brutal. I mean, that's a grueling 2 days to get through to get here. So it'll be really interesting to see how this shakes out, because we know that there's at least 3 that were locked, right? 3 locked for top 8.
Okay. So I'm gonna get some water and then see if I can get an interview.
Okay.
And
awesome.
we'll see us soon.
Yep.
So I am on stage here with Christian Haug. So nice to see you again, man. How are you doing?
Yes, Alex. Thank you. Yeah, nice to see you.
Yeah.
Always nice to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We saw each other so many times in Flesh and Blood already, but I think this occasion here is very special for you, right?
Yeah. First of all, I love the Nationals. Like Nationals is my favorite tournament.
Yeah.
Because it's a mixed format and you see all the guys from Germany, like everything. They come together from.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's good.
Like you see all your friends and
Yeah.
basically everybody's here.
Yeah.
And it's mixed format, so it's my favorite tournament. And of course, I won the first Nationals, so yeah.
Yeah.
Always a special. Here,
Here, it's
actually.
the same location, right?
It's the same location,
Yeah.
so yeah, special place to be for me.
Yeah. So you've been pretty early in Flesh and Blood, at least for German standards, and now we are a few years down the line after Monarch. And how do you feel about the game? How it's evolved?
Yes, it's changed a little bit. I mean, it's still Flesh and Blood,
Yeah.
right? But players got more and more into the game. Now everybody knows how to play the basics in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
So when I started, it was really hard for people to just figure out their basic 4-card turn cycle. And you could win a lot of games just by doing the math and do the most damage out of your 4 cards. Now it's basically, it's just the basics. You need to go deeper and deeper. We got more cards, the game got more complicated, and there's also more RNG in the game as well, to be honest. Especially now, after Mist Whale, I feel like there's more RNG in the game than there was ever before. Because all these consistent heroes, they're not good positioned because they get basically high rolled by the RNG heroes.
Yeah.
And the RNG decks are very powerful, but most games will be decided by some small RNG factors like when do you transcend, turn 1, turn 2, or later? Which card do you discard with your flashbang block, right? Or does Azalea find a knock at death whittle on the opening hand when going first? Like, there are so many examples, but these little things will decide the game more often than not. And I think, yeah, this is basically, there wasn't that much RNG in the early days.
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah.
Okay. And also the player base has grown. What do you think about the player base these days compared to the early days?
Oh yeah, I mean, there are more players, definitely. But I don't know, how many people were the first Nationals? There was some big number as well. But we had definitely more players, like, I don't know. How many players did play in this Nationals?
So I'm not exactly sure about the exact number, but I think like overall, also the German community has grown. Not only the high competitive players, but also the ones that go to armories. I experienced this myself at locals too.
Yes. That's for sure. I'm very happy about that. It means the game is still growing.
Yeah.
It's still alive. It's doing great. Like Flesh and Blood is better than ever before. Like it's still going. So yeah, I'm happy for the game.
Yeah. And talking about the next tournaments that come up, not only the Nationals, we have the Proto right in front of us, right?
Yes, 5 weeks, 4 or 5 weeks. Proto Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Yes, I will be there.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I will be there. I will be playing. So more Flesh and Blood coming next. Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah. And also Japan is on the Flesh and Blood board now too. Like, what do you think about that? Yeah.
Yeah, I love Japan. I've been there twice, and I'm excited to go there for Worlds.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if I go to Worlds or not because, you know, I'm a little bit travel sick, and if it's too far away, I don't like to go there.
Yeah, no.
But I definitely love Japan. It's one of my favorite places to be. I love the food. I love the culture. I love everything about it. So the World Championships in Osaka, it's worth spending a PTI, I guess.
Yeah, it's worth for sure. So coming back to Nationals, where we are now, Top 8 will be announced soon. It's only 1.5 minutes on the clock. And we have Tom Tydex in the last game on stream. He was in the finals of last year's Nationals Championship. He lost against Marcel. But what do you think? Can Tom, a player like Tom, make it to the finals again, or even take it this year?
What do you mean to play? I haven't.
Yeah, he is on Zen. But usually we were talking about, for example, you as the national champion the first years, and then also the 2 other national champions. But none of you have made it to the top 8. But do you think a player could at some point make it to win like 2 national championships?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, we saw that in Spain, for example.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure. Like, I have no doubts.
Yeah.
I don't know him personally.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him play, but yeah, I mean, it's a great result. It looks like he's locked for top 8 then, right?
He thinks so too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so too.
So yeah, why not? Like,
yeah.
sure.
And Flesh and Blood in general, I think it's really nice that we get together here together just to see each other and then play these great games.
Yes, I'm happy about it.
Yeah. All right. Do you have any last words for the stream?
Oh, I don't know. Guys, enjoy the stream. Hope you get to see a nice top 8. Some exciting games decided by, I don't know, hopefully not that many RNG flips. So,
Yeah.
Enjoy.
All right. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Alex. Nice to see you.
And we're here.
Yeah, we're here right on stage. The standings will be here soon, and I'm super stoked to see it.
Yeah, me too. I'm actually like jittery, like I'm moving around.
Let's go.
So we're hopefully going to get the reveal with the players right behind us.
Yeah, I think on the big screen we can see it already. Wow.
There it is.
Yeah. Team Value Vampires are in for sure. Elias and Jonas both taking the first and the second place. Wow. That's great. And you can see it. Let's go.
Glückwunsch an euch. Ich lese weiter vor, weil wir haben die 12 natürlich, die Event Playmats
All right.
bekommen.
I'm back again.
Wow.
Very cool.
Yeah.
All right. So who bound? Oh, Kirill in the 9th place. Kleiner. Oh, very close for so many players.
Yeah, it is.
Relevant up to 12, right?
I think very interesting too. Makes it into the top 8.
Yep.
Adam Mateki. He's from Poland actually.
Yep.
Now living in Germany, and he's making it to the top 8.
Yep.
German nationals right away. Wow.
Yeah, like straight out of Poland, straight to top 8.
Damn, that's crazy. Really nice.
It's wild too that so the first match of the day we have Elias and we have Jonas, and then they're still the top 2.
And maybe like when we slide the monitor around, we can see our top 8 standing here.
Ah, yeah, nice, very nice. Kevin Senka, Bino, Tom. Okay, so what does this mean for heroes then? We have Zen, Levia,
Zen. I'm not sure. Maximilian Schmidt. What is he playing?
I am not sure either.
Yeah,
but
but
I believe. Oh no, there's 2 Levia, right? Because Kevin Senka was on Levia as well.
Oh, and also we have Enigma in the top 8 with Adam then.
Ah, okay. So an Enigma, couple of Zens, and wow.
Oh yeah,
of course.
Kevin Senka will
Of
come
course
in for
Kevin
the photo.
is not.
Of course.
He's always outside. That's so funny. All right, very good. Well, all right. I think that this is actually going to conclude it for me. And Alex, you're going to stick around for a little bit, I assume?
I will be here a little
Okay,
bit for sure, yeah. But I will leave soon, sadly.
Yeah.
I need to drive home, working tomorrow, so yeah.
But we're leaving you guys in good hands because
true, yeah.
Ian and Jimmy are ready to go to do the top 8 matches.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, yeah, this has been a super awesome experience. I think we'll just leave the top 8 photo up for a little bit.
It was amazing. Thank you so much.
It was awesome. It was super
It
good
was
casting
great.
with you, man.
Yeah. It was so much fun, man.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah, great casting partner. So yeah, I hope you guys have a great top 8. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the stream. Yeah, so we'll pass it over to, I guess, the top 8 photo, and then
and
on
then
to Jimmy
later.
and Ian for the analysis.
That's right.
All right.
Have a good day.
Yep. See ya.
Hello, guys.
And we're back in the booth.
We're back after taking a long nap after yesterday.
Did you see all the exciting faces over there? All the yells, all the cheers?
Yeah, actually, they're very hyped for the top 8 announcement. It was pretty cool to see. But yeah, we'll continue soon with the coverage of the top 8. I don't know exactly what the representation is yet. I think
we're slowly working on a top 8 representation graphic for that. But meanwhile, Jimmy, how was your morning?
This is the worst day I've ever seen in my life. So we were gonna have breakfast in the morning,
because
right?
The other guys were streaming.
Because the other guys work hard and they actually got here at 8 a.m.
Yep, we got to sleep.
We got to sleep longer, so we went to have breakfast, and then we looked up a breakfast place and we drove there. And then we went to walk there, and then I fell off the curb. I scraped my knee. I bent my ankle. And I was like, I'm dying, but it's okay because we're gonna have breakfast soon, right? So it's like 200 more meters, so we're almost there. We might as well go there and have a seat, and maybe I'll stop suffering. And then the place was closed.
Yep. Quell the bleeding a little bit. Nope.
They lied to me. I can't believe they lied to me.
It even said on the door opening times 8:30.
Yeah.
On Sundays.
Yeah. So it should have been open at 8:30 on Sunday.
No.
It was definitely after 8:30 on Sunday. I can tell you that.
Yep.
they were like, okay, maybe this other place next to it is open. It says it's open 24. No, okay,
Nope,
sure,
nope,
okay.
nope.
And then we ended up going to the same place we were yesterday, basically, where like a small bakery.
We did have pretty good breakfast there, though.
I mean, we probably should have just gone there in the first place, but maybe your adventurous mind somehow had a great plan to torture me. It kind of worked out.
Yeah,
like-
someone was complaining about something about ham not being meat or so.
Did you say that ham is not meat?
Maybe. Someone did.
I think Ian said if he was a vegetarian or a vegan, he would eat ham. I think that's what you said.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's an interesting statement, but it's okay. I'm kind of alive now.
Yeah. But back to the Flesh and Blood Nationals.
Oh right, we were doing that.
I think we did see on number 1 we saw Jonas.
Yeah.
Was piloting Zen, I think.
Was the Zen mirror around 12 or around 11?
I think that was round number 12, right?
I think there was a needle mirror around 12.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The acupuncture mirror.
The acupuncture mirror?
Yep.
Acupuncture mirror?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, they just keep poking each other and they gain life from it.
We're supposed to stop the poking at some point.
Yeah.
At some point, one of you is supposed to be the bigger Zen and be like, oh, I'll give you a 3 block for your Zephyr Needle.
I mean, after you took the first few needles to the face, you don't really want to block it anymore, right?
What do you call this?
It's a little bit too late.
What do you call this? Something.
Sunken
cost
cost
fallacy?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even a fallacy. At that point, you just don't get that much value out of it anymore.
Yeah, you probably blocked the first one. Then.
Yeah. It's either you can block the first one or, well, you take the next 5, 6, 4, 5, 6.
It's very
7.
awkward. If you keep not blocking it, you're gonna take like 8 to 12 or more from the Zephyr Needle.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Needles in the mirror are very, very scary. So
And they have a slight edge over Talishar in that you can like you can split them. So if you have one resource, you can still Needle, but you couldn't Talishar. And they have Go again, I guess.
yeah.
So the deck construction is a little bit different.
I feel like I saw a lot of situations where needles would have gotten value where Talishar wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
So you clearly see the awkward part of the Talishar a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Or for example, the game with Zen versus Levia.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Talishar at like 1 counter at the end of the game. I'm like,
That's kind of sad.
I feel like maybe more value was gotten with a needle.
Yeah.
But I also don't remember if there was one floating that often. So
I mean, that's usually the argument against the Talishar. It's like, oh, you only
Yeah.
have 3 attacks.
yeah, and
But it's
suddenly
actually, wow, I have 3 attacks. It does 12. That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's all you need if you're Zen.
Yeah, but sometimes you just end every turn with a CNC, and you're like, oh well, I guess I don't Talishar.
Yeah.
I don't use my weapon this turn, I guess.
I guess that's one of the maybe drawbacks of tailoring your deck to flow 2 and then be able to convert to 2.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you have better things to do with your
Yeah.
2 instead of Talishar. I mean, 4 for 2 is pretty good. I'm not complaining.
Mm-hmm. Personally, I really liked having Chi Unleashed in my deck, just to be able to search off with a Zen ability.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes you just have like 2 floating for no reason at the end of the turn, even if you weapon.
Yeah. That
So-
was pretty awkward with
Yeah, see you.
Dylan's running home.
Yeah, just saying
Back
goodbye
to his
Dylan.
wife to demo some more Thrive games, I think.
Back to Gorganian Tome.
Gorganian Tome. It was great seeing you, Dylan. What was I saying? What were you saying? Command and Conquer Talishar.
Chi Unleashed.
Chi Unleashed. That's like the drawback, because most lists aren't playing like the full set of Chi Unleashed.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing like 0 or 1. I think
Yeah.
it's very rare to see 3.
I like 1. 1 is a good number.
I like that you can search it with Zen.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you just have 2 floating, and you
just-
can't make 2 tigers to make
Yeah.
a 7-4-1 chase the tail.
It just means you can't search it with bonds, but it's not the end of the world. Sometimes it would have been nice, but
Yeah.
it's another thing you need to have in the grave before you can actually search it. So,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't really want to draw it on a hand where you don't have a tiger, so where you're not Zen searching.
I like 2 copies as well, but hey,
It's
I'm,
all
I'm
about
also not a
swaps.
Zen player, so.
What do you mean? I thought you said you had a dream where you were playing Zen at Nationals and destroying everyone.
Oh yeah, I am. Good luck finding a new deck, Jimmy.
It's okay. I'm playing in Canadian National.
Okay.
I'm Nia.
Kenya.
Actually, I think Canadian National is one of the harder nationals in the world. I don't think it's a good idea to move to that one.
Yeah. Next week there's Canadian Nationals, Dutch Nationals.
Yeah.
Which other nationals are there? I don't remember. I think Japanese Nationals also.
Hong Kong?
Hong Kong still hasn't been, yeah.
And so probably some more European countries.
Oh right, there were already a couple of nationals finished today. I believe New Zealand was won by Dash in the finals between Dash and Zen. I wonder if Dash is like very favored into Zen at the moment.
So you're gonna play Zen, I'm gonna play Dash.
Okay.
So it's not gonna work out, I think. Do you know who won New Zealand Nationals?
I don't remember the name.
I saw Matt Rogers top 8 it, right? Or did he not top 8?
I didn't see the
I thought he was
standings.
I think he was literally 8th.
I only scrolled through a little bit this morning through the which games were being played in top 8, and if Kiki was in there, but nope.
Kiki was 9th.
Unlucky Kiki.
Kiki, we're sorry. You shouldn't have joined Stoke Bafo. It has this guy.
Oh no.
This guy loves being 9th.
Who would have imagined getting 9th twice in a row in nationals?
That's kinda. Maybe Kiki's better than you at being 9th.
No.
No.
9th twice in a row for Pro Tour is a little bit worse.
Well, at least my team 9th place is shaping up pretty good now.
Well, you can also ask Kiki to join.
I can add Kiki now. I have you. I have Yuto Suzuki, Dorinthia player from Japan who got 9th in Worlds. I have Alan Lau.
Oh, I hear that we have the brackets now?
Oh, we have brackets. Who can I add to my 9th place team? I'm recruiting actively. Oh, I can't see it.
Oh, and we see on the top part of the bracket Jonas on Zen versus Adam on Enigma.
You have the two Levias made it. So Kevin Zanker versus Tom Tydex. Levia versus Zen. And also Ilias Karamanis on Levia against Riptide.
Hano?
I
heard Hano had this sick showdown between another Hano to play like they were both 9 wins at that point. And I played for who was a better Hano. And apparently
so
this
Hano
Hano
is the
won.
better Hano?
Yep.
Where did the other Hano go?
He's currently the best Hano in Germany.
I thought 9-3 was guaranteed top 8 though.
I think maybe it was round. No, it wasn't round.
Maybe it was round 11.
Maybe it was round 9 and they played drafts against each other or something.
That's possible.
Yeah.
So in the end, this is the better Hano. Congratulations. You get to keep this title for at least 1 year.
Yeah, and then we see Bino on Nu versus Maximilian on Nu. And it seems like this is also a better Maximilian than Maximilian Klein this time around.
That's a bold statement you got there. That's a bold statement. But I guess if this is our metric, then that's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Maximilian Klein.
There's only 2 Zen in top 8. I felt like at some point
I thought there were 3 or 4.
At some point I was tracking it and was like, oh, there's like 5 Zen in the top 8 decks, and then like 2 Levia, and like the rest I didn't really know what they were playing. But it seems like an Enigma and a Riptide and a couple of News managed to sneak in. Unfortunately, the News are facing off each other instead of the Zens.
Also, we cannot have a Zen mirror for finals. That's good.
Yeah.
Because well, they could meet in semifinals still. But there's no. It will be Zen or not Zen against something else for sure.
Yeah, but that's a good thing, right? It's pretty.
Yeah.
Pretty looking forward to seeing how this bracket ends up. It's gonna be hard to predict.
It can go a lot of ways. Levia is not that easy for Zen. Levia has a lot of damage output if you find the right cards. And not at the same time with the double Art of War, Blood Rush Bellow, and what's the 4th card? Barraging Beatdown.
Indeed, we saw this game in round 10, I believe, or round 11, between Kevin Zanker and Jonas Soberok, where at some point Kevin just held a Blood Rush Bellow in hand, and then drew up, found Art of War, and Barraging Beatdown. Was like, wait, this hand does literally nothing.
This hand is all my good cards, but it literally doesn't do anything.
If there was one attack action in there, it would have been like some kind of Art of War. I mean, double Art of War isn't even that good. And you pitch one Art of War, play the other Art of War, banish the last non-attack attack action.
Probably, hopefully.
Then hopefully you draw attack actions, and you get to Blood Rush Bellow, and you have like go again from the Art of War. and then your turn actually does something.
There's
This
also-
hand didn't do anything.
It's also a bit awkward because if you Art of War and Blood Rush in the same turn, usually when you Blood Rush, you want to use claws, right? Because they're 5 for 2, go again. But if your Art of War doesn't necessarily help you with this.
I mean, Art of War helps you with getting go again on your attack actions.
That's
Usually, Levia uses the go again mode because the +1 is very hard to convert. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it's kind of fine in your Blood Rush turn.
Yeah, then if you have a big hand, you can probably convert pretty well.
And usually with Savage Sash, you can get something going.
Oh, I forgot we're in the Savage Sash universe.
Yeah.
We're not in the Carrion Husk universe anymore.
Nope.
We're now. I mean, it blocks 3. It's half of Carrion Husk, and you don't lose life for it.
Yeah.
I mean, you're trying to not lose life for it anyways if you're Levia. But
I thought one cool play in the past with Carrion Husk was that you can transform into Plasmafet. And then still have like
Vanishes?
+9 life or something from your armor. Yeah, so it's like
So
you're not really a 13 life hero. You're like a 24 life hero or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think versus Zen, we have moved away from that kind of play pattern. I'm not too sure if Levias are still running Carrion Husk in the 80. But I can't really imagine, if it's not versus aggro, into what other decks you would play Carrion Husk.
Right? Yeah, because usually you play Carrion Husk if you get the value out of it, if you're aggro racing. If you're playing like a super slow matchup, like the Guardian matchup, it's okay once, maybe? Question mark, if you're against Bravo.
Yeah, that
But
might be good.
Because you can prevent like Crippling Crush on hit. But Bravo hasn't really seen a lot of play in this meta.
Yeah, the Guardians kind of got chased out of this meta a little bit.
Even if you were to play Guardian, you have like the new kid on the block, Victor, who got a new house.
Yep.
Congratulations, Victor.
He just visits his parents, gets some gold, gets a lot of might as well.
It's a pretty nice house.
Yeah.
Just has gold lying around. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, just ask your parents and you shall receive, I guess.
I'll try that later today.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that works with Asian parents, Jimmy.
Well, you never said that.
Do you have other parents, Jimmy?
I can try to get adopted, maybe. I guess that works.
Yeah.
Maybe I can get adopted by Victor's parents.
But I kind of wonder what do you think will be the final matchup in the end? We saw an Enigma versus a Zen.
Probably Zen wins
Zen
against Enigma.
should be winning into Enigma.
I mean, it's all a numbers game. Anything can happen, but I would say Zen is favored into Enigma. Zen versus Levi, I can't tell.
It's such a 50-50. I don't. It's like an aggro matchup, right? But Levi has a lot more armor.
Yeah.
If Levi gets to transform into Plasmafet, that's probably very good.
It's kind of sick that Kevin Zanker can take out both Zens before the finals.
In theory. I
In
think
theory.
it's like a 50-50 a little bit.
Yeah. Well, you can just win two 50-50s.
I do think Enigma has some chance sometimes. You just need to have things line up very well and like...
You need to have this big blue dragon that hits for 8.
Yeah, exactly.
That one's pretty good.
You just need to hit him for 8. Sometimes it's 6 around even, and it's like...
Sometimes 16.
It feels so good.
It doesn't feel good playing against it.
It feels so good for one of them.
That's true. And then you have Riptide
versus
Levia?
Riptide? I have no clue.
I would say Levia, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah. So Levia has a couple of things that become bigger. She has a couple of things that have go again.
Yeah.
So stuff like Inertia Trap, stuff like Tarpit Trap. I mean, Tarpit Trap doesn't even do anything really.
You do 1 damage.
Frailty Trap helps a bit against
against the claws.
Against Blood Rush claws. So stuff matters sometimes.
Give me a 5 for 0, but
you can buzzsaw an Endless Maul down to 6.
It's just that Levia has a lot of damage output if you get enough space. But we saw the Rip. I don't know if this Riptide is kind of the same, but they're usually playing the Disruption arrows, at least.
Yeah.
But there's also the fact that you can armor block as a brute, and then you just go. And sometimes you build a big enough lead that you...
Oh, maybe Azalea is a good matchup for Carrion Husk.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because you have a big Dominate arrow. And you kind of leverage a lot to do that. Not always. But you kind of hinge on it helping you win the game. And you get blocked for 9 with the husk and a card, and you're like, oh.
What do you think will win on the new match in the new mirror?
You might get bored. You might draw.
Oh.
Actually, it's not that boring. But there's a lot of daggers for 1 probably coming.
I'm not sure how what that matchup would be looking like. It's I haven't seen it too much.
Do you play D-Reacts? You don't really play D-Reacts if you're new, right?
I think.
So you just get attack reacted and you just take it?
Yeah.
So then it might depend on who gets their big on hits first and it snowballs like that. But I don't know, it's hard to tell.
What would the tiebreaker be? I think you probably have like D-Rex and sideboard at least. I think you run Sinks and Fates overall.
That would make sense. Because it's kind of like a more slower deck, a control-y deck.
You don't get too much value from your opponent's banish unless they, for some reason, didn't board out their levels of enlightenments and
but you
only have surgical as well.
You only have so many sideboard slots, right?
Yeah.
Would you really commit a lot of your sideboard slots for the new mirror specifically?
No, but you can still board out your blues because you're pretty high on blues.
Yeah. So
stuff like the DRX go in, the strong blues go out. I don't think there's that many strong blues besides levels and surgical.
You can get the, what's it called,
Blue
Bonds of Agony?
Bonds of Agony is...
But you kind of need that to win also.
I think it might be hard to do like triple reacts after already activating new, but maybe in like second cycle or something. I'm not too sure what that matchup is looking like.
It sounds kind of interesting.
It sounds interesting to watch. I wonder if we... Heiner, did we have like any matchup decided already? Or is it like possible to ask a chat? Okay, so we're trying to get Ilias versus Hano. So that will be a Riptide Levia matchup.
I think
I've never seen that before for sure. It's very rare.
I think Levia just goes over, but I don't know.
Yeah, in my imagination, I feel like I underestimate Riptide by quite a lot though.
Maybe.
It's like, I just can't really imagine how Riptide wins against certain decks, and sometimes he just pings them down constantly. Like one thing that's really cool in this matchup as well is like sometimes Levia just purposely doesn't banish a card, so that she hits Plasmafet through Blood Debt, and then Riptide just pings them for 1, and suddenly they can't turn into Plasmafet anymore.
That's pretty nasty actually, because usually they're trying their best to get to exactly 13, and usually it's kind of fine to do that. Like you either take Blood Depth there, or you block specifically in a way that you go to 13.
Yeah.
But you can get messed up by the trap, that's true. We'll have to see if that happens to Ilias.
I'm also not sure if this Riptide is the same one as we saw before, where they were running... What's the bow called?
Barbed Castaway?
Barbed Castaway, yeah.
You mean the one
never
that
seen that one before.
Flips up and it loads on instant? Yeah.
Like, I expected to see Riptides play either Dreadbore or Death Dealer, because Death Dealer is such a good value weapon, right?
Yeah.
And usually you don't play too many.
Yeah, usually you just throw one
resource cards. So getting to draw back one card after loading, it's basically like you're loading for free.
Yeah.
But yeah, cycling. But there were some cool plays that I saw in that game where you just load during your opponent's turn.
Yeah, I think he got to load an arrow on turn 0.
And you get to play like New Horizons, so you can have like 2 arsenals. I think Riptides in general do that quite often because it just lines up very well. You can just do like Death Dealer, then play an action card from hand with Go Again, load with your Riptide hero ability, and then shoot an arrow from there. Usually you don't have enough Go Again. You do have a couple of Bolton shots and like Falcon Wings or something, but you're not too happy to play those.
Yeah, it looked a bit awkward. I think I was watching the Riptide game against Kiki, I think it was a Riptide against Kiki. And he kept having to shoot like first arrow into the
I saw that from the New Zealand Nationals. Yeah, you're right.
He kept having to shoot his first thing into the Spectra, and he was like IP2, IP3, basically. So it does hurt that you don't have enough go again arrows.
Yeah, I kind of imagine this. I kind of imagine Hano being on the Death Dealer Dreadbore plan, since it's the more popular one. I haven't seen anyone play Warped Castaway so far, so
it's pretty cool.
It is very cool.
He got an arrow to 0 and then he reloaded, or he got to 6 hand.
And Murky Water is also kind of a sick card. With you get to banish 3 traps at random, or like you get to banish 3 traps,
and then you choose
and you put one in random.
Yeah.
So you just pick 3 of the same trap, and you get the one you want it.
That's pretty cool.
He was like, yeah, I banished 3 Tarpit traps.
I wonder what I'm gonna get. Do you even die roll in that situation? Or do you for BM?
Yeah, he did.
I guess you would do that too, yeah.
I would also do that. It's funny.
But you can also put like all your legendary traps there and get one of those. That's also pretty good. But if you get something guaranteed, I guess it's also pretty nice.
Yeah, one of the things is that your opponent still gets to know what's in your arsenal, right? And they can play around that by never playing a card that's higher power, for example, or never playing a card with Go Again. I mean, you're pretty happy if your opponent never plays a card with Go Again, of course.
Yeah, but maybe they have a huge attack and they don't need Go Again. Or they block down and they play mid-rangey like that.
And at least Riptide still has Trench, so he can get rid of the trap in Arsenal, but, you know, it's still a thing that you should keep into account. You prefer playing your legendary traps instead of just cycling them away.
Yeah, makes sense. Is there any other surprises we see here? We have no Azalea, no KO.
No Kano.
No Kano?
Yeah, it seems like the brutes. I mean, in the representation there were like, wasn't there a lot of KO
I thought there was a lot of KO and Levia. I thought there was like 22 in total between the two of them.
Yeah, I think it was like 13 plus 9.
Yeah, something
13
like that.
13 KO, 9 Levia.
And none of the KO made it.
And none of the KO made it, yeah.
Because I think KO was the 13. And Levia was the 9. So that's pretty spicy. No Prism.
No Prisms, but there were only 4, so it was kind of unlikely. And Leon was one of them, and he...
What are you going to say here?
He...
Are you going to blast Leon on the German national stream?
Yeah, sure, why not?
I'm sorry, Leon. I couldn't stop him.
I
asked him if he was sure, but he was sure. What can I do?
I was looking through his draft deck. He was like, yeah, I was in a pretty good seat.
Wait. I don't think we can talk about his draft deck.
I saw one good card.
I mean, I saw 4 good cards.
I mean,
but 3 of them didn't work with his deck.
You can call Pathful Travel a good card.
I think it's a good card.
Yeah.
Rhea would agree.
It's just not the best in Enigma.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
When your deck consists of like 24 auras and 6 attacks, I don't think Pathwell Travels will line up too well.
It's a bit awkward. It's one of those awkward ones where it's pretty good if you get it off, especially with the blue Mystic cards, or like the 4/0 is also fine. Or like a 6/2 or Blanche or Battlefield Bastion, anything. But sometimes you need to transcend start of turn, and you're like, but I can't. I need to pitch one of them for my weapon if I want to transcend, but then I don't have one of them anymore.
Yeah.
And it's kind of clunky sometimes. Overall, I think this is still like one of the better transcend cards. For sure.
You need a pretty high blue count to make the Pathwell Travel thing work, I think.
I mean, you need a lot of the blue Mystic attacks. That's your ideal target.
Yeah. But also, what do you need in hand to pull that off? You need to have like 4 blues, basically. Yeah, because you need to pitch one to play the blue attack.
Just play 30
then play
blues.
Pathwell Travel, and then play another blue attack, preferably.
Just play 30 blues.
It's possible. It's possible.
I mean, you could also do like Droplet Path into 7. That's also pretty good.
Yeah. And then you just don't use
That's
the
a
chi.
3-card hand. You can pitch the chi for the
Top
second.
is kind of sick in that case. Interesting. There's a bunch of good blue cards, blue 3 cost. I think the blue 3 costs also block 3 occasionally. So.
And there's also like the rare cycle that one of them also gives +2 if you transcend it, but you will transcend. And one of them has go again, which you care a little bit less about if you've pad, but you have more transcend cards maybe. So. And they also block 3. I like block 3s.
Yep. Block 3s, block 3.
I don't think Ian has ever said true or worse than this.
Yeah.
Unless you're under a certain assassin dagger, then block 3s don't block 3.
At least we don't need to take those.
We might see it in the new matchup.
Do you play that dagger?
You probably play one misplay, one something.
It's probably not skill peeler.
Spider bite, spider spite.
Maybe the reaction one, nerf scalpel.
Oh, that's possible, yeah.
Although, what do you want them to block with? You want them to block with the...
I don't think you care what they block with. I think you usually want to take 2 of their cards. Right?
Just play both Spider Spite and Nerf Scalpel.
Don't play Misplay?
I don't know. I'm not smart enough for this matchup.
It's okay, they can figure it out for us.
Yeah.
And then we can talk about it as if we thought about it.
But we're not watching this on stream, Jimmy.
If they don't come on stream, we don't have to talk about it.
Ah, you're right. You're so smart sometimes.
Thank you, that's the nicest thing you ever said to me. Is there anything else spicy that happened here? I mean, personally, we're sad that Fiat didn't make it, but I think he had a rough first draft, and it's hard to come from that far behind. I think it was like 3-3.
I think he 1-2 his first draft.
Yeah, it was 2-1 into 1-2, I think. 2-1 in CC and then 1-2 in draft. It's possible. You need to 3-0 the second draft.
Which
he did. But then you also need to 3-0 the CC after.
Which he didn't.
Yeah. It's hard. You don't have any more mistakes to make if you get into that situation.
At least it's nice that they managed to have like this exact clean cut where everyone has 9 wins here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that doesn't always happen. Usually like a 8 win sneaks in. I think we've seen it multiple times. We saw it in New Zealand. Belgium had multiple sneak in because it was a slightly smaller nationals. But yeah, that's kind of nice because you're not expected to necessarily get a clean cut here. Because we're playing more Swiss rounds than you would normally play with this amount.
What other Nats were there? I think Australian Nats also finished. I don't remember if it was Zen that won that or not.
I don't know either. I didn't watch it.
Yeah, I forgot.
It's okay, yeah. Let me think. Is there anything else? What else can we talk about, Ian?
Jimmy.
What I was gonna say is that at least he got 2 booster boxes. I think top 24 gets booster boxes here, like 2 of them. Up to 8 or 12. Probably up to 13, not 12, but it might be up to 9.
I think until top 12 it's travel comp.
You mean top down? From
1 to 12 it's travel comp, and below that it's booster boxes.
You get 2 booster boxes. I mean, I guess normally you would get a decent amount of money too. Not that I would know.
You would.
I won't find out next week.
Wait, did you make top 24 last time?
I got like 12.
You got in the money, right?
I got like 12.
You could have been invited for Worlds.
Wrong year.
Wrong year.
Because we didn't have the top 12 Worlds invitation this year.
Maybe this year.
It's kind of cool that we did this year, though. We still don't know what the reasoning is behind that. They announced a Team Cup thing, but then they didn't announce anything about the Team Cup.
Did they announce the Team Cup thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think it's on a national page, or was it already on our Worlds page? It's definitely somewhere on the Fab TCG page. I might get James White angry calling me in like 5 seconds, but I'm pretty sure it's on there. Please?
Please.
Maybe.
It would be cool to see something like, but I don't know. I just can't really imagine how you would do something like that with teams.
It would have to be like on Sunday, because most of the people are still playing Worlds. Friday, Saturday. So you'd have to make it a one-day event probably on Sunday.
Or it's part of the world structure. But that kind of sucks. I think.
That sounds pretty rough.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're gonna add 3 team rounds now.
I kind of trust that James White manages to think of something that makes it feel good.
I think it's a one-day event on Sunday, but you might be right. Maybe they do something spicy and it's included in Worlds. But Ian, how are the teams gonna be divided? I have no idea. It's pretty interesting. You could do like 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, 12, or you could let them make their own teams. I don't know what's more interesting.
I feel like it's more fun if you can make your own teams, just because you care more about like who's winning. Like I care about myself winning, always.
We need 2 more people.
Sometimes you're just paired with people that you just don't like, and you're like,
yeah.
I don't really feel like winning that much.
But then there will probably be like 1 or 2 teams that get assembled naturally, and then the rest it might be a struggle. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it all works out.
Maybe it's just one or 2 teams per country or something.
But then it doesn't make sense that you have top 12. Unless it's a big team. My assumption was that it was trios, but it might not be trios.
It might be quads.
I mean, maybe. 12 is divisible by 3 and 4, so...
I think there's also some top 8s and some top 16s that qualify to Worlds. So.
Yeah.
But like there's always people that get qualified and still don't go because of like monetary issues. So...
But like quads is weird because you have an even number, so if you 2-2 it's kind of weird. Whereas in trios you always kind of have someone who wins, as long as you finish all your game.
This is where the draw tiebreaker comes in.
How do you make a draw tiebreaker?
Oh no, we just intentionally draw. Yeah, this is not the best idea.
Yeah, this is the best idea if you don't want to play anymore on Sunday, I guess, yeah. It's okay, yeah. Hey, Ian, want to be on a team?
Nah.
See, I'm not one of the people he would want on his team anyway. Feels bad, man. I'm gonna go to Canada again. Wait, the Canadians wouldn't want me either. Where am I going?
Home.
Vietnam?
Home.
I'm gonna go to Vietnam.
Do you have friends in Vietnam?
No.
Okay.
Surely I could find a team there.
You'll manage.
Thank
It'll
you.
be fine, Jimmy.
Thank you, Ian. That's actually the nicest thing he ever said to me. We had a team cup. Osaka. You already locked for Osaka, no? Or no, not really.
Never
Depending if you
locked.
start throwing at some point, but you're like safe on Elo at the moment.
I think I'm rank 14 right now.
Oh, yeah, you went up.
Yeah, I went up because people were playing nationals. Silly people.
I know you went to Poland with Copium, and you came back from Poland. You were like 19th, and you were like 2 or 3 or 4.
I nagged like 100 plus elo there.
And then you somehow you got back to 14 without doing anything.
Yeah,
That's pretty funny.
it's rough on the top. You get like, especially with nationals, the elo it's like K equals 32 or something.
Oh really?
And if you're on top, that basically means you're minus 30 and you're plus 1. And
Yeah.
that's
pretty rough. Because you're not expected to win 32-1.
Oh, it seems like we finally have a game ready.
Oh, where are we going? I don't know where we're going.
Are we finding Ilias versus Hano? It does look like an Ilias on the right, so it must be a Hano on the left. We also see a Riptide on board. They're currently studying the deck lists. I wish I could study along with him.
It looks like he has like 20 deck lists in his hand.
Or is it just his own sideboard guide there? Because I do see a sideboard guide.
I don't see Ilias holding any deck list.
But usually for big tournaments like this, for top 8, you get to study your opponent's deck list, so that's pretty cool. You get to theorize a little bit what their plans would be into you, and the other way around, how to plan into them.
And you get to cross off some things that you might have to take into account as like a 5%er that they run it. And if they don't have it in the 80 at all, you don't need to think about it anymore. This looks like a sideboard guide. This looks like a February printout with a sideboard guide.
It seems like it's just their own sideboard guide right now that they're studying, just because of how the rules work in Flesh and Blood. You get to make a sideboard guide for
you can reference it in the pre-game, and you can't look at it anymore after. I think after you present, but I don't know.
Yeah, and
at least once you start the game.
This is very convenient because like you get to do more preparation without needing to like memorize everything, and like there's already a lot of things on your mind at that point, right? You're trying to play your best game. Sometimes you're trying to remember your pitch stack for certain reasons, or knowing what threats are still in your deck. That takes a lot of mental space. So being able to take that off of your mind is like pretty nice.
Did you see that?
I didn't see that. What happened?
You showed Ivophidia proxy.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
He's playing I?
Yeah, he's playing I.
Oh, that's crazy.
I'm not too sure if it's good or not.
It's a blue.
It's like, it's always like, sometimes it's just a whiff on your hand.
Yeah. But at least Levia doesn't have those mechanics where you draw discard random cards. It would hurt a lot more if you're playing it in KO, for example.
Yeah, it is pretty bad in KO.
So maybe it's good in Levia. You still have some draw. Do you still have some draw discard effects?
It's mostly usable for Art of War or Blood Rush Battle, basically.
I mean, getting to set up your draw for Art of War is pretty nice.
I guess Ivophidia also gives you some deck velocity, in that you find your Blood Rush Battles and Art of War a little bit earlier. It might be necessary into Zen, for example, where games go that fast that you just need to find your threats as soon as possible. But I don't really know how well it plays out. It's really hard to tell.
We're about to find out. Oh, looks
I
like
do
he has
see a Carrion Husk in the sideboard.
Oh, but is this? I think that's the equipment he's not playing, right? I thought I saw no Rune Gloves in there.
I did see no Rune in there, but he also hasn't put equipments out yet. So
I feel like that's the list of things he's not running.
I would imagine that Carrion Husk is one of the equipments that you would want to run in this matchup, just because of, I don't know, covering a Remorseless or so. I'm not even sure if they play
Savage
Remorseless.
Sash go fast.
That's also possible. Savage Sash has so much value.
Savage Sash go fast.
The KO Army deck power-up was so huge.
But it's pretty funny how that went, though. It's like, oh my god, the KO Armory deck is the most broken thing in the world. We're never going to beat KO again. What are we going to do? And then you get Zen, and you're like, dude, Zen is so broken. What? KO is so bad. KO loses into Zen. Why would you play KO? It's so funny how that works.
I'm very interested to see how the other Armory decks will shape up for the new decks.
Yeah, we're going to get the Bolton one before the Pro Tour, so it probably will do something. I'm sure Ellie is very excited.
And then we have the Riptide, Azalea Armory deck afterwards.
I mean, you probably can use them for both.
Yeah. All of the cards pretty much look like they were designed for Riptide. But we will see if, like the aim counter cards, it always felt like Judge, Jury, Executioner needed more support in terms of aim counters. So I would be glad to see if Azalea can finally play that card. It looks
I forgot
beautiful.
that card existed.
Yep.
I do remember this card existing now. Maybe there's hope for Judge, Jury.
It's yeah. Right now it's a bit unfortunate that you need to find it off the top to give it an aim counter with Crow's Nest. And as a one-off, it's kind of hard to randomly find it. You can knock it to the top, and sometimes they still just block it out. It's a little bit awkward.
Lost my internet. Oh no.
For Riptide, I think Riptide will be very happy with the boots as well. I think it's like,
What do the boots do again?
I think it's the boots that give go again to a card with an aim counter on it.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So you can basically give your arrows go again.
Because we were talking earlier about how that might be one of the issues.
Not enough go again is a big issue.
I mean, boots are usually the slot that somehow gives go again in most heroes.
Most people just play Snapdragons.
Yeah.
Which is always good, of course. But if you have a Snapdragons that also blocks for 1, that's a little bit better.
Yeah. For sure.
Then there was Arms that put an aim counter on something. And I don't remember what the rest did, but...
Oh, it might be in here. Oh! Thank you, February.
Oh, it's even for free as an attack reaction. Okay,
But the boots get destroyed. So it's kind of like Snapdragon Box 1, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. But that's good enough.
And then the arms make you load something with that aim counter, and also is battle worn. And then the hats
probably doesn't get played.
On hit draw 1, but no block. And you need to do it beforehand because it's an action speed.
And it's also like you need to not play Balance of Justice or New Horizons or Skullbone Cross Rep. So usually I don't think it will be seeing play, but the other two are great. You finally get some arms that block, some legs that block.
But it is whenever an arrow with an aim counter hits.
That's true. That's true.
So you might draw more than one card off that. I mean, I don't know how often that happens, but maybe eventually there will be like a crazy deck that's like go again aim counter all the time.
Imagine if you can do like endless arrow rapid fire.
Oh my gosh. It's like
I don't know how you get the aim counters yet.
It's like Force of Nature in Briar. You just keep drawing, yeah?
Yeah, it's kind of hard too.
Oh, we have a short PCG ad coming up before we start this game. Or before we start this game?
Yeah, while they're still shuffling their cards, we have a small little ad. We would like to thank our production sponsor, PCG, for making this possible. Pretty much everyone should have probably already known about PCG right now.
Yeah, I think so. I think the player slabs are really convenient compared to the collector slabs or like the classic slabs that you get from BGS or PSA. I usually have my equipment in player slabs now. I'm also submitting some more cards after this because I farmed half of the Netherlands cards to bring them here. But
yeah, we have this good service at German Nationals where you can just submit them at German Nationals and then pick them up again at Pro Tour Amsterdam.
Which is very convenient for Dutch people.
And for German people.
And for German people, yeah.
But I guess we're hopping into the game right now. It seems like
dealer.
Riptide is starting with a Death Dealer.
Wait, he's the shuffleback quiver, right?
Yeah. You don't need the other quiver because you're on Trench. So you don't actually need another way to bottom your cards from Arsenal.
He's actually playing Falcon Wing.
And he's playing New Horizons as well.
I didn't expect them to play Falcon Wing. I mean, it makes sense. It's a go again arrow.
It's basically something that I've been playing around with like from the start as well. Because Riptide can do a lot of reloading with his hero power. So you can just play like a card from hand. And preferably you have a go again card. And you play just a lot of 4/0s or like 0 cost arrows. Wait. We're already starting off with an Art of War.
Yeah, that's why I opened my eyes wide.
You couldn't see it on stream, but I was looking at
He
Jimmy's
was
eyes
looking
and I
at
was
me.
like, oh.
He was like, uh-oh, something's happening. But he pitched a yellow, so it might not be super broken.
Yeah, and also most of the cards that Levia plays aren't even playable during turn 0.
Right. But I wonder what he's going to do.
It seems like just a CNC with go again.
Oh. Did he choose go? Yeah, I guess he did choose go again.
And just followed up with the Mandible Claw, most likely. I don't remember what Arsenal's going to be. It seems like a barraging beatdown.
Not the spiciest turn 1 ever. So he got 9, but does send 2 Arsenal cards, not 1 Arsenal card.
Yeah,
so
right.
Probably has to block 6 here. But he has 2 Rain Razors in hand. Wait, I think he has a Trap?
And a trap.
He has a trap and 2 rain rays in hand.
No, it's so doomed.
No, this is that situation where you're like, this CNC is so bad. And then your Hano right now, you're like, this fucking CNC is so good. Why is it so good? He's laughing. You can see him smiling. He's like, you don't know what you did to me. You don't know what you did to me.
Oh no, you should have pitched your rain razors on the first
Wait, he didn't
turn.
even give go again. It's +1.
It's +1?
Oh my.
Oh, Elias is so smart.
This is like the saddest and strongest CNC at the same time. He's like, I'm just going to get rid of one and get my resource that I'm not going to use right now. You can get the Falcon Wing.
And we're taking 7 right now.
So 3 cards 7, but they basically take both of his arsenal cards.
Yep, that's rough. I mean, at least you get to preserve your card for in the late game, but if you're taking 7s like this, maybe there is no late game.
I mean, I was looking at it, I was like, is CNC into Claw? It's like kind of whatever. And then it's like, oh, he has double rain races and a trap. It's like, oh, okay. I guess CNC is pretty broken in this matchup.
We do see the Carrion Husk on Elias' side, so it does seem like he's going for blocking one big arrow with it, probably, with the equipment.
So it's not this one.
Yep, probably
it's
not this one.
definitely not this one. It's a drill shot with a lace of inertia under it, I think. So the one that makes you play out all your cards or you lose them.
Drill shot is really good in the early game, though. Especially if he...
Oh, he's going to give 7 on this.
Oh.
He's giving the Scowling Flesh Bag on this. That's not something I expected.
Nope, he's not.
Okay, that's why he's not doing it. He might give the Apex Bone Breaker if that's what he wants to do.
But if he does that, the -1 counter on drill shot will actually break it.
Yeah. If you somehow go over and we saw 2 Rain Razors in his hand. Uh-oh. Okay, so now it's better that he didn't do it on the Apex Bone Breaker. Because like you said, it would have instantly broke after this combat chain.
Mm-hmm.
It's slightly better this way because it was going to die anyways. He's like, okay, I take this card. And he's like, okay, that's my Rain Razors.
He does end up with an inertia now. That might or might not matter.
He's putting the -1 on the Apex. I think that's pretty good. You prevent 1 Might token this way.
Yeah.
Because you can only block with it once after this.
Yeah, and it's always better value to put a counter on the one, on the 2 defense one.
Yeah, because you lose 2 defense instead of the second block for 1.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make a lot of sense when you're talking about it, because 1 is 1, but 1 isn't 1, 1 is 2.
Yeah, if you would have put it on the
3.
if he would have put it on the scab skin, it would have still blocked 2 on this combat chain, and it would have gone to -2 after. But that just means he can't block 1 later. And because he did it on Apex Bone Breaker, he can't block 2 with that anymore. He just gets to block 1 once. Oh, what is this? This is Barraging Beatdown Clash of Agility?
Which is really weird because...
Wait, didn't he throw a Clash in front of the arrow?
Right.
Did he not throw a Clash in front of the arrow?
I do think so.
Did they tie? I have no idea what happened.
Yeah. But it's okay.
So we got the Clash of Agility.
So I think he's just playing the Barraging Beatdown out of his arsenal because there's an inertia, just to get some value out of it.
But it does Intimidate here, right? I think it's a Brute Warrior card.
He did Intimidate.
Yeah. He's gonna get a Snooze Dart, a Sleep Dart.
And he does get the value out of the Barraging Beatdown right now.
Yeah, he gets a plus. Because if you block with 2 cards, you lose the bonus on the Barraging Beatdown. Ooh, is this a new card?
Wait, where did it get go again from? Was there a Clash of Agility?
Maybe they did. They already resolved the Clash Agility token.
I think they might have gotten the Agility.
I don't think he ever put it on the table. Maybe he did. Maybe we just missed it.
Possibly.
But it makes sense that it has to go again.
But that's a lot of damage that's coming in right now. So
I mean, this is what I thought. It's just like Levia has a lot of raw damage output, like these cards. Wait, is it a brick or is it actually a good hand? So it's Blood Rush Bellow, Art of War. Can't tell what the other cards are.
So one funny thing about this line is like he played a Rain Razors, right? And this Endless Arrow is going for 9. So he can just Snapdragons it and then reload the same arrow.
He Rain Razored again. He
Wait.
tricked him. He's like, I'm showing you one Rain Racer. Wait, that means he's not.
That means he's not
Shooting again.
reloading the endless arrow?
Oh, he can bullseye. Right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
He can
yeah.
bullseye and get +5 on it? Yeah, there you go. So
Okay, I wanted to say you can use Rain Razors to reload the endless arrow, but that also works. It
Maybe-
pushes a little bit more damage.
Maybe he feels threatened. Maybe he's like, I'm a bit too far behind now. But I would say it's normally kind of early to pop the bullseye bracer here. But
You do get 2 more value out of your Rain Razors, so
and also,
you don't.
Elias didn't show any sign of blocking there, so you probably get this endless arrow back again
Mm-hmm.
in your arsenal, which is good.
I wonder if there was a way to do this in a cleaner way. You could have used Death Dealer instead of playing the card from Arsenal. Like use Trench and Death Dealer. There's a lot of interesting lines in Riptide, so it's like
Where's Codex?
pretty hard one to optimize.
Okay, so here we go. That's a blue pitched. He has a banished target. That was.
It's the Slithering Shadow
That's the
Peak.
one you get to play if you banished it, huh?
Yeah, this is such
Yeah.
a power turn, and we also see a Bloodrush Bellows in hand.
Yeah, I saw that before.
Oh no!
Dude, if he draws double blue here, he is cooking, or at least one blue.
I wonder if the Art of War is choosing +1 or go again, but I feel like it has to be go again.
Here, you choose your fate. Okay, that one. Not swing
Ooh,
big.
swing big is a big one.
But he needs resources, I think.
If he has,
I don't-
oh no, another Blood Rush! He's doing it
I
again.
don't know if he got it. I don't think that's blues.
No, but he does have another Blood Rush.
Yeah, but I was just thinking. I think the other one is not a blue either.
No, that's a new card from MSC.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's it called again?
Well, you think
it's
I'm gonna
Dread
search.
Screamer Plus.
Is Oh, I know exactly what you mean, actually. It's the one that lets you banish 1, 2, 3 and gets bonus effects based on how many 6s you banish, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The one that we still don't know what it's called. Surely expansion slots down here somewhere.
It's the
Oh,
Shadow Realm Horror.
So if you banish 1 6, you get +1. If you banish 2 6s, you get go again
Oh, you need
and a
2 for
+1.
go again. Oh.
And if you banish 3, you can
Play
play one
another
of the
card.
cards you Oh, here's Beast Within.
Yeah, but the Beast Within
Now it's kind of whatever.
is pretty hard to trigger right now, so it seems like the Beast Within will just get used for the pitch.
Yeah.
And hopefully, I think there's a Graveling Growl in the sand as well, so it's just a casual.
One
I
cost
think
not
8 plus 10.
That's
10? Oh, it's double Blood Rush, yeah.
That's pretty good. That's
Yep.
pretty okay.
So that's just a casual 20 damage turn. It's nothing big.
Bit surprised Hano's not blocking it. Probably saving it for the next attack. He knows that's coming for sure.
Yeah, but it does mean that Hano does not have any traps for this situation.
Right.
So if he had like a collapsing trap or if he had a buzzsaw trap, he would have definitely used it on one of these attacks.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't seem like any of those are currently hitting the
I
field.
saw Codex in his hand. I think there's Bolton Shot.
And there's a
There's the
Ravenous
thing.
Rabble as well, I think.
Look, there's the thing.
Oh,
That's the thing.
he's
He's doing the thing.
doing the Shadow Realm.
But he's a lot of
on
non-attack
or-
actions and instants in his.
I'm
I mean,
actually-
it just needs to hit. I mean, ideally, he just hits one. He doesn't have anything left, right?
I'm kind of
No hand?
surprised he's going for this line over the
Over the Graveling
Graveling
Growl
Growl.
and Arsenaling?
Yeah,
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Because it. Oh, that's not a hit.
because it's
That's a
also a
hit.
red, right? And he did banish a blue, a
It's
6
also
or
a hit.
higher. Wait, so he gets to play one of those?
No. I think he only banished 2, so he gets go again.
Okay, so it's just 11 go again.
Yeah. I think so.
Huh? I mean, 11 means he's blocking with 2 cards.
One is Codex.
No,
I think he's
co-
trying. No, in his
one
hand.
is drill.
Left in his hand.
Yeah,
So it's Ravenous Rebel Codex, but he.
and there's an Endless Arrow in Arsenal still. So that probably means he's going to bottom the Endless Arrow with the Trench
Yeah, because he can't flip it, right?
and Codex into something.
There's a red.
He got some lace with inertia in Arsenal after Codex with the Ponder.
That's pretty good. But Ida's pretty healthy. And he still has Carrion Husk.
Yeah, I would not like to be in the position of Hano with this board state. I also don't think there were super threatening arrows in graveyard so far. I don't think there were one costs at all.
No, I don't think he has them. Oh, there's Snooze Dart.
Yeah, the Snooze Dart is pretty good against Levia. It's
the one that makes you lose hero abilities, right?
Yeah, it's the one that makes you take like 4 damage.
That's pretty good.
At the end of turn.
On hit 4 is pretty good. But there's CNC.
CNC
won't threaten the.
Pretty annoying.
It will threaten Lace of Inertia, and it will only hit for 5.
Yeah. Usually, at this point of the game, you start thinking about blocking with New Horizon. Unfortunately, there's going to be a Lace with Inertia in there that you would probably like to use.
Yeah, so you lose it if you block with New Horizons, and you lose it if you don't block with New Horizons.
Yeah.
Unless you like block with something else.
It's still kind of okay.
Oh, he discarded his Art of War.
Do you think he's going to block this Sleep Dart?
I think
it's gonna be Carrion Husk time soon, so
I think it does make sense. Oh, Ice Tea.
Oh, and if he takes Blood Depth, he might be able to transform into Plasmofat.
He's thinking about it.
How does Sleep Dart interact with Plasmofat? Surely that works still. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that works still. Since it's a card from... since Sleep Dart only makes you lose your current hero's abilities, and Plasmofat is like triggering in the inventory.
Yeah.
It's a funny interaction at least.
But it probably turns off the Plasmo abilities.
Yeah,
but
you don't
Blood
really
Depth
care
would be
about
at the end of
at
your
that
turn
point.
anyway.
I assume it's another hero, so...
Looks like he's blocking.
Yeah, I assume it's another hero. And won't carry over until the next...
You mean the Sleep Dart effect?
The Sleep Dart, yeah.
I guess...
All hero card effects. Until the but it's also until the end of their next turn. I don't know. Well,
but it says when it hits a hero and they refers to that hero, I think. But I don't know. I never had to deal with this, man. Who sleeps darts on Plasmofat?
We'll make it an issue once it becomes an issue.
Just pray it doesn't become an issue, right?
Elias did go down to 14, so...
oh, he's actually playing out the CNC.
Yeah, he's playing out the CNC. He's threatening the Lace with Inertia right now.
Okay. He's gonna get 2 cards.
And it does seem like he's going to try to transform into Plasmofat.
With the Blood Depth?
With the Blood Depth.
That's pretty funny.
And with Carrion Husk still up, so we do get the how much life Plasmofat do we get to see?
20, 21?
There's 21 life Plasmofat. That's pretty good. He only has 1-2 targets to play out of the banish, but that's still like it's basically like you drew 2 cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty strong.
There is the Plasmofat. So this lets you play one of them per turn?
Mm-hmm. So also there's like this fun little interaction with what is it called again? The D-React in Monarch.
Oh.
That you can also play it from Banish because it has Blood Depth. So you can play the D-React during your opponent's turn, and then during your own turn you can still play your own Banish Blood Depth action cards.
It's like Guardian of the Shadow Realm? I think it's something Guardian.
Yeah, Guardian of the Shadow Realm.
But that's a pretty funny interaction, because normally you wouldn't really play cards from your Banish in their turn.
It's a big arrow for 10 over here. That gets blocked with the Carrion Husk.
You give 2 cards in Carrion Husk, right?
Yeah, but like you don't need to keep that many cards anymore
You get
in your
free
hand.
cards?
Because one, there's this free card in your Banish that you can just play out.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, the Endless Maw.
Mm-hmm.
And 2, you don't actually take Blood Depth damage anymore right now. You only banish cards face down instead of taking damage.
So you're decking yourself. But
And there's only one Blood Depth card left after playing this. So right now, he has a no downside hero, basically.
And even if he did have to mill for Blood Depth, he has a pretty healthy deck. Ooh. Oh, wait. It's from the... Wait.
He's sniping? Oh my god! That's an Endless Maw for 6.
I love the slight eyebrow raise on Hano. It's like, oh, I did that.
Hano is so strong.
And then Ilias like, also no reaction. He's like, yeah, that happens. That's okay.
Just the average. No, the boulder trap got turned off because he didn't hit.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
That's so unfortunate. But now we get to see one of Riptide's cool plays that he can do. It's
the reload.
Yeah, it's just a Ravenous Rebel that reloads.
I didn't know there was the text on him on the Ravenous Rebel. But Riptide makes you reload. Oh, it's a 3. You reveal the blue.
You reveal the yellow. There's a boulder trap on top. So unfortunately, we didn't get the good timing for Hano to. Oh, but it's also because there's a CNC, right? CNC plays around the trap, pinging you down to 13.
It's so weird.
Yep.
There should be a lot more situations where these traps go off than actually is happening right now. He's looking for a slithering something.
Yeah, the slithering Shadow Pete is still in Banish, I believe.
Oh yeah, this one.
I was just making sure if you can play it from Banish in this situation, but I believe you can just play it normally.
So it's a 6 for 1?
Just as a 6 for 1, which is pretty good.
But Deadwood Rumbler doesn't have go again, right?
Okay, he's banishing a non-attack action, so he... Oh, right, he's not turning off Blood Depth anymore. That's not a thing. We're past those times now. We're
he only snoozed for 1 turn again. His naps aren't that long.
Oh, but it's for 7, and he knows there's a boulder trap in hand, so he just triggered it.
There it is, boulder trap.
Pew.
Like, okay.
Down to -2.
He's just looking at the traps like, what is this?
Yeah, and the Tarpit Trap won't trigger anything.
Yeah, it's only when it has go again.
It does technically trigger the Riptide ability if he would like to. But it seems like he does not.
For the reload, you mean, right?
Oh, there's still 2 in Banish? Okay. Oh yeah, there's the Korean Husk that will always mill you for 1.
Yeah. Very slowly you're dying. But it will still be a while.
Wait, is it supposed to be there?
Yeah, it blocked with it.
It blocked after being Blasmofed, right?
Yes. Does it not go there anymore?
I believe it shouldn't go there. That's kind of... Because I believe every card that goes into Banish goes into Banish face down instead. Whenever a card is put into your Banish zone, turn it face down. Yeah.
But Ian, what if it went there while he was snoozed?
Hey, that's kind of funny. Does it work like that? It should work like that, right?
I don't know. Maybe that's what happened.
When you're snoozing, you actually don't. You can actually increase your cards in Banish so you can play more cards.
Yeah,
you can draw cards during
broken.
Sleep Dart.
So you should tank Sleep Dart.
Oh, that's so smart. You also take damage though, but...
Nobody cares about that. He's still 7 life. He's fine.
That's true. It does seem like he's pretty fine. And there's also, once again, the Horror coming in. Shadow Realm Horror. If he banishes good cards with this, it's gonna get pretty dangerous for Hano.
You forgot Hano is like the best sniper in Germany.
That's true, that's true.
I've never seen someone snipe triple non-6.
This could be pretty dangerous if he doesn't banish... you need to banish 2 to get go again.
Yes.
So, even with 2, this is already a pretty deadly turn, right? Because there's a Shadow Pete in Banish.
Slithering thing?
The Slithering Shadowpede. Oh no, there's 2. Oh, okay, it's only 2. But it's already 7 go again, and it can already get followed up by the
6
with the Shadowpede.
And he still has a card in hand.
And there's still a card in hand and one in arsenal as well. I don't think those are getting value
Swing big
this
doesn't
turn.
really do much.
But I'm pretty sure the Shadowpede will be getting value.
Could maybe play the arsenal.
4? Oh, there's even a barraging beatdown.
Wow, guaranteed to get the buff on it because there's only 2 cards left in hand and one of them is going.
Oh no.
Wait, that's a blue? Is it a blue? I think it's a blue barraging beatdown for +2.
Yeah, so that's 8, and it's impossible to block more than this. This is a 3 block.
Goes to 1?
Oh,
No,
it's a 2
goes
block.
to
This
0.
is game.
Goes to 0.
Oh no. If
Hey,
only.
this is the first time I've seen emotion on Elias's face. He's finally smiling.
Elias is so happy. There were so many ways this game could have still gone wrong.
Yeah.
And he still managed to pull through there.
He was so far ahead in the beginning.
The 20 into the 10 into 10 turn was pretty big, or the 10 into 11 turn.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, he did the EDS special with the Blood Rush draw into Blood Rush action.
You should maybe reconsider that one. Actually,
It
that
was a
one
pretty
is
good one. It was a
one is
very good one.
He just needs to not do the Blood Rush double Art of War beatdown thing, and then he's good.
Yeah, he figured might as well just stack them a little bit lower and everything is completely fine.
Maybe fix his play before top 8 in that regard.
And he did. It worked out perfectly well.
We're going back to us. I think. Wait, put this here. I should hide that we're looking up cards on February.
No, we would never look up cards. That's against the rules.
We would
no.
never.
We saw ourselves in the screen there.
We would never do that. But yeah, that was a pretty interesting game. I thought from the beginning Levia would win, or before the game I thought that. It kind of looked like that, and then it didn't look like that.
Yeah, the sleep dart was a pretty interesting tech against Levia, but I think it was kind of funny that you could turn it around as well and get like more cards and vanish through the sleep dart.
That sounds kind of pretty funny if that's how it works.
I feel like Riptide didn't quite get his turns to line up too well because of the first turn, the CNC, when he didn't get this double.
Dude, the CNC for
when
7
he only had
was
3
so
block.
toxic.
I mean, it was CNC for 4 was already enough in that case because of the non-blocks in hand.
Yeah, but
that's
just insulting.
It's just kind of sad. And then the other CNC, and then the other CNC. Where like there were some very good CNCs. Turns out that CNC is a good card into a deck that plays traps.
And 2 arsenal.
And 2 arsenal slots. Yeah.
Yeah, and doesn't have armor.
And then a Codex got another CNC. Yeah. That seemed like a rough game for Riptide, and I think.
Despite that, it was not a blowout at all.
No.
So. Just got a little unlucky. But to be honest, to win any major, you need to get kind of lucky anyways.
Yeah, sometimes the CNCs line up, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you draw all red with CNCs. Sometimes they have 6 block, then they're fine.
And it does seem like we're getting a Levia into the top 4 right now. There was on the bottom half of the bracket, so Kevin will be playing against New afterwards.
Yeah.
What do you think this will end up as?
Sounds weird.
It sounds super rough for Levia.
He's gonna steal all your things?
Imagine getting bounced.
Yeah.
And then putting 3 Blood Depth cards and vanish. And you're like,
Oh, that's so sick. And sometimes you have like targeted selection. So you can put a Blood Depth card that doesn't actually do anything for you.
Yeah, or you can put like a blue Blood Depth card in there. And suddenly you have 2 reds left in your hand and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
I guess I take 4 this turn, or 3 this turn
I do
from
claw.
Blood Depth.
I pitch 2 for claw.
Yeah, I can't turn off my Blood Depth. I take a lot of damage. I take more damage than I deal. Okay.
Yeah, that might
be
rough. That might actually be super rough.
Yeah.
We'll see if that's how it actually plays out, but that does sound pretty rough.
And obviously there's this cases where Bonds of Agony lines up with Art of War or with Blood Rush Bellow, and you just lose all of your Blood Rush Bellows or your Art of Wars, unless you block with them.
There's also the thing where you want to like get to exactly 13, right? But they're playing so many attack reactions, they might just spike you past 13 and then you can't transform. That's also a thing.
Yeah, you need to put up a lot of pressure into Nu so that they can play their big hands. But sometimes you just can't put pressure because of all the disruption they throw at you. So it'll be interesting to see how this matchup will line up.
But maybe he'll just nuke him for 1 million and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's also possible. Sometimes your Blood Rush fellows line up early and just nuke them.
You can Art of War banish your slithering thing.
But I think we'll most likely be going to the top half of the bracket for the next round. So in any case, we'll be looking forward.
Break, I guess.
Yep.
Before that.
We'll be looking forward to the next round. See you guys there.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. We just finished the top 8 of the German Nationals.
Yeah.
You thought there was 8 more minutes for the next round, but in fact, we're actually coming to fill this time.
Over-delivering.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, Ian. What are we going to fill this time with?
Well, we have the updated brackets first. Let's take a small look at it. So, yeah, there's Zen.
I mean, it's not unlike I expected, but I had hope for Kevin Zenker that he could maybe take out Tom Tydex.
Nope.
Tom said no. Tom
So,
said, I'm Zen.
So we already saw Ilias versus Hano on stream, with Levia winning on the bottom part of the bracket. I just spectated a little bit of Bino versus Maximilian. After the game finished, after the Ilias versus Hano game finished, I went in there, and it was like 29-26. And I was like, okay, this could take a little bit more.
And it did.
Yeah, then I went back just a few minutes ago, and the live totals were 18-9.
Hey, at least one is winning now.
But apparently Maximilian conceded because he only had 1 card left in deck, which is a cheat.
Ah, the fatigue.
Yeah, I think the new matchup is just like a super late game kind of thing, where you just at some point you just keep looping chi to banish a card from their hand with the mask, and the one who's in advantage at that point and forces the other into only having 1 card per hand basically wins the game.
It's pretty funny. Do you think that makes cards like Double Trouble stronger, not because they have power, but because you banish more cards?
Possibly.
Like you can play Rainbow Double Trouble.
It still needs a hit though. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you might hit.
Yeah.
They might overblock also, but that's also milling.
Overblocking is also milling, so maybe.
I mean, you probably need to play extra hisses just to get more go against. Something like that. And also to trigger the Double Trouble. But it might be good, I don't know. There's a lot better Zen, I mean, new players, also Zen players, out here, I guess.
Yeah. And on the top half of the bracket, I haven't heard too much information on what happened in the Zen versus Enigma matchup, or in the Zen versus Levia matchup. Did you end up speaking with anyone?
No. I just went back here to suffer with my ankle.
Are you okay, Jimmy?
It actually still hurts. Well, at least I don't need to move anymore.
Yeah, just sit down. Stay here.
I just get to play with this pencil.
Watch a game.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. So as we said before, we are going to be spectating the Zen mirror on stream. Otherwise, we would have Ilias on feature for 4 games in a row, and that wouldn't be great.
It's also maybe nice for him to not be on stream.
Yeah.
For a second. It can be a bit of a mental thing, like, oh, I'm on stream, there's a lot of pressure, but there's also a lot of like manual things you need to fix, like the powers, the go again, that kind of stuff. It can be a bit straining. And maybe you're like, oh, that's not that big of a deal. It just needs to move the numbers and play with a lot of pressure. But we thought it would be maybe fair to let him off for a bit.
Give a small break.
And if he makes it back to the finals, that's on him.
Yep, that's all his fault.
That's his fault. But that matchup sounds pretty rough.
Yeah.
I think Francisque Logan made a good comment before. He was like, oh yeah, but new ability also banishes all of Levia's cards.
Oh.
So you can't fill the grave by blocking. Normally, the early turns you can block or discard.
Hey, you can play those blue cards from banish.
Yeah, you can steal them too. But the graveyard doesn't get full that fast, and you kind of need graveyard as like an extra resource for you to play a lot of the Shadow Brute cards.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that, and your deck is getting banished all the time to be robbed,
yeah,
it might be rough. But I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see after this round if Ilias manages to break through news disruption.
Yeah. For now, we get to look at the Chi Search Tiger mirror. Wait, I forgot what the tiger is called in Spanish again.
Tigre.
No, I looked it up.
Adazapado?
Oh, I think it's something like that. I think it's like Tigre Adazapano or Pado, something like that. Yeah.
El Tigre.
El Tigre. El Tigre is a way better name, Ellis says. Please, can you make an El Tigre token?
I feel like we mentioned the acupuncture mirror before.
Zen
where
mirror?
both players are playing the Zen Needles.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I think that one of them was actually on Talishar. I think Jonas was on Talishar.
Yeah, I do remember seeing a Zen play Talishar top
Oh no,
tables.
it was Max Klein playing Talishar.
Ah, but it was way earlier. It was yesterday, so.
Yeah. So I wonder if both of them are bringing the needles at the moment, or if some have Talishar.
It's tricky. I'm not even convinced what's better in the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
I think it also kind of depends how it lines up. If they needle you and their hand is not super great, then it's kind of okay to block the needle, break the needle, and get some advantage a bit later when they float resources and they don't have a weapon anymore.
Yeah, sometimes you're just clumped on combo pieces and you're like, oh well. Oh.
Mhm. Okay,
Oh.
after all the talk of protecting Ilias from the mental strain and the moving the dice and the moving the go again, we're gonna watch that game anyway because apparently we want to see his deck getting banished. Okay, it's your fault.
Okay, Ilias wants to be famous.
It's literally.
He gave consent,
he
so
wants
it's all fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ilias,
It's your fault.
we expect you to win now as well.
I mean, it would be cool.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's definitely true that New wins, but there's a lot of things that sounded very awkward.
Yeah, there's a lot of challenges to overcome, and I mean, Ilias can manage, surely.
I mean, already you got second in Swiss, made it to top 4.
Yeah, they're already at top 4. There's what, $600 of
Travel compensation.
travel comp,
He probably has tricks up his sleeve.
and a gold foil as well.
Right, the big difference between the top 4 and the top 8 is that you actually get a gold foil at top 4.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about that because last year was top 8 gold foil, and I think the year before that also. And then the year before that it was top 2.
Yeah, so this is pretty big. All of them have already made it pretty much to where you want to be,
Mm-hmm.
except for where you really want to be is having the crown, having the trophy, all the clout in the world.
Yeah, we do love clout in the world.
Yeah, Germany has to be one of the biggest countries that you're expecting or that you're supposed to be watching right now, right? If you think of big nationals, you think of like USA, of course,
Canada,
a little bit of Australia and New Zealand maybe.
Yeah.
And then there's Germany for Europe, and there's UK for Europe,
Yeah.
and the Netherlands, of course.
What do you mean? All the players suck there, like us.
It's
I
okay,
guess
it's
the
okay.
rest doesn't suck. It's just we that suck.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. And for Europe specifically, I think in a lot of TCGs, Germany is like a big TCG country.
Mm-hmm.
Usually they have the biggest player base, and you can see it in that cards are Germanized very often.
Oh, right, and we also have Pablo Pintor's Spain.
Oh, we have
of course.
Spain.
He didn't make top 8 this time, but we...
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it's...
That must mean Spain is really strong.
Yeah.
They knocked Pablo out of top 8. We can't even do that with the rest of Europe.
I feel like every calling in Europe has been
Yeah.
top 8'd by Pablo Pintor.
That's why I'm
so
saying
far,
the
so
rest
it's
of
like-
Europe can't do that.
Yeah.
Only Spain can do that, apparently.
Spain's so strong.
Maybe Spain is the best country. Who knows?
Did we have France yet?
France is typically also a pretty big country. I would say in Europe, like, it's probably UK into Germany or Germany into UK and then France. And maybe there's Italy also somewhere in the top 5.
Oh yeah, I looked up a couple of national winners
Mm-hmm.
that were already ready from this weekend. So we had Dash in New Zealand.
The original Dash.
The
right?
original Dash, yeah.
Inventor extraordinaire, yeah.
We have Victor in Malaysia.
Victor? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
he won against an Enigma in finals.
Isn't that matchup like turbo favorite for Enigma?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like most Enigma lists are currently changing into attack action lists.
Into like Bull Enigma.
Yeah. So if you just hold a Go Again card in your arsenal for the entirety of until Miragai hits, you have an out to Miragai, and for the rest of the game you're just playing against some mid-range deck that Victor is always favored into, right?
That makes sense, actually, I guess.
So maybe it ended up like that. I don't know. In Finland we have Juha winning with Nu.
The new?
With Nu.
I would have expected him to play Dromai. Not Dromai.
Enigma.
Blue Dromai. Enigma.
Blue Mai.
Blue Mai. But new, Also makes sense, I guess.
It also makes sense that Juha is finally winning something. I don't.
Who won Finland last year? Not Juha, right?
I think he got second place.
Oh, so you got it done this year.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Juha. Norway got won by Zen.
Okay.
Taiwan got won by Zen.
Okay.
And
I was wondering
Cyprus
where
got
this-
won by Nu.
Oh, I didn't know Cyprus had a nationals. That's pretty cool, actually.
I assume Cyprus is a pretty small one. I think Finland's also like only 32 players. But yeah, I mean, nationals are nationals, right? It's still pretty cool to.
It's still pretty cool to be the
be
best fat
called the
player in
national
your
champion.
country.
Yeah. One day I'll be the best best player in the Netherlands.
I mean, I got close once.
One day.
And then I met Ball Lightning.
Yep.
Twice.
In your own hand.
It was supposed to be a good card. Why did you ban it? It's garbage.
Hey.
But okay.
You needed help.
Yeah, I did. I did. I really did.
But yeah, it seems like Zens are converting very well currently. But also Nus are doing better recently, it seems.
It's probably because the new Zen matchup is kind of tricky. I feel like it can really go both ways. Especially if you're experienced with
Yeah.
new playing into Zen.
I feel like there's a lot of small tricks into Zen that you can abuse as new that weren't that clearly obvious at the beginning. And I think people are slowly catching up on it. Apparently the players are currently getting seeded, so we'll slowly be heading into the game. But yeah, in the meantime, I think new lists are slowly getting upgraded. I think Zen lists are also getting better still, which
That's
is
crazy,
very
right?
scary.
That's crazy, right? It's already considered the best deck in format, but it's a pretty new format, so it makes sense that there's still like optimizations that can be made.
Yeah, I think when we saw US Nationals, for example, we saw a bunch of the Swamp lists, the shifting winds with 9 Bonds, 9 Descendant Gust Wave, and that list performed. But I think a lot of people ended up going into the direction of Evan Herndon's list, which is more like 6 Bonds, 6 Ascendant. It does still run shifting winds, but you don't rely on winning with it.
I played with Evan's list a little bit, and it definitely felt like a lot of the times the shifting winds was a blue or a 3 block. Because it doesn't really help you as a Transcend starter, because it's kind of bad to play it that way.
Yeah.
Because you won't have the chi to pitch to it, and you won't get the Tigers. But when it works, it's still pretty good. And like the downside is the floor is a 3 block blue.
Yeah.
So it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's a super high floor. So, but I think most people are like kind of micro optimizing that list currently. Or the list in the UK, for example.
Shout out to
Kashi's
Kashi
list.
for winning UK Nationals.
Yeah, that one's also like pretty close to Evan's list. It runs Salashar instead and goes for like. Did it have Bittering Thorns as well?
I guess Bittering
Bittering
Thorns,
Thorns,
weakest link, and CNC.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's kind of like the reverse. Like normally you have the weapon, and then you end your chain with Fluster Fist or Mauling Chi or whatever. And this list is like, okay, I play all the other cards first, and then I end with Talishar or I end with CNC or weakest link.
Yeah.
But most of the cards already have Go Again, so it's pretty similar. It's just you don't play things like Fluster Fist and Mauling Chi. You play like Bittering Thorns instead.
Yeah. And yeah, I feel like it has slowly been evolving and making life miserable for other players a little bit.
Are you miserable, Ian?
Kind of okay, actually.
Yeah, see, you're not miserable.
I mean, we just played this Prism versus Zen matchup just now, and it's
yeah. I'm telling you, it's fine for Prism.
I didn't feel fine until I felt fine.
You probably felt fine when I sent blue Descendant Gust Wave at you.
I felt pretty
with
fine at
with
that
no
point,
bonds
yeah.
after.
I didn't feel too fine when you popped my Goliath Gauntlet, Courage, Herald of Erudition for 8 Dominate.
Did you like my reaction speed though? You were like, do I Goliath Gauntlet this Herald? Okay, I'm gonna Goliath Gauntlet this Erudition with the Courage token for 8, and I'm like,
in the layer step pop.
Yeah, I popped it in layer step.
It didn't even hit the table yet, and it was already popped.
Sad for you. But you still won that game, so.
Yeah, I still managed somehow with some ALSs. Help of some ALSs.
Your ALS on the Traverse the Universe was really good.
Yeah.
Because normally you like block with Traverse and then you go Super Nuclear Mega Turn. But then he plays ALS. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and then you need to clear ALS, and then you're back down to a 5-card hand with a chi.
Yeah, so
Which
they
is not the worst.
So you time walk yourself, kinda. But I also get time walked, and I'm in my the biggest turn I'm gonna get this game from.
And I still have. Wait, did I have Soraya on board there? No, I didn't.
I don't think you had Soraya yet.
Yeah, but afterwards I got to do Soraya ALS things.
I think for the second one, the second ALS, you have Soraya on board.
Yeah.
Which is so strong together. You don't even need the full loop. It's just a lot of tempo you're getting back. Drawing 4 to 6 cards after Soraya. And I have the pressure that I need to kill it. And I need to not die also.
Yep.
It's pretty good. Can I play Prism now?
Nope. Oh wait. I can play Zen then. It sounds pretty fun.
I mean, you did have a dream where you're playing Zen and winning nationals, right? So.
I don't have 3 cold foil ALSs either, so maybe.
Yeah, your deck is bad. But Zen is also not full foil.
Wait.
You don't have levels.
Don't have gold foil Traverse the Universe.
And levels.
Or Kasaya.
Wait, we have gold foil Traverse and Kasaya.
Gold.
Oh, gold. Oh, sorry, my bad.
It's literally unplayable.
I forgot about that part, yeah. But they're not extended art.
That's true.
I'm kind of sad that they're not, honestly.
Yeah, I do understand it a little bit because LSS likes having these gold foil extended arts as like super premium for when you win a calling. So like the what is it?
Like
the
balance?
The balance of justice, the crown of providence, and the tunic. Wait, what's the tunic? Oh yeah, the gold foil tunic was extended art, but it wasn't foiled for the rest. It's only the border that's gold foil.
That's also kind of sad.
Yeah.
It's okay. One day they're gonna put all the puzzle pieces together, and it's gonna be gold foil extended art. Maybe next set.
It would be nice if the most beautiful art version of a card is just the gold foil one, right?
Or they're gonna figure out something else cool, because the Marvels are debatably cooler than gold foils in some cases.
We should have Marvel gold foils.
How do you do that? Because the gold foil is usually on the border. How do you do it? Maybe the text?
I don't know.
Maybe the text can be gold.
Marvel heroes are really cool though.
Yeah.
I like them a lot. I think we're slowly heading into the game right now. The players are finally ready. We get to watch Ilias versus Bino.
Oh, Bino's back.
Welcome back, Bino.
The purple heart man.
I wonder if Ilias prepped for this matchup at all. I assume you'd end up playing a couple of those matches.
You probably expect all 3 MST heroes in some shape or form to show up in your CC, but the tricky part is there's only 6 to 9 CC rounds. If you make top cut, it's 8, 9, but if you don't make top cut, it's only 6 that you get to really show your prep in CC, and so you really need to split your time between draft and CC.
Yeah.
So it can limit what you can prep for, but I would expect new to be one of the things that you at least somewhat practiced into.
And I mean, both players have made it so far, so apparently they put enough time into draft that they could make it into top 8.
I mean, what?
And from top 8 onwards, the CC prep is all that matters.
But if you're playing MST heroes, your draft prep also is kind of CC.
Oh, that's so smart.
Not really, because you play different cards, but kinda.
I feel like it has influenced my decisions in draft as well.
That does make sense, yeah.
For example, those recent Enigma decks, they're running so many attack actions to get your opponent low enough to a point that they need to block
Mirror Guy?
Yeah, your RS basically. At which point the RS become a lot stronger and a lot harder to clear. And I think that also converts to draft as well.
I mean, that's really the super unfair thing the RS do, right? Like if you only get 1 attack off and they pop, it's kind of fair. It's it's even a bit underrated sometimes. But if you get to save it and you get to hit again, then you immediately go above rate and you're good.
For this matchup, so what are the cards that we're going to be looking out for right now? I feel like Bonds of Agony has to be one of them.
The one that lets you look at their hand and steal the blue. Does it always steal the blue?
No, Bonds of Agony steals a card and steals multiple copies from your deck.
Yeah. It's the anti-bonds hater.
What do you think about Siren's Call into this matchup?
We saw it pretty effective yesterday, right? He kept doing the... Was it Bino kept doing the back-to-back Siren's Calls?
I don't think so.
We saw someone do it yesterday. But that sounds pretty annoying for Levia. But also doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world.
I mean, there's a chance that you whiff, and they have a yellow in hand, and then their hand is still playable, right?
Yeah. He might have shifted. He might have cut some of his blues. I don't know if he did.
Right, because your blues might be a liability, but Levia really can't play without blues, I think. So, unless you have like extra yellows in your sideboard to make up for it, it might or might not work out. It's pretty funny that Nu can play out Blood Debt cards from your banish to clear your Blood Debt.
Hey, you're gonna play those? I'm gonna play them first.
Yeah, kind of curious. There's also like Art of War, Bloodrush Bellows on Elias' side.
Can't argue with the shuffling either. Can't argue that their decks are not shuffled. Their decks are definitely shuffled.
I wonder how much the new hero power will impact this game's outcome.
I feel like... I don't know. Wait, do you mean the activation or the banish on block?
The activation. That you can play out the blue Blood Debt cards.
But how often can you chain them together? You would need to misplay probably or hiss, but you can't hiss them.
You can slither them.
Oh wait, you can slither them. You can't hiss them, but you can slither them. So
and
you need to save the slither.
If a misplayed hits, you get to play multiples. That's also very strong. Oftentimes they line up like a blue with path well traveled to then use the new ability to banish or to get to play from banish.
It can be super awkward in the late game, like when you don't have the armor anymore, you don't really want to block the misplayed anymore, but if you don't, you might end up in the situation you were talking about, where they have go again on the next blue, they take your brute blue, they hit you for like 6 or something like that, and then they have go again, they hit you for 6 again with 2 cards. And you lose the cards yourself. That's pretty good. Same equipment as in the last match.
He is playing the Carrion Husk here. Are we surprised about that? I think we are not, right?
I don't know. I feel like you can't really spike them with Savage Sash.
Yeah, it's very hard to keep 5-card or 4-card hands into new.
Yeah. So you don't get the maximum discount value on all your cards. Slightly less. Oh, we get another PCG ad.
So once again, this stream is sponsored by PCG.
It's sponsored by Matt Rogers.
Sponsored by Matt Rogers personally. Wow.
I don't think that's true, but maybe.
I mean, the organizers here are also from White Rabbit. They do provide PCG services as well for Europe. So if you are in Europe, you can also get your cards graded by PCG. Just send them to Germany.
And if you live in Germany, you can actually drop them off in the White Rabbit store. So in Essen or in Aachen, I think both are fine. I think, yeah. I've done that before with your cards, actually.
My cards?
Don't you remember?
Oh, I got an Iris of Reality 10. I'm so happy with that. I'm not playing it.
I suddenly became like a millionaire for like a day or so because I took all his gold foils to Germany. I was so rich.
Oh, did he just roll a 6 on Scabskin's letters on turn 0?
Wait, what's he cooking? What's going on here?
We're already hitting.
Is it double claw something or is it something? Hey, wait, that card's cool. What's that?
It's a second Tenet off.
Is that promo?
Yeah, it's an Armory promo.
Wait, that's so cool.
That's also an Armory promo. I don't remember which Tenet it is.
He's probably leaking here, right? Yeah.
Yep, leaking 4 on turn 1 and filling the grave for a little bit.
But he did go off Arsenal for that.
I think that's worth it for getting to fill the grave because you can't fill the grave on block.
Like we mentioned before, yeah.
Yeah. So this is, you have to play out cards to actually get cards into your graveyard, or you need to be blocking the daggers basically.
Yeah, but you don't really want to be there either, because if you block the daggers, you're gonna get nuked by bonds plus reaction or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be weird anyway. Like, you do need the cards in your graveyard at some point, so...
Well, Ian, look, it's the best way to discard cards.
Is it Blood Rush Bellow?
Yeah, exactly.
It's also Art of War. So it seems like we have a power turn lined up. However, I don't see resources so far yet.
You think Dread Screamer is red or not blue?
I think it is red.
How's he keep drawing these together? They're glued together.
It's also very scary to do.
Is that Rowdy locals?
You play Rowdy Wait, but that's a way to discard cards.
Oh, he's helping. But you have to discard too, right? I think if you discard, they discard. But you can discard something like Slither or like the back end of a Hiss or Venomous Bite, so you can discard like a token kind of thing. And they actually have to discard a card. But if they discard Beast Within, then you're sad.
Yeah.
But it looks like he drew the Beast Within one turn too early.
It seems like it seems like Bino has
Leave
No Witnesses and Codex of Realty in hand, so it's just going for a... Or?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he arsenaled the Yeah, I think he arsenaled the Codex and you're gonna get back to... Yeah, exactly.
And now Elias is forced to discard 2 cards in total.
That's a funny interaction, actually.
And get a card from your arsenal banished. So probably he will try to get back Beast Within to arsenal to get that banished.
Yeah, but it doesn't even... It only gives you stuff if it goes to graveyard.
Yeah, but it's like... Do you want to have one of your Blood Debt cards banished?
No, I'm good.
That are also red, so they provide a silver.
No, I'm good.
Yeah,
no, thank you. But that was kind of a cool interaction there, because he didn't have to leave no witnesses in grave until he discarded to Rowdy locals.
I mean, technically, it's possible for Elias to go for a card that he can actually play out from his banish
And
then block with 2 cards from...
but he can't block with 2 cards, so he has to give equipment.
No, I mean 2 equipments.
Oh yeah, 2 equipments, sure. Because I don't see him discarding both Blood Rush and Art of War.
He has to pitch...
I mean, sorry, yeah, Blood Rush and Art of War.
He's probably just playing the 6 power card. It doesn't feel like a power turn to me, though. It doesn't feel very strong.
And it's also... Is it 6 or is it -1 because of the frailty also? Or did you already account for that?
Do you see that Ponder token? It's kind of sick.
Do you think it's from one of the artists here?
It might be, it might be.
The artists here are pretty sick tokens, honestly. They were drawing on stream earlier also.
Yeah. I already just commissioned a Spectral Shield token for the new Spectral Shield.
Really?
Yeah, because I already have the old one, right? Like Duke gifted it to me at some point. But I also wanted the new blue Spectral Shield that Enigma uses for...
like
I'm probably going to use it for draft a lot. Yeah, the rectangle, the talisman
Who
thing.
did you ask?
The Majora.
There's 2 of them, but you probably asked Majora because you made the Spectral Shield earlier, I think.
Yeah. It also has this nice foiling on it, and it looks really nice.
He's so smart.
I was considering buying more of them, but it's like...
Ian's so rich.
So much money.
Ian, you have to win nationals before you get to do that.
So
Wait, he just gave it up.
He is getting the Slithering Shadowpeat banished, so he's already at 2 Blood Depth right now. And he has no way to stop Blood Depth in his hand right now.
Looks like he's just gonna claw. Literally trying to claw his way back into this game.
Yeah, you
Claw
do literally need to claw back into this game.
Probably claw with the Art of War?
Yeah, I assume the Art of War is slightly lower.
Yeah.
Slightly less of a spike than Blood Rush Bellow.
So it all makes sense here. But he still needs to pray he doesn't get disrupted. I think there's Command and Conquer in the hand for Bino. There's Fate Foreseen.
Right. It's also for 2 because of frailty.
That's kind of sad, actually.
Yeah.
Still commits a block because he can't convert the whole hand. I think he has to... He probably is trying to clear Arsenal and Daggering and Command and Conquering. Or he's going to pitch Fate with the blue to do Dagger and Command and Conquer.
But I feel like Bino is in such a good position right now because like any form of disruption also deals an additional 2 damage every turn due to blood depth.
Yeah.
It's so rough to be in this position.
Wait, you're a sussy guy,
Why
Bino.
is this CNC just coming in?
You're a sussy guy, Bino.
What does this mean,
You're
Bino?
a sussy guy, Bino. He didn't block with his equipment yet.
There's no daggers coming in advance or something.
Which he definitely could have.
Yeah, you could have
'Cause
just
he
sent
pitched
in
the
like a
blue.
skill peeler to prevent all the blocks there.
Because if you pitch yellow, then you're like, okay, maybe he kind of bricked. He doesn't have the blue. But he has the blue right there.
But Bino also needs to be scared of stuff like Scowling Flashback here. Because it takes away the card in hand. You won't be able to respond.
But
until
what if
the reaction
what if that's his great mind game? Because he has Fate Foreseen in hand.
Ooh.
I think he wants to play his Arsenal card, if anything. But he might also give Go again with boots.
But the Arsenal card, what is that? What could that be?
I think he blind pondered it, so we don't know.
Would it be Siren's Call? That's like the most dirty response you can do here. Or it's like stilettos to give. He's giving both pieces of equipment.
8. Pino did the slight nod there. Did you see that? He's like, yeah, do that. Do that. Ah, no, not my Fate Foreseen.
What is it?
Oh,
Yeah, it is Siren's
no.
Call. Will there be blues? Oh, there's the Eye of Ophidia.
It doesn't look blue. Maybe it's strict.
Uh-huh.
I mean, there's a yellow strip on it, you know?
There's an Eye of Ophidia and a Smashback Ilhorn, so the resources are still not too bad after this block.
Yeah.
But Bino does get another card in his hand from putting a blue in front.
And just stripping the card is fine. Like, he threw his Carrion Husk and the Flashback here, thinking that, okay, if I do this, I'm down a lot of armor. But I'll have a 5-card Blood Rush hand, and it might help me push through this deficit. But that's not the case. He still lost the blue. His hand wasn't super great anyway. But it's still a card. It's still resources. It might prevent him from doing at least 1 claw.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like 5 damage, so.
But Ilias does manage to get a Blood Rush turn off this turn.
Yeah, that's true.
So we might be able to see one of the you could say few Blood Rush or like pop-off turns for Ilias.
Mm-hmm.
Like this few windows that he can make to do pop-off turns. So maybe this is going to be a big turn. I'm not quite sure if this is going to make it there.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, you got your card stripped from your hand with the Siren's Call. I feel like Siren's Call is one of the cards that has somehow been overperforming just because you can play it on non-assassin attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the Hiss and the Venomous Bites and stuff,
You need to target a Mystic.
you really need the Mystic for
Or
it.
Assassin.
Or Assassin, yeah.
You can use the Slither on anything, but you need to use the first half on an actual Mystic or Assassin card. There's the Fate that he arsenaled with after he got intimidated. He has no response to that. He's too cool. There's 5. Will we see another 5?
Yeah, we can probably expect another
5 and then
claw for
attack.
5 and then something else.
5, maybe 10.
But what if Ilias is considering rolling the dice on this one?
Oh no, he breaking the combat
What
chain.
if
Oh no, oh no, he rolled it off the screen.
We do see no reactions, so it's just
Okay, it's fine.
one action point.
Nothing happened. Yeah, that claw already attacked Ilias.
Yeah, that's not...
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it
as
really
long as you
doesn't.
only attack twice, but
He still hasn't banished the card to activate Levia's ability.
wow, 2 reactions in the turn where he's trying to swing back.
Yeah, that's rough.
Like, you gave up half your armor for this.
Mm-hmm.
Including like
far-
a very important effect in the flashback.
And so far we've dealt 2 damage.
That's... Oh, you mean in this turn? Yeah.
Yeah, in this turn.
I mean, this will probably do something.
But you do get you get like a window to attack.
And you get tempo.
Yeah.
So you get to do something again.
So if Bino ends up blocking this 8, you're kind of fine because you get another turn to attack.
Yeah.
If Bino ends up kind of taking this 8, you're like,
It's probably not good for you.
That is scary.
Well, Vino
Well-
should probably start blocking with his equipment at some point.
We do see Levia getting turned off, so at least Elias is not taking blood depth damage this turn.
Yeah, 'cause that matters right now. Only blocking double trouble for
Blocking
now.
with one card.
I like how that's like the universal gesture of wait, please, man, I'm not done blocking. Don't say anything.
Mhm.
I might add another card. No, okay. I'm fine. I just blocked
But
3.
he's not blocking with his equipment, so what does this hand mean?
So he's probably not using the equipment. Okay. Tunic's on 3, notably.
Do you think he's just bluffing here?
It can be like, what can this be? It can be like his, but with no slither.
Yeah,
So it's +3.
it's just a +3. And it activates the prognosis,
You only need
the
one.
banish effect.
Only need one reaction for that, right?
Yeah, so it could also just be one of your equipments, but you haven't blocked with the equipment yet. So it's unlikely to be the equipment.
Yeah, it feels like you would never pop your equipment here, because you had like the freest opportunity ever.
Oh, right,
Oh,
it's
of course,
just
we
a
forgot about this
nick.
thing. Oh, we forgot about this thing.
Yeah, that's a strong card.
Just a nick with the new blue are they mystic? The new blue assassin attack action is so strong. This one and bonds.
Just a nick, making the persuasive prognosis hit. And based on the banish of this card, he will get to get a pick at Elias's hand.
Mm-hmm. Don't you think it's sick? We went from like blue on hit stealth.
It's a blue,
Oh, wait.
and it's just a blue
Is there
wrecker
one or two
romp
blues
there.
there?
I think the other card is a red clash of agility.
And
And
some
another
color?
blue or another red getting banished for persuasive prognosis, getting to heal I think three life because he
Oh,
banished
right.
3 action points or action cards.
Only 2, right?
He banished
Oh, he banished
Wrecker
from
Romp off
just
the
a nick
top,
too. Yeah.
then Wrecker Romp from hand, and then the Boneyard Marauder off the top from the just the nick ability.
What I was gonna say is like, before Mistfill, stealth blue attacks were like 1, you can't play D-reacts, or 1 on hit, frailty, blood rots, that kind of thing. And now it's like 1 on hit, I nuke your hand, I heal 500,
Yeah,
and I mill you.
I mean they do need to play a reaction for it.
Wow, you really saw him struggle with doing that right there.
Yep.
Yeah. I would really be sad if I played the reaction. It gives me +5. Yeah. Wow, he's just playing out Dread Screamer.
Yeah, I think he really wants to turn off the blood depth right now,
Yeah.
but it does make his graveyard very thin. So
Yeah, that's
I
what I
don't-
was gonna say.
I don't think he really cares about Wait, what was I trying to say, Jimmy?
How would I know? It's your brain, not mine.
I don't think he really cares about hitting the Dread Screamer
Yeah.
banish,
That makes sense.
but more about turning off Levia here.
Because I wonder how much blood depth he has right now. It has to be like over 4, I think.
Luckily, he only banished Wrecker Rumps just now off the banish.
Mhm.
And like Wrecker Rump is funnily enough kind of unplayable when you're playing new
Mhm.
because you still need
You
to
still need
discard a
to
random
pay the
card.
additional cost. You don't need to pay the resource cost, but you still need to pay the additional cost. Albino finally blocked with his equipment.
Oh, but that's also so scary. When you see your opponent block with this, you're like, oh no, I'm gonna get Bonds of Agony or some shit.
Oh, the Tunic is also still on 3. And there's a full grip this time. Probably
And
has
we
to
see him
expect he's
play
getting
Bonds of Agony, and it's like, okay.
Okay. Well, what can he take with Bonds of Agony? There's Agile Windup. There's a Clash. There's a Groveling Howl. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, but so the worst part about Bonds of Agony is they get to pick your hand. So it's just like surgical extraction, right?
Mm-hmm. They get to take your best card.
They get to take your best card, and as
if-
Levia, if your hand ever becomes non-functional, you take 1 billion.
Yeah, that's true.
But there's also B, where they take the best card,
And the rest of your best cards.
And the rest of the best cards in your deck or graveyard.
Yeah.
So if you, as Levia, you have 3 cards in your graveyard right now that you can use for
like fueling your attack.
For fueling your attack
kind of as a cost.
And if he banishes like one of those Dread Screamers right now, suddenly the rest of your hand can be non-functional.
Yeah. If you have no grave, a lot of the Shadow Brute cards, they require you to banish cards from your graveyard, usually 3. If you don't have, he's going for it.
Yeah, for sure.
This is 4 and then also
this
go again.
The third reaction so far. We see a lot of signaling between the White Rabbit team.
This is how they communicate. This is how professionals communicate. They did like the rock symbol, you know, with the pinky and the thumb.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't
we'll figure it out later.
We just play card games. I don't know anything.
Yeah, but it seems like the 7 go again Bonds of Agony is hitting right now, and it's getting a pick at Elias's hand.
And the scary part also is that he played Slither, so he probably has something else he's doing too.
There's more disruption coming in, and you can also look at all the non-blocks in hand. So we see a non-block Deadwood Rumbler in hand. We see a 2-block Agile Windup in hand.
At least the Clash blocks are 3.
And I think that's a blue Clash of Agility. So there's enough blues in this hand for it to be functional. If you take the Graveling Growl, you get to banish 2 more, which can kind of ruin Elias's day, because +3 blood depth is a big number.
Yeah,
and it's the only red in hand as well. So it might be
not the blue here.
It might be Deadwood Rumbler, I think. But it seems like Bino is considering the Clash of Agility. Maybe there's another Clash of Agility still in graveyard that you can banish. Or he's considering like, what if we clash and his turn suddenly becomes functional?
No, I figured it out.
He's
gonna play CNC after this.
Yeah, that's very possible. If you take a 3-block, CNC has to be covered up.
Clash.
Yeah,
because the Clash also gives value other than the 3-block.
I mean, does it really give value?
I mean, you
after
might just
stripped all the cards.
You might pass turn. You might block out pass turn, keep agility. Honestly, I think it's possible.
I feel like there's also no good way between these cards to turn off Levia's Blood Depth. Oh, it seems like it's going for Deadwood Rumbler.
Like, let me look at your deck. This is also funny because you can look at what they boarded.
Wait, so what if Nu is gonna play Deadwood Rumbler? Draw 1, discard 1. Sometimes you hit a CNC and get to banish a card in your opponent's graveyard.
That's pretty funny, no? Only has 2 more in deck, looks like. All the blues. But you can also take a look at the rest of the cards. What's left?
Yeah, just
what am I gonna take next time, maybe? Bunch of Graveling Growls. The new Majestic.
What would the follow-up to this play be?
So
there is still a Venomous Bite left, right? Or a Fang Strike left in hand.
Did he not play it on here? This is 1, goes to 4.
I think it was the shoes, and the Slither. So there is still a Fang Strike coming up. There's 2 floating, if you include a Tunic. So it could be a CNC indeed.
CNC for 7.
With a Fang Strike.
CNC for 7 is so annoying.
Yeah.
He has to give equipment, and if he gives equipment, you're like, okay, Arsenal's this.
But also, this might be the turn where Levia transforms into Plasma Fats.
That's true. We didn't talk about that much yet.
And funnily enough,
there it is.
CNC.
I'm so smart.
Funnily enough, when you turn into in this matchup, you can also turn into Levia Redeemed. Because you banish a lot of Blood Depth cards, right? And it's not that hard to get up to 13.
That's true. He's probably already a decent way there. Around 10, I would guess.
I would imagine around 10, especially after getting Bonds of Agony for Deadwood Rumbler. So if you ever turn into Levia Redeemed, all of your cards get flipped face down. and where all of your banished cards get flipped face down. And suddenly Nu's hero power does nothing.
Oh, he was blocking 3. Wait, that is pretty funny actually. Looks like they clashed. Got the agility. He's letting CNC hit, and Bino's playing Fang Strike anyway.
So he's going down to 15 life. I think he doesn't care because he was just planning to go into Plasmafet anyway.
Wow, another clash in Arsenal.
And he's just gonna try and play a card or two. Can you play Graveling Growl from your hand? No.
Oh, he's just discarding for another agility and Arsenal.
He's just getting agility and turning into Plasmafet, it seems.
Just counting out his oh, that's more than 10. There's 4,
9?
Is it 8 or 9 on this table?
I think it's
8.
9. So he's taking 2 damage down to 13, transforming into Plasmafet, and banishing, I think, 7 cards. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep.
8?
8.
There's an R4 in there too.
Maybe it was 10.
Wait, is there 2 R4s in there?
And now Elias can actually play from banish. So by arsenaling that last card, he essentially got himself a 6-card hand for the following turn. Assuming Nu doesn't disrupt.
But it's Nu.
But Nu will disrupt and probably take 1 card away. Usually. Or we see a Transcend card in Nu's hand.
Looks like on Elias' side, was it double Command and Conquer? And then on Bino's side, it's Persuasive?
What does this mean? Is it
I see
Pathwell Travel?
Nick. I see Justin Nick. Oh my god, it could be
If it's
Pathwell
Pathwell
Travel.
Travel, this could be...
That's so sick.
This could spell doom for Elias.
That's so sick.
How many Deadwood Rumblers are in banish right now? I think 2 or 3.
I think
It should be 3, right?
I think it's 3 because he
Because it
banished
failed to
1
find
and he
third.
took 2 from the deck. I think it's 3.
He took 2 from the deck? Okay.
I think he took 2 from the deck. So it should be 3.
And this is also Disruption.
Oh, having Pathwell traveled here is so good.
He could
He also
also...
has Justin Nick.
He also has Justin Nick?
Yeah, he's Justin Nick and Pathwell
Oh
travel, I think.
no.
I know for sure he's Justin Nick. I'm not sure about the Pathwell travel. And there's Venomous Bite. Is it Pathwell travel? It doesn't look like Pathwell travel.
It might just be the attack reaction mask. Oh, it's just pass over.
So he won't get go again on this. But he
Removing one of the
will-
resources in the graveyard.
He
But he will get
do
an
the
attack
Justin Nick.
reaction here. Stripping a card from hand.
Mm-hmm.
But there's this cool trick with Persuasive Prognosis. When they do this, you could just banish 1 color of your entire hand away.
Yeah, and then they can't pick that.
And then sometimes they don't hit the correct color.
Mm-hmm. I think unfortunately for him he had double blue, double red.
He banished yellow, it seems.
Oh, maybe not.
So I guess the yellows are whiffs now off the top.
But I think he banished 2 Artivars in his transformation. So
Yeah,
it's a
I'm not-
bunch of yellows.
I'm not too sure how this is going for...
We'll find out.
If this is a yellow... It
Wait, it
is?
You can see the reaction. He's like, uh-oh, I don't think you have yellows in hand, sir.
And he really doesn't.
And he's like, yeah, you can look.
Wow. That is kind of crazy. So I think that's a blue Diabolic Offering, a blue Dread Screamer, and a CNC on Elias' side.
Really heads up play from Elias to take out the only yellow like you described and eliminate that from being an option.
Yeah.
He still had to hit from the deck randomly to make it work, but
There's another yellow on top.
Okay.
But meanwhile, Bino is still at 30 life.
Yeah.
Like, what could possibly happen on Elias' side to make this game like a winning game for him?
I don't know, it's rough.
It has to be some combination of Bloodrush Bellows or Art of Wars.
But he
hitting
already,
right now.
I think he's out Art of Wars. Or he's out at least 2 Art of Wars.
Yeah, and he pitched another one to bottom. I don't think he shuffled so far. Blood Rush Bellows, I have not seen many.
He played one. I think he only played.
But at this point, it's more likely to get them banished than to get them into your hand. So that is kind of unfortunate for Elias.
Kind of want to find those early. That's probably what the I have VDS for too.
So now we have a CNC with Go again from the agility token from last turn.
Yeah. I get to be the disruption now.
He did not get to discard yet, so he can't convert his blues into Mandible Claw swings.
Oh no. I feel like that's very often the case in Levia.
Yeah. It's a little bit awkward, but the Mandible Claws are just too good to not run.
They're just there for when you Blood Rush Bellow them and you can claw for a billion.
Yeah, it's just like Blood Rush Bellow with 2 weapons is so strong.
Yeah, so Bino just takes it. I think part of the reason is he has Sink Below in his hand. That doesn't block. I was rolling the dice. Not hitting more than 1 action point so far though.
Still just 1 action point. That's unfortunate. He would have been able to claw twice off of the dice.
Or play something from Banish maybe? And claw?
Diabolic Offering was also possible to play in theory. Oh right, he still gets to play a card from Banish.
Yeah, he's playing the Shadow Realm. Is it Shadow Realm Horror?
Shadow Realm Horror?
Yeah.
And he might get to play no wait, he doesn't get to play another card.
Okay.
Wait, how does this work?
Well, he gets going again if he banishes 2 6s. So he can play his Arsenal maybe, or Claw. So 1 3 4. 1 3 4 is how many 6s? 1, definitely not 3, 2.
Just
is
1. It's a blue Clash of Agility.
Clash.
But those get banished face down, so he wouldn't be able to play anything from Banish anyway off of the Shadow Realm Horror. But he would have liked to have Go again there. He did whiff on that.
Just another thing that's not going. You kind of need everything to go like really well for you at this point.
Yeah, and the die rolls aren't lining up. The cards aren't quite lining up. Disruption.
Yeah.
Lined up a little bit with banishing the yellow off the sub just now.
Yeah, that was kind of sick.
But
Pino's now starting the I'm gonna count your deck win con.
Yeah, I mean,
which is a win con. He's milling, you're milling him, so
you're at 24 life. But also, he's at 9 life. Killing also wins the game here.
Killing is pretty good at winning the game in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
Probably gives up the Sink here, no? Or what do you have in hand?
So there's like some interesting lines here where you can either do like you block with the cards and arsenal the Sink for when there's a bigger turn.
He has Codex.
Or you just Sink and try to make your turn as good as possible. And I think we're going to see
aggressive.
Actual action on No's side.
Maybe Bino was after the new mirror. It's like, dude, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm just gonna hit you now.
Elias hit 0 blood rushes in the
God,
banish.
I mean the top. Well, wait, it's not.
Only the top 9.
No, I meant I thought Shadow Realm Horror was one, but it's not. So.
Will he actually find the Blood Rush Bellow in his hand right now? Also not. He has an Art of War though.
Oh, we found it. Got it back.
So with the wait, that's a pitch stacked Art of War. Where did the Blood Rushes go?
Maybe they're already in Banish. Maybe they're face down. Uh-oh. It's Art of Desire. Oh, the blue one. What's that one called? Soul? Mind? Soul?
Yeah, you really don't
now he has
care
path.
if that card hits. But you do care about this no, wait. He's not using the hero power. He's just disrupting.
Okay, he's back on the you don't play game plan.
But the Art of Desire Mind also still has Go again. So
because path?
And I think there's still a
he's
Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, he's Codex in hand. So it could be Leave No Witnesses?
Most likely will be followed by Leave No Witnesses, yeah.
And that's annoying because we see Elias holding Art of War. That's not blocking. He has to give him a card right now, which is probably a 3 block. And if he gives too many cards, then what is your Art of War worth? Okay, looks like he's getting ahead of that plan. He's like, I'm probably not playing this card out, sadly.
Bye bye, Art of War. Hello, leave no witnesses.
I mean, I think it was a good decision.
Yeah.
On his part. Like, Art of War with no hand doesn't do anything. Because he's either losing Arsenal or his hand. It's not, you can't keep both of them.
I do feel like Art of War is one of his win conditions, though. Like, one of the only ways to get it back into this game, because of you need to find Blood Rush Bellow before your own clock stops you from doing that.
So would you maybe like play a different line? Either block or let this Arsenal die and then Arsenal to Art of War after? Because you're not playing it this turn.
I don't know what the... I can't really see what the hand is. There's a blue in there, right? So you can still just do blue into Art of War and let the Arsenal die.
Yeah.
But go again. You got 2 more cards. You do like a
3-card Art of War under Frailty. I guess at that point he didn't know he was getting Frailtied. But it's rough.
But there's still no Blood Rush Bellows on top. So maybe maybe we just missed the Blood Rush Bellow somewhere.
Yeah, it might be in Banish already.
Yeah.
But
it definitely does look rough for Elias here. I don't know if I can imagine a way to win from this point onwards.
And also, crucially, the block on the Bonds... Wait, what was it called? Art of Desire Soul? It was the last equipment block. So, from here on out, every blue attack is taking a card.
If the blue
if you want to block
anything. Like, I'm not even sure if Art of Desire mind if you really needed to block it.
Well, that's true. But if you get hit by a Prognosis again or a Bonds, you have to block from hand now.
Yeah.
And that means I'm banishing now. 2, 4, 6.
Okay. Slowly, Elias is also running out of cards in his graveyard.
That's 2 hits.
Yeah, for Boneyard Marauder, you really don't care if it hits.
You just need to banish his cost, right? Nothing happens.
It does have Go Again, though, so he's finally able to play out one of those Graveling Growls that has been stuck in his arsenal for forever, I think.
I think he has 1 in hand, too.
He also has 1 in hand, yeah. So maybe we see a die roll here. So we can play both out.
Play both, yeah.
And I mean, to win from this position, I think you just have to high roll.
I think you're right.
And you're on such a short clock right here. Yeah,
Wait.
and we see him close the combat chain.
Yeah, close the combat chain for Elias means I'm rolling. I need space for the dice.
He's telling his opponent, maybe this time we'll finally roll more than a 1. Or more than 1 action point.
Well, the good thing is he didn't roll a 1 so far. The bad thing is he did get 1 action point every time so far.
Yeah.
Definitely not what he wanted to do here. Because I think you're right. I think he wanted to double Grappling Growl, clear the arsenal.
And imagine if Bino just holds the entire hand. That's a Justin
Gives him the Justin Nick. Not who I expected.
But also, what is Elias's deck looking like after this? 8 cards in Banish.
Oh, there's a Blood Rush under here. Under the husk.
So we'll see if there's some Blood Rushes getting banished right now.
I don't think Pino needs to win on them. Oh, there's the... Oh
yep,
my
there were still 2
God.
in deck.
Okay, never mind. Okay, that win con is out the window.
Yeah, nope, we're not gonna be Blood Rushing
And he doesn't even have that many more turns of banishing like this.
Yeah.
Like, there's like 1 or 2.
No, there's just... I'm pretty sure there's just 1.
Yeah. You know, like, wait, let me check that.
Let me show the stream how many cards are left in your...
Like, that's crazy. Okay. He was ahead in life the whole game, but I don't think he needs to win on damage anymore. Surgical, the other great blue attack action. But this one is not base 1, so maybe it makes sense that he blocks with the Justin Nick.
So one of the most annoying things about Surgical and new is that you can actually pump it with the new attack reaction. So it's actually just a Surgical for 7 that you need to be worried about. And 7 is such a big number.
With no armor, and I haven't seen him play any...
but
Preserve? Is it Preserve? Oh, okay. I might need this at some point.
Later, yeah, sure.
If you somehow banish 200 cards from your deck that I don't see right now, then I might need this.
There goes 1 card from your hand, and then goes another card from your hand. Would you like to play the game?
I would like to, but you're not letting me. Because you're an asshole. I'm sure Bino's not an asshole. He made it hard on the stream. Can't be an asshole.
He was very happy.
If you were playing new, however, probably
Oh, that's a 7. That might be an 8.
bad. Could have been 8, but okay.
Oh, that's an 8.
I was gonna say, doesn't even. Oh wait, it's 9.
Does he have the resources for this? No, right?
He
Oh, he had tunic counter.
He tunic.
Is that just a game?
No, he snack.
That's a snack?
Yeah, snack.
Oh no! Wait, he actually played snack all this game and never found
I
it.
never
until
saw
now.
it on any Justin Nick.
That's so unfortunate.
Every time he blocked one attack that got Justin Nick, he didn't have it until now. So he's alive, but how alive is he?
I'm so confused, by the way. Didn't we see an Artifact getting pitched to the bottom at some point?
I think so.
Wasn't that Artifact the one? Did
I
he
guess
shuffle?
not.
I'm so confused.
I don't think he shuffled.
I don't know.
It's something. Did he search?
Maybe he pitched a Blood Rush instead. No.
No. He definitely pitched R4.
Okay.
Maybe he just came back earlier than we thought.
Yeah, maybe he pitched 2 Blood Rushes as well. I don't even know. It's been a long weekend. And slowly coming to an end. And it seems like Elias doesn't have many cards to play with left. He can still play from his banish, that's true.
Yeah, that's why he kept the blue. But what is he gonna play? The best thing is probably like a 6. Or around a 6. But he's on 5.
Wait, so does he... How does Levia or Plasmofed work with this amount of cards left? Does he just only get to redraw 1 card after this? I feel like he only gets to redraw 1 card.
Yeah, I think so too.
And that being the card that he pitched.
That's rough. So
Yeah.
this is the last turn, and all Bino needs to do is not trip like me this morning, basically. He's basically at the finish line.
Yeah, he just needs to not get a heart attack in this time. So that should be doable, hopefully.
I don't know, what's the percentage on that?
I haven't calculated that too much.
I think it's around 99.9999999%.
So there's only a blue that he's getting back left. Then Elias can still play a card from banish every turn.
Just for the safety. Okay,
yeah,
I'm done with this equipment now.
Just in case we're just going to be attacking this turn.
Just in case you plus 9 me.
Away.
There it is, the last cards. He
And
says, "Sir, can you block surgical extraction?"
Would you like to block surgical extraction?
And he's like, "I could, but you don't."
Yeah,
You got it.
GG's. Bino Nolting winning with new versus Ilias Karamanes.
Oh, the meeps.
Heading to the finals as well.
The meeps are doing it.
The meeps. This Bino. Yeah, and surprisingly,
Tom
Zen won
Tydex?
the Zen mirror.
Wow. I think the chance there was maybe higher that one of them would get a heart attack. Just 'cause
Yeah.
it's so action paced, it's so fast.
Yeah, I kind of didn't expect any of them losing, but it seems like Tom
look
Tydex
at
will be
that.
facing off Bino Nolting in the finals.
That's so cute. He got the team cheer in the back going on there.
Oh, they're so happy.
I mean, there's a lot of them. What if Elias wasn't scared of the stream pressure? He's just scared of the meep pressure.
But
That's why he said it doesn't even matter if I play on stream.
But there's also a bunch of value vampires cheering for each other. It's just like that loud.
Yeah, but they don't have purple
Less
shirts.
happy.
It's very, very, very scary.
So here we see the final brackets as well. So we just saw that Tom Tydex managed to beat Jonas Soberok in the top bracket.
Jonas was a strong contender. I mean, so is Tom actually. So
yeah. So we saw 2 value vampires die there. I think both of them are.
I think you could be right.
We saw a Meeps going into the finals now. I don't know if Tom Tydex is on a team. Did you?
We have him.
You did research on this.
Yeah, I have him on the 6th spreadsheet. Hold on.
Yeah. So last week, or maybe a little bit more than a week ago, Jimmy published or made a survey for players that entered either Belgian nationals, because Jimmy was also commentating that, and German nationals, so we could get a little bit of extra intel for during the stream.
He didn't fill in a team.
I can't believe this. Maybe there's no team.
He's too
Team
cool
solo.
for a team. But it's pretty funny that as his nemesis, he put Marcel Hartz, who was the national champion from last year.
Yeah.
So if he becomes the national champion this year, they're definitely rivals.
And the funny thing is that Jonas also filled it in, and he had Ilias as a rival filled in. But apparently they'll never get to play each other in finals.
Well, now they're best friends, you know? It's like, oh, you go out, I don't want to play anymore. I'm gonna...
Maybe they're still just going to play a third place match just in case.
That would be sick, actually.
Yeah. So now we see Zen versus Nu. We've seen this before on stream as well. What was it? Hauk versus... Was it
also Bino?
Maybe also Bino, yeah. I think it was also Bino back then. And that game kind of went wrong in a bit. A little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah, it's like Nu constantly threw disruption all the time. And Zen basically never got to play the game until he got one turn.
Until he got to play the game one time. Yeah.
And he suddenly threatened lethal off of 30 life or something.
That's what Zen does.
Yeah. That's basically how the matchup goes. And sometimes Zen gets there, and sometimes he doesn't.
And this, how big your pop-off turn is can determine the tempo for the rest of the game. Because if they're on the defense, then they can't disrupt you as well, right?
Yeah.
They really want to like disrupt you and then keep disrupting you like over and over and over again. And if they're on the back foot, they don't really get to do that as well.
And another one important thing to know about the matchup is that there's this pivot turn where Zen just shoves all the equipments in front, and
you pray to God.
And you pray to God that they don't go over.
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah, exactly.
Or just like Sirens Call your chi away or something.
Because usually
like
when this happens, they're like playing CNC or weakest link into you.
Yeah.
They can have the arm equipment that gives +1, so to be kind of safe, you shove 7, and then if they have bite or hiss, you're like, okay, I'm sad now.
And sometimes you do that when they're at like 30 plus life. And after your pop-off turn, you're like, wait, I still need to deal 12 damage throughout this game. How am I? What is my plan for this? I don't have Chukos anymore to give extra value. I don't have my Kasaya to get a free resource on first send. And it matters so much when, like, you really need those to push like those small pieces of damage in before you like get pressured down by Nu.
Because if they're not dead, they're still gonna try to throw some disruption at you, even if they're on the defense. You might lose a card or two, and then you need to make like 2 card hands work. You're a combo deck, so it doesn't always line up. Sometimes you get 6, but 6 also isn't that great.
And if you're playing 2 card hands, Nu is very happy with that.
Yeah, Nu is happier than you are playing 2 card hands. So, and then they slowly claw the game back. In some cases.
Yeah.
And then you get the Ancestral Harmony nuked.
We'll see if that happens in this match as well.
You know, if you Ancestral Harmony nuke him, you deserve to win German Nationals. And by that I mean you play triple Harmony, you play like 100 wins, 100 wins, 100 wins. Descendant, or Descendant Bonds. I mean, around here he's already dead, but you know.
Yeah, that's
just
a lot
for
of
good
damage.
measure, you can throw in some other blue cards.
I do think it would be great content to see this on stream as well.
Probably boards out the levels of alignment just so that doesn't join that party train.
And I think in other games we also saw like silver being used to get like a lot of levels of enlightenment value.
It's not really a trick, but it's kind of a cool mechanic. Like normally silvers, I pitch 3, I get 1 card back. So I pitch my blue, I might get back another blue. What's the point? But
you hand fixed.
Sometimes you hand fix, but for levels you get 1 extra mode per silver you pop. So you get like +2 or draw a card. They're quite relevant. So turning your silver into +2 is pretty good.
Yeah.
Turning your silver into a card and +2, that's pretty great.
And then drawing into another levels. Oh.
Then you're a good player.
Yep.
Then you're actually a good player.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the match is currently being set up.
Well, we're gonna take 10 minutes to the final.
So it will be taking around 10 more minutes. So I guess we'll be throwing to a break right now.
A couple minutes.
We might start a little bit earlier, so just stay tuned, just in case. There's a few nice ads running in the background.
You love the bike ad, right?
Yeah, I love the bike ad.
He loves the Pro Tour Amsterdam bike ad.
Watch the Pro Tour Amsterdam ad. Come visit Amsterdam. I'm
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag, Jimmy.
From Gelsenkirchen.
Yeah.
I did it.
Good job.
Okay.
Jimmy, it's finally time.
For the finals?
Yep. We will have the finals soon, and we'll finally see who is going to be taking home $2,400 of travel compensation.
That's a big travel. That's basically Osaka done.
Yeah.
Done and dusted, including accommodation.
I mean, you even get another trip afterwards.
No, I mean, if you use it to pay accommodation, I think you can. You've probably done.
A gold foil? I mean, they already have the gold foil, right?
Yeah. And I think second place gets 1,200 instead of 2,400, which is also basically a flight ticket.
It's just
to Osaka.
Just a $1,200 money match over here. And of course you win the trophy.
But you need the clout. Yeah, you need the clout.
And the title of being a German national champion. You get to brag for an entire year, guys.
It might be longer. Because this cycle, it was a bit shorter than a year because it was like October, November, and now it's
Nationals had
June.
less value.
Huh?
Last Nationals has less value.
Yeah, but you didn't
Less
win that
clout.
anyway. So it's okay.
Yeah, good thing I lost.
You can win this one.
Bolton's so strong.
Can I get second?
You can try.
I'll take second. Oh, I also get my my El Tigre.
Yeah.
We didn't get to commentate any El Tigres till now.
Oh yeah, we dodged all of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up later how you spell El Tigre. Or the actual Spanish name of that card.
But yeah, we will have a Zen versus Nu matchup in a little bit. We saw Bino winning against Levia on Nu just now.
Yeah.
Against Elias Levia. And Zen just won in the Zen mirror.
Yeah, that was a big surprise to you, huh?
Yeah, I wasn't sure who would win that one, but I was like, yeah, Zen will win. But it's Tom Tydex that won against Jonas Strobrok. So we will be seeing Tom face off Bino. Let's see if Zen can play through all the disruption that Nu throws at him.
Mm-hmm. It's really a tight matchup. I was talking a bit about it in a break, but it's like it really can go both ways.
Yeah.
And the early game kind of dictates a lot, or not necessarily the early game, but the pivotal moment is when you shove your equipment, like you said, and then you either get them down very low and you can chip them and finish the game, or you struggle and they actually come back and they kill you.
Yeah, it's a very delicate balance between like putting enough pressure and knowing where your pivot point is. Like sometimes you don't put enough pressure and they just get free reign to do Bonds of Agony on you.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you put too much pressure, you use all of your equipments up too early,
Mm-hmm.
and you suddenly run out of gas.
Yeah, if they're like 15 or so after your pop-off turn, you're probably in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Because after that, you don't have the chest value anymore. The Transcend to make a resource sometimes really helps you get another weapon attack or something. And the Shiko is every 2 turns, I would say, at least 1 damage.
Yeah. And Bonds of Agony, once again, it's a strong card in a matchup. Sometimes it hits your Bonds of Ancestry and you're like, oh, well, I guess I'm not doing any Bonds combos for the rest of the game. Sometimes it hits your Descendant Gust Wave and you're like, oh, yeah, guess I'm not starting this combo anymore this game.
That's really rough. Because the only way you have out of that is to block it, but you don't really want to block it.
You don't want to block.
Because you're still going to get hit even if you block, most likely, and then you lose something else. And then you're down 2 cards.
Sometimes you have an Art of War in your hand and it can't even block. And you're like, oh, well, I guess I block with 2 cards and play my Art of War from hand and fizzle your on hit.
It's okay. You can play Art of War, block from Arsenal, and then...
You could.
It's very not good. You can try it if you want.
But yeah, the problem at that point is like you lost one of your Art of Wars.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
It's just so crazy that one card can steal your whole deck's worth of a certain card, like Art of War.
Yeah.
For Descendants, only like half or 1/3, depending on how many colors you play, but that's already a big amount.
It really is.
Getting Descendant Bonds 6 times or 3 times matters a lot.
Yeah.
And then
sometimes it's even blue copies that enter your banish, and then they will play it. Sometimes they banish your Ancestral Harmony, and you're like, well, then I guess once you play new, you get to do a lot of combo things. Yeah. But it seems like the players are ready right now, so we can go ahead right into this game.
Also, I have Ophidia sleeves this time instead of a card.
Yeah, I haven't seen Tom Tydex play on stream myself yet. I don't know if he has been on stream at all this. Yeah, it seems like he has been.
He has, but we weren't here.
Mm-hmm.
This is our first look at his El Tigre gameplay.
And for Bino, we have seen him on stream a couple of times. I think one of them was during the draft.
He's so excited.
Yeah.
There's a range of emotions you can feel in this spot, right?
Yeah, you can feel nervous, you can feel happy, you can... Yeah.
And sometimes some people, they get like fueled by this kind of situation. They perform better. Some people perform worse. It looks like Bino is just having a great time. He's enjoying it. He's like 200 meeps behind him. And Tom is a bit more calm.
Yeah.
But he seems to be
like, oh yeah, this is my average day
too. Yeah, on my average day I win 1200 and a gold foil. It's okay.
Or 2400 and a trophy and a gold foil and a title.
Clout. You have to put in your Twitter bio that you're German national champion 2024.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not easy.
It's not easy. I tried.
You tried. I also tried.
You also
We
tried.
both failed.
We both failed. And only one of us can succeed this year. And maybe it's neither of us.
What a draw in finals.
That's like so anime. That's like we can't have a winner and loser, so we'll draw and you have to figure out what happens now. Wait, Ian, who's the real winner then? Do we get half a trophy?
What if both players run out of resources?
Do we have half a trophy?
Okay.
Okay, I want the bottom half.
Sure. That doesn't look that good, I think.
It's okay. I have the stable part. Yours might tip over.
That might be right.
But either way, one of them is gonna live the dream that we didn't get to live yet. I mean, we'll probably never get to become German national champion.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
that might be tough.
You did live in Germany for a while. You could do it again and change your country if you really want to.
I could.
There's cool people here. You have a White Rabbit game store here. You lived on the wrong part of the country to go to the White Rabbit game store, but it's here.
Yeah, and speaking of White Rabbit game store,
Uh-oh.
we also have a sponsor.
Wait, I actually didn't know that. Wait, I didn't actually know that. Oh, it's back.
Once again, thank you to PCG Europe for sponsoring this stream.
Thank you Heiner and Matt Rogers.
If you're in Europe and a Rabbit card to grade, we have these amazing player slabs that you can grade them into.
Yeah.
We also have the normal slabs, of course.
Yeah, if you like to display it on your shelf or something, it might be better to have the collector slab. Otherwise, I would usually get the player slab.
For German nationals, there was even a special German national slab that they made just here.
Yeah, I think it says like National Festival.
And I imagine they're also going to be at Pro Tour Amsterdam. So if you're there, you can also just submit some there. You can get them to ship it to your country as well.
Yeah, and it will probably
whatever works out.
Will probably be a label again. They were at Worlds last year also with the Worlds label. So
I heard some. I thought I read somewhere that Matt Rogers is designing a new player slab as well.
I heard that, but I don't think there's like any real details on that yet.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see when that comes out. Maybe we'll show one at some later point.
The only details I've heard is like he wasn't satisfied with how it looks.
How it looks? I don't.
Yeah.
The only
because
thing
when
I
it's
could
face
see
down,
is
you
like
see the grade, right?
Yeah, I guess the only thing I could say is like the label placement is sometimes kind of awkward for Fab cards.
It also is awkward for Marvels.
Because for the Marvels, it covers the text on the back, maybe? Maybe it doesn't. I'm not sure, actually.
It doesn't cover text, I think, but it doesn't
there.
look great because of the double-sided
I
card.
think
it's okay,
if they could somehow get it on the side or something,
I wonder.
That would be kind of sick.
But in the meantime, there's a German finals being played right now.
Oh, where?
I'm not too sure who was supposed to be starting. I think Tom was seed.
I think Bino was pretty high. I think Bino was seed 2 or 3.
Yeah, so I assume Bino got to choose who is starting. And if you let, I think you would always let Zen start in that case.
Yeah, I agree. I think so. Because if you go first, they get to have one turn where they're uninterrupted for free.
Yeah. And that pushes a bunch of damage, and after that, you just need to find Art of War at some point and push the rest of the damage.
Oh, looks like
he is attacking.
He did make Tom start.
Turn.
He's playing Shifting Winds.
Yeah, Shifting Winds generally not the card that you want in hand.
Is it yellow bonds?
Oh, he's filling the grave with the yellow bonds.
Okay, yellow bonds. I don't know if he did it specifically because he knows what matchup this is. So there's more bonds in his deck.
Yeah, that does mean there's more than 6 bonds in his deck, most likely.
Which is good for him, because now if bonds gets hit, you only lose 3 out of 9 instead of 3 out of 6.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, what if you just sideboard the 7th and the 7th bonds and the 7th gust wave just to play around Bonds of Agony a little bit better?
That's pretty funny.
But I don't feel like that's correct.
I mean, if you're really scared of playing as Noom, it
Because
might
you can
be.
also just buck away your bonds and Descendants to never get them hit, right? So.
Well, I think Bino was there considering playing Homage No Transcend just for the 1 HP. Decided against it because he probably can get the 1 HP here also.
Yeah, or he could get a double Transcend off or something. So it didn't. I think it didn't seem like the correct move for him.
He might just want the Chi in his deck also. Wait,
yeah.
what is this?
Usually News don't play
This
too
E-Strike
many.
go again? If you're Tom, you're like,
yeah, okay,
it's
like
lit.
35.
It's oh, it's not lit. It's
Oh
not lit
no,
anymore.
It's persuasive.
If this is
prognosis.
Justin Nick, you're so mad. You're so mad.
Yeah, and
this
the problem about this card is like when you block it,
they banish.
And they get to do the Transcend. You're not happy. You lost 2 cards. If you don't block it, and they
hit,
they get to do the Transcend. They hit, and you lose 2 cards.
Yeah.
So you're still not happy. It's like there's no good outcomes here.
And the sick thing for Bino is he can literally have nothing.
And there's the Transcend.
There's +1 health. Weren't sure what he bottomed with the Enlightened Strike, but it seems to be the extra card he drew.
I think it was a C and C.
So you're right. 2 cards gone.
Yeah, so now Tom is supposed to play the game with only 2 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal.
At least Bino didn't go on his own arsenal, but you're not super happy. I mean, you can kind of live through this a couple turns. Like, you need to fill your grave anyways if you're Zen.
Yeah, but this is not filling the grave though.
No, but I mean, you can play slower turns.
Yeah.
And have your big turn later. It's not that big of a deal, but still doesn't feel great, especially if your hand's kind of bricky now.
Yeah, and another problem is Bino is healing with this as well.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part. He's on 42. One is going up, one is going down. And we talked earlier a bit about the range. You need to get him into like a low health total where you can actually keep the tempo and pressure his life total. If he has too much life, he won't care and he just keeps hand and he disrupts you.
It does seem like we have the first Transcend for Zen in the game.
Okay, that's one of the things Zen needs to get done.
Yeah. So there's this one thing that you need to do as Zen as soon as possible, and that's getting a Chi into your deck. Because it's not that common that you actually get to Transcend in this matchup.
Because you're so low on hand.
You're always getting forced down on hand, and like it's very hard to keep 2 blues in hand when you're also trying to do something proactively. So we do see him get the second Maoli Chi to play out this turn.
So probably just looking like a
Crouching Tiger Maoli Chi turn.
Which is fine.
Yeah, it's 1 from Shuko, so you get like 7/6/8
yeah,
damage.
it might be 8 if it hits.
So it's a pretty solid 2-card hand.
Yeah.
And you get an arsenal. And one thing we also notice is like you do want to have an arsenal in this matchup, even though there's like so much arsenal disruption. If you don't force them to threaten your arsenal, it's pretty hard to ever play the game.
You're making it easier for them because now they only have to focus on disrupting your hand. Now you're at least making them choose what they're gonna disrupt.
Yeah, and like when they throw disruption on your arsenal, you're like, okay, have it.
And then you have a 4-card hand.
And then you still have a 4-card hand.
And 4-card hands in Zen are pretty good, or they can be pretty good. You know, the funny part is the way you worded that made it sound like one of those YouTube clickbait titles, you know, like the one thing you need to do in Zen.
Yeah.
Oh no, someone's gonna make content out of us. He's gonna make a video like that and just use your voice recording.
I mean, it would work.
Oh no.
It would work perfectly. And it does seem like the modeling she is hitting, so...
Oh, so it was 2 card 8.
Yeah,
And
that's pretty good.
Transcend? So now it's back to 4.
Oh, no. It got blocked by the stilettos. But we forced the stilettos out, at least.
Yeah.
I
mean, getting the Transcend done is pretty important. Because at some point, you need to give him Traverse to try and pivot the game. And if you haven't Transcended, you don't even have the option to do that.
Yeah, so for example, right now, if he had an Art of War in hand, he could have already shoved.
Yeah, like Art of War, you can shove Traverse to get the Chi, you can shove the Boots to get the Tiger. And then you have a 6-card hand. You have a 7-card hand, actually, kinda. And then you banish the Tiger that you get from the Boots with Art of War, and you get actual cards. Looks like we had a YouTube chat survey, and there's 66% votes that Bino will win this match.
Yep, and 34 for Tom. I think that makes sense, right? It's like, it feels like a 66-34 kind of matchup. I feel like Zen is like slightly unfavored, but not like too unfavored that it's unwinnable.
Yeah, it's also really dependent on skill level.
Yeah, for sure.
I think if you're not a really, really good new, you can get run over if you make some small mistakes.
Oh, but we see the double disruption turn with surgical into something else with 0 cost. Can you imagine any card that costs 0, Jimmy?
Yeah, a lot. One of them is called Codex, one of them is called Leave No Witnesses. I guess Codex doesn't have a great target right now.
Yeah, I don't think there's a Leave No Witnesses in his graveyard yet.
What does he have in his hand?
Leave No Witnesses.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
Wow. I can't believe that one of these guesses was right.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, he's taking the Descendant. Kind of makes sense because he could transcend off the Descendant and search the bonds with
But
Zen.
He can also transcend off of Ancestral Harmony, though.
Yeah, but then he only has one of the bonds pieces.
Yeah.
Unless he has one in Arsenal.
But it was Codex of Frailty going after
Hey, you lied to
another
me.
prognosis.
You said it was Leave No Witnesses. You lied to
Silly
me.
Jimmy believing me.
Well, at least this one is kind of face up, you know? You can actually block this with shoes.
But do you want to block
Or
it with your
hand?
Nikes?
At least this one is not one of the toxic ones where he's one in hand and he's going to just nick you and make everything you did useless.
Yeah.
But you're right. Still, also the Command and Conquer not great anymore. Wait, he did play Codex, so he has Ponder. So
He has a Ponder.
You'll have Arsenal.
But if you block with Ancestral Harmony, it's unbanished to be played by New later.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Bino, if you're gonna win, at least win with triple Ancestral Harmony, because that's cool.
But what if they just whiff off the top? They can just hit yellow, right?
What do you mean if they whiff on the top?
We've seen
I guess he did put his yellow bonds in the deck.
Yeah, we've seen
and
some
Art of
play
War.
yellow bonds.
I feel like the strategy usually doesn't work out.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Especially because he's rolling red and blue. If you're holding only blue, you can maybe gamble. It's like a 50-50 to be blue or red or yellow combined. But in this situation, it doesn't feel too good. Oh, he's going for it, though. He's thinking about it.
I do feel blocking with CNC isn't too bad because, like, you can still do Ancestral Harmony. Wait, what is the Transcend? Preserve Tradition. You can still do that and then push, like, what is it? 5 damage. It's not great.
It sounded a lot cooler before you calculated it. I mean, it also depends a little bit what his arsenal is.
Yeah.
You can actually get, like, 3-card bonds combo because you get the resource from Kasaya. Oh, he's giving Ancestral. Oh, no, Tom. Oh, no, this is 1/3 of the win con, Ian. I swear
Jimmy's
this is the
getting
real
Vietnam
win con.
flashbacks right now.
Dude, I played against Fiat and Sebastian at the same time, and they keep doing it to me.
Yeah. It's so consistent.
They keep hitting me for 30. I'm like, this game is so free. You're on 5. You have one hand. What are you gonna do? Oh, you nude? Oh, you're gonna hit me for 30? Oh, I die because my hand blocks 8? Oh, that's unlucky.
But at least this way, Tom did get the pressure back, Bino, a little bit by playing the CNC. So maybe he will be able to find a window in the following turn Yeah. Where he only gets single disrupted, or where he, I don't know, doesn't get disrupted at all.
But the thing is, Bino has a lot of life to play with. If his hand is good, he can just let the arsenal go.
Yeah, but it's still like
you
don't really want to go below 30 life. It's very scary.
Yeah, but you're kind of fine at 35.
You're
until he dies.
You could be at 40.
He's fine until he dies.
Yeah.
Wait, he's only taking one card.
He is considering like an in-between kind of thing.
Oh.
He's blocking with a hiss and taking 3.
So let's see Arsenal go. It was the blind ponder. Maybe it isn't the greatest card. Oh wait, that's
just
a pretty good card though. Maybe he doesn't have the blue attack.
It seems like it just didn't line up well for his hand. Which does happen sometimes with Neo. It feels like sometimes you just don't draw what you want to be drawing with New. It's like sometimes you just suddenly draw 0 disruption, even though your deck is full of disruption, right?
Sometimes you have like all the attacks or all the reacts, or the reacts that don't target the attacks. Like you could have just a Nick, a Light and Strike, something.
And basically, if you ever give Zen a finger, they just take your entire hand and all of your life and your house, your
house.
Your family.
You have some problems with Zen, yeah?
No, yeah, I'm fine.
Does Zen take your family? Are they being held hostage right now, yeah?
A little bit.
Okay, I can't help you there. My ankle hurts, so you're on your own.
But he's over
pitching
double pitching right now.
He pitched Venomous Bite under a double trouble.
What do you think happens when you over pitch like this?
It's Codex City, yes, Codex City.
But is this again going to be? Oh no, he has 2 floating, of course, for surgical extraction.
I thought it would be CNC, but this is also perfectly fine.
Yeah, surgical extraction after skill peeler hits, so the armor doesn't really block well.
Oh, you skill? Yeah, that's pretty sick.
He can't really cover with the Strider Reprisal. He can use his other armor, but like
the less value on it.
There's still 1 floating from on Tunic, so technically he can make it a surgical for 5 if he really wants to.
But you can probably cover it up with 2 cards, but the problem is you're in this infinite loop where you're like, I don't want to give you 2 cards, but if I don't give you 2 cards, you're taking 1 card anyway.
Yeah, do I give 2 cards or do I give 1 card?
But if I don't block and I give you 1 card, then I'm going like -5 on my health, or -4 in this case, unless you're arousing waves. Oh, he's giving Shuko. Oh, he's like, Bino's a nice guy. He's like, remember this skill peeler.
Yeah. Are you sure you want to be blocking with your armor?
Oh no way, he can block 4, but the arousing wave is right there.
And he was also like, are you sure you want to block with your temper armor when it's -1 defense?
Oh, it's gone. No, it's not temper, it's blade break.
Oh wait, it's
Shuko's blade break.
Yeah.
But Bino's a nice guy. While he was holding the Shuki, he's like, dude, do you remember the skill peeler? Do you know what this does?
Yeah, but also sometimes forcing equipments out like this, like you're forcing Bino to go -1 value on the arousing wave if he wants to pump it up to 5.
But the Shuko is a big prize you're already getting here, even if nothing happens.
Yeah, you're already quite happy with this.
You're kind of up here.
You are scared of like potential Art of War pop-ups, but like he didn't block with his reverse or with the Strider Reprisal, you might be kind of fine. So I think
maybe we can do something like play the count the Shuko value mini game after this.
Oh no.
I'm gonna see how many Shuko triggers he misses because of this.
Yeah, and Bino just chooses to not use the arousing wave to force a hit through.
I think it's very disciplined.
Yeah, I think it's definitely correct to do something like this.
I think the whole game, he's shown that he's playing pretty disciplined, because letting Justin Nick go is not something everyone would do.
Yeah.
It's a big shiny card. It does 5. He let it go for CNC and he gave him a card on it.
He did need a spot for Codex of Frailty, so he needed to free it up somehow.
And I guess he couldn't play it out, so maybe it worked out.
Yeah. But even it's definitely a line that I wouldn't have specifically thought of there.
It's so okay. So there's the first half of Descendant Bonds. There's the second half of Descendant Bonds.
So we saw the yellow bonds sitting in Arsenal for
No
a
Shuko
while.
trigger on this because it's actually a 3. It just gets -1 from Frailty.
Right.
I mean, it wouldn't trigger anyway because the Descendant was 3. But
He
no half
played-
Shuko trigger either.
This graveyard is kind of depressing, honestly.
This is the
There's
problem.
100 wins, a Mauling-Chi, and another Bonds. Obviously, it's not going to be Bonds right now.
Zen also suffers from the mini problem that Levia suffered from. Like, if you block, your cards are getting banished.
You can't
on
fill your
stealth,
grave.
so your grave stays like this.
Yeah,
with the cards you played.
Unless they attack with stuff like Surgical Extraction or CNCs. For all the stealth cards, it's like very annoying to block. And slowly you're running out of resources as well. So like if he takes a Mauling-Chi right now, that means no Mauling-Chis for the rest of the game.
Yeah, because
mostly.
there's already one in banish, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he takes 100 wins, there's probably still a bunch of them, but 100 wins doesn't do that much damage.
It seems like Bino is deciding to double transcend, taking away one of those cards.
Okay, but luckily
Bonds does not target.
Yeah, luckily for Tom, the way Bonds works, he gets to choose when it resolves the ability.
Yeah.
So he always has something to choose here. But Bino just said, I'm taking... Wait, did he take his best target? Yeah, he still has one more Mauling-Chi.
I feel like 100 wins might have been a better target.
Mm-hmm.
Because he has 2 resources floating, right? Right now he can do Tiger
Weapon?
Taming Kakara. Wait, but that's only for 1.
Yeah.
So I guess Mauling-Chi does do 1 more damage.
But taking the 100 wins is interesting in its own way because now it's eliminated as an option, not just on these bonds, also on the other bonds.
Yeah,
until you
whereas
play
the
one.
Mauling-Chi, you already played the last one, so
Yeah, if he plays
it
the
doesn't
Mauling-Chi,
matter
it's
that they're
already
engraved.
gone. You're already out of Mauling-Chis.
Yeah.
So there's that consideration as well.
It's a interesting trade-off.
There's a bunch of
basically.
micro decisions here. So this one is 3.
Just a 3, followed by just a 1.
He's like, where is the rest of your 100 wins? Not here, except for one of them.
Wait, there's 1 more card in hand.
For
I kind of
Tom?
completely missed that.
Isn't... Yeah?
Oh, we're getting some new info in.
I think it's for us to read.
Okay.
I know you don't like reading, but try.
Sometimes. But yeah, it seems like it's just going to be the Tiger Taming Kakara for 1, and it might be that Tom is going to be arsenaling the last card in his hand.
This Kakara is so sad. No tiger buff. It's for 1.
So what we see Tom doing very well is constantly putting a card in arsenal so he can still play out like 4 card hands after a single disruption.
Yeah. And we've gotten him under the 30 threshold. And we only lost Shuko so far.
Oh, but we're seeing Nu getting activated right now.
Oh. Is it blue?
It is
It's
blue.
going. Oh no. There's a Descendant. Wait. There's a Descendant Bonds combo, but I think there's a yellow one. So he can't Descendant Bonds combo as new yet.
We can see all the blue cards laid out, maybe. Nope. We do see 1 Ancestral
Bino,
Harmony, 1 blue
Bino,
100 wins, 1 blue Descendant Gust Wave.
Bino, I know it looks shiny right now, but don't play the Ancestral Harmony, please.
Yeah.
Don't do it yet.
It's not good yet.
Don't do it yet. The time is not yet. But he knew it for a reason.
Did he just draw a hand with 0 disruption?
He has another Shi in hand, right? Oh, because of the double transcend?
I can't see what's behind the
There's
Fate for C.
Fate. He's very good at double.
I think it's the grain.
He's very good at double moving it. I think you're right. I saw grain, and there's E-Strike at the bottom. So there's actually no disruption here.
Yeah, he needs to play a blue to be able to play grain, but there's no disruption in general. So it's like, if Tom has a good hand here,
yeah,
he can basically threaten, probably threaten lethal because that's how Zen works.
I mean, it's probably not lethal, but it's a very good position to be in because he's not going to be forced to shove at all. He can just take like, what will it be, like 6 to 8? Oh, he's not even.
He's going for E-Strike Go again?
What does this mean? No,
he's going for E-Strike 7?
Wow, that's not. Wait, he's keeping the Chi in hand. He's arsenaling Fate. That was for sure.
So he's just going for the. Wait,
don't play that.
No, he can play that.
Oh, he can play that.
Didn't play a blue card yet.
Okay, so you have to be careful with what you're doing here. Pino did it properly. If you play a blue before and then you play one of their transcend cards, they get the Chi, not you.
Also, now he's going to be playing the grain for +1?
He just wants to shuffle.
Or was it a path well traveled, maybe?
I think it's a +1. But this is so funny. This is such a weird interaction. Normally you would layer the transcends to stack. He's arsenaling it? Or did he bottom it already?
He's just leaving everything in banish. He's preparing for the big Ancestral Harmony pop-off turn, it
He's
seems.
doing the Duke Sebastian thing. But Tom has, like... He's been strangled this entire time, and now he's, like, let free into the open world. You can do whatever you want. Like, this 7, I mean, he's taking 1 card. But 4-card hand, you're not mad. 4-card hand, 7 vanilla, you're definitely not mad if you're Tom.
Yeah, when you're playing 4-card hands, you always feel like, okay, I finally pushed some damage through. So whenever I get to shove like my equipments in front, I can finally, you know, go for the win.
What is yellow descendant?
There's a yellow descendant. That's 2 power.
So one small thing here is that since he already gave Shuko, he can't shove on a CNC or a weakest link. I don't think Bino is playing weakest link, but because he doesn't have enough coverage on block anymore, he can't do it on surgical or leave no witnesses.
It does seem like Tom is pitching a red Bonds of Ancestry. So
he has another Bonds. There you go.
It doesn't seem like the ideal hand. Like, and also if we look back at what happened last turn, if he had banished 100 wins, this turn wouldn't line up well.
Yeah, you see you saw the slight grimace, or how do you say it in English? He didn't look that happy, Tom. Because 100 wins is the only target. It's very unlikely he has another 100 wins, and even if he does, it's like 3 into 4 or 1 into 2, or 3 into 2 or 1 into 2.
I wonder what card could be in Arsenal right now. I think it might just be a Transcend.
Maybe,
or maybe not.
But he didn't play a blue, so he can't get it out if it's a Transcend right now. Unless he searches blue 100 wins.
I do feel like Transcends are probably the best card to put in Arsenal because you can still get a little bit of value out of it.
I mean, sometimes you get away with crime. Like if they CNC you and you double Transcend, then you're good.
And then you give CNC go again and play Codex of Frailty and you discard.
Don't do that. play it after Resolution. Don't do that. I guess you can't play it after Resolution on the CNC, but that's kind of sad. That's kind of sad if that happens. Oh, I was gonna Arsenal on this Codex, but you gave me go again.
Is he grabbing a blue 100 wins to play out here?
He might Transcend. Full focus on his face. So what happens if he transcends here? Gets a resource from Kasaya, can't search Mauling Key anymore.
You can search Spinning Wheel Kick probably.
Spinning Wheel for 4? Maybe?
He doesn't go off of Arsenal either. That's a Shuko value miss. Jimmy should just
no, it's not there yet.
It is, right?
It's yellow.
Descendant?
It's yellow-red.
Descendant is yellow. It's 2.
It's 1. It's 1. It's actually just 1. I'm pretty sure it didn't happen.
And Bino was already correcting for the Shuko
yeah,
power,
he's
but
pointing
like,
at
oh nope, no Shukos.
Because usually it's still here. Usually it's part of your mega shove.
Wait, but he didn't play out the Arsenal card here.
So it doesn't. I don't
so
think
it was not a Transcend either. So it's just to preserve value in deck.
By taking a blue 100 wins.
By taking a blue 100 wins,
Maybe
or he's
scared
out
of it
all
getting
of the red ones already.
Maybe he's scared of it getting banished by new ability.
Possibly. Oh no, we see silver getting used. Is there levels of enlightenment there?
Uh-oh.
We see 2 silver being used. Is there levels of enlightenment there?
But is it though?
I do think I saw
there's one.
But the rest of the cards don't seem very blue to me.
It looks like a lot of reds. This is the risk you can run into if you pitch all your blues to the silver.
So now
but he used Tunic for this, so he's still getting 2 modes.
Yeah, but if he doesn't draw a blue, this hand kind of falls apart probably. It's just a leave no witnesses with +3.
Oh.
If this is a blue, this hand becomes like
hiss.
infinitely better.
What color hiss is it? What color hiss is it, Bino? You're kind of covering it with the shadow of your hand, Bino.
I mean, it's still not very visible.
He helped us out, but he still didn't really help us out. He's trying to help us out.
But if this is another red, The only follow-up here is like just to leave no witnesses for 8.
Just to leave no witnesses for 8? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's just to leave no witnesses for 8.
What's your issue, man? That's a big leave no witnesses. Wait. What's this?
Yeah, he's going to react it up to 8.
Yeah. No. Oh yeah, he already pitched the blue. So
yeah,
it might actually just be a leave no witnesses for 8.
Mm-hmm.
Tom has to be sus here, because he has pitched the blue. Wait.
Oh no, it's snag.
He's snagging from Arsenal. That's so interesting.
This is the card that was in Arsenal all along?
That's so interesting. Because you're like, why did he do that? There's no plus on this. But he was going to lose it anyway. And by playing it now, Bino can play his if he wants to. He's going to get the slitter at least, but...
The funny part is I think it's actually correct for Bino to use one of these reactions because they're so bricky right now.
Yeah. Might even need to use the slitter for nothing here. And Arsenal CNC. Or he might pitch CNC.
Is there a CNC in hand? I don't think there is.
Oh, I thought there was one before.
I think it's Venomous Bite, Hiss.
So it's gonna get a slitter. No plus.
He gets go again as well.
Tom is like, please, man. Don't do more disruption things.
And I think we still saw all the Art of Wars. Oh, there's
no,
the second Ancestral Harmony.
He's 2/3 of the way to the win con again.
Yeah.
I mean, he still needs a couple more attacks in there, but that will happen.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Tom hasn't found any Art of War so far yet.
I think I see Homage. What else do I see?
I think it's a double Transcend hand and an Inner Chi in hand already. So it's kind of not the best hand.
Is one of them to draw this card at least? The Rising Moon?
And with kind of not the best hand, I mean it's only like your average how much damage hand is a Zen hand? Like 17? Something like that?
Do you do 17 with this hand? I'm not sure.
If there's a Descendant there, I think so.
That's true. But he's still with the same issue, that his Descendant targets aren't super great.
That's true. They're still bonds. They're still 100 wins.
He hasn't found Tiger Swipe or anything yet. Very annoying. Tiger Swipe, Chase the Tail.
I think that's a Descendant more or less.
Ooh. I think it is. Is it Rising? Is one of them Rising? The draw this card? Draw bottom?
No, path well traveled.
Oh, not really what you want here.
So he's currently just kind of thinking how to convert this hand.
Yeah.
You can just...
it's definitely going to be pitch Chi, play Descendant, or pitch something else, play Descendant, and Transcend.
He's considering to Transcend during the opponent's turn because of Snag being played from Arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you don't really need to.
I don't think you need
like
to with
that.
the triple Chi hand.
And you also have enough resources in general because you have 3 blues already anyway.
I think you can just pitch Chi in your own turn, then Transcend off the Gust Wave.
Yeah, you can just pitch Chi, Transcend. Probably Arsenal one of those Transcend cards.
Mm-hmm.
But he does go for the Transcend on the opponent's turn.
There's a universe. I don't think this is the one. But there's a universe where you Zen here just to get the Tiger. In case he would have to play Chase the Tail or something. But he's gonna search his bonds anyway with the Zen, so this is not that universe.
Mm-hmm. And I still don't think there's good targets in Grave for Descendant bonds.
Yeah, it's like 100 wins.
Yeah.
That's basically it.
Being out of Mauling Cheese is rough.
At least with Kakara.
So after the Kakara, he's going to play Descendant, search for bonds, play bonds, probably play the Tiger as well for the 1 value.
Get the 100 wins.
And get 100 wins.
Arsenal, the other Transcend? That sounds like it.
The other Transcend is a little bit more awkward though because of...
What's the other one?
It's path well traveled.
Maybe
because you need to target something.
I wonder if he should have passed it. What was the last target?
Leave no witnesses. It already had go again at that point, so he could have.
Maybe he should have path well traveled and saved Homage for his own Arsenal.
Yeah, I think that would have been a little bit nicer to do. Wait, what is this plan?
He got
He's getting Flusterfist, so he's not gonna be Descendant bonding.
Descendant?
It seems like it's going to be a weapon attack, Crouching Tiger, Flusterfist line, Arsenal Descendant.
So he's taking like the off turn to get another target in his grave?
Yeah, which
bond?
makes sense. I think he was really in need of another target.
Yeah, and he's almost there. I think I would have taken Chase the Tail. Or Tiger Swipe.
You could have done Chase the Tail in some way, I think.
I mean, you're gonna do 4 with it at the end. It's kind of the same, right? I think taking Chase, or you could take Spinning too. Chase, Spinning, Tiger Swipe. Just have some more flexibility on the go again, but maybe he wants the 0 cost here. But Tiger Swipe is also a 0 cost.
Isn't there still
maybe
a Path was Troubled in hand and a Descendant got wave? What's happening this turn?
That's a good question. Wait, that is a good question. Because he can't pitch to stuff anymore. He doesn't have go again right now.
He didn't play a blue card yet, so the Path Well Traveled won't be...
He might IP1 himself and hold the Chi. From this position.
It seems like it.
He could have searched Key Unleash to do a bit more damage, but probably doesn't help his future bonds.
Most decks don't play it anyway, so probably he's just not on it.
Uh-oh. Arousing Wave block.
Oh no. That's a 5-card hand? That is a 5-card hand on the no side.
He IP1'd himself, but didn't Path either.
So one thing we also need to keep into account is we have Art of Wars coming up.
Right.
But we also have Shifting Winds coming up.
Oh. Less Pog. Well, kind of Pog because we have Chi now.
We have a bunch
There's
of Chi in deck, and there is Art of War.
There's also Flusterfist.
There's just one Art of War, right?
Would have liked to search something different with the Flusterfist now, but it might still be a big turn. Might be enough. This is the one that stops armor blocks, right?
Yeah. It does seem like a hard hand to convert, though. There's a Disrounds on me in hand as well, so you're supposed to banish the Flusterfist off of the Art of War currently. Or, of course, the Tiger.
No, I think you're pitching the... Was it Trom? You said Trom? Disrounds on me? You might pitch Trom for Art of War.
Yeah, and probably shove the entire equipment suite here.
But is the shove only blocks for 3, right?
Yeah, that's kind of depressing.
Is it the next time equipment blocks?
Yeah.
So
maybe
he can shove the boots now.
Yeah.
Just to lose the scale peeler effect. Get the Tiger anyway, and
then
then he can shove the rest. Seems
that
like
would be a smart move.
Because if you shove everything at the same time, you're only blocking 2.
Yeah.
And I think this is around the time you need to shove. Uh-oh.
Oh no, there's Bonds of Agony right when Art of War is in hand.
Uh-oh.
And all of his cards are blocking for not much.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
This is uh-oh. Probably has to expect the attack reaction to be there too.
Sure.
The +3 as well as the Arousing Wave on the board.
Yeah.
Bino's not IP1ing for this.
So a single attack reaction on Bino's side means, if you assume the +3, right? That goes up to 8 power.
How do you even block this? You're minus armor value, minus attack action value?
Yeah, I think you just try to block your entire hand and play out the Art of War and kind of be sad for a turn. Give Bino another turn afterwards. But you're definitely not happy doing this.
So this is... At least there's 6 rounds.
5.
There's 5, yeah.
So if he uses Art of War +1/+1...
Uh-oh. So he's going to 6 if he plays the Fang Strike?
So at the very least he forced out both reactions. And the equipment.
I forgot he's 9.
And now he's going to Art of War defensively.
Yeah. But it only buffs the Flusterfist.
Yeah.
So it's only buffing 1.
So he's going up to 6 block versus the... Is it 9? I think it is 9,
so
yeah.
it's still going to hit, but he has no more hand, so...
Yeah. But at least he didn't take all of your Art of Wars.
And
Or all of your Descendants.
And you still have your armor.
You do get a couple of your cards banished, such as the Fluster Fist and the Disrounce on me.
It's not the worst.
But yeah, you don't really care too much about it. Oh yeah, you do get to search your opponent's deck.
Even if you're no target for the hand.
Yeah, and you do get to shuffle their deck.
There's Tiger Swipe in there.
So one of the interesting things is
I read it. So.
that one of the interesting things is that in Zen, if you don't find your Art of War for long enough, you could just be shuffling your Art of War to bottom every time.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee that you will find your Art of War within the first 15 turns like other decks do.
Mm-hmm. You're not really taking a good look at the deck. It's understandable. It's the Nationals final.
He's probably taking a look of how many Descendants and how many Bonds are still left.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's still plenty.
Tom has to be a bit sad. This looked like a hand that would potentially help him get back into the game. There's a Descendant, there's Art of War, there's a blue, there's a Chi and a Tiger if you would have shoved.
Yeah, but Bonds of Agony plus Skill Peeler and Spider's Bite.
I think you're right. I don't
you
think
can't play through it.
He couldn't play through it. Just
it's just impossible.
Well-timed disruption here.
Yeah.
This is the Art of War.
So, but also you, Bino didn't push a lot of damage in that turn. So, if Tom just manages to top deck another Art of War here, he's still kind of okay.
All it needs to do is top deck another Art of War, Ian said.
Mm-hmm.
He's not even looking at it yet. It's not there. I don't see the yellow-orange.
It's not there yet. I do see a Chi.
I think there's Bonds.
And I do see a couple of Bonds. So it could be a double Bonds turn if he doesn't get disrupted.
Mm-hmm.
But we do see New coming in.
Oh no, it's
banishing the third Ancestral Harmony.
Look at how fast he went. Look at how fast
so
his hands
happy.
are. Look, he knows. He knows this is how you kill Zen.
Oh no, he's at 12 life.
Oh yeah, look at those blue wait, there's not that many.
Oh, there's really not that many.
Wait, there's not that many. Wait. Oh no, he banished his own wait. He's still doing it.
Oh no, there's so many blue cards getting banished.
Thumbs up. I mean, it's still 12.
I can't believe Bino didn't hit a combo card in his own deck.
He's 12 plus. His Descendant, 100 wins, and
another Descendant? Is there no Bonds in Banish?
I wonder if this is maybe slightly too early. With not enough attack actions?
I think this is fine.
But he's on 12.
Zen is at 12. You're pushing 4 plus 4 plus 4 damage.
Yeah, it's 12.
That's exactly 12. And then you still have your own attacks.
Oh, there goes Kasaya.
Oh, is this going to be a Zen
state? I think he's
state?
Zen stating. I think he has to Zen state. So the good timing is to let this chain link resolve and then use Zen state on the next one.
Mm-hmm.
So you get the block value on the Kasaya.
2 damage here.
Okay. This is my hand now.
And now, I believe Bino tried to break the chain. But before breaking the chain, you can still use an ability. Because breaking the chain is actually something that happens once both players pass priority in the link step.
Mm-hmm.
And he, by saying I break the chain, that's not a real action you do. It's just, it means I pass priority, do you also want to pass priority?
Mm-hmm.
And your opponent needs to agree with this.
And usually this is like kind of a fluid thing. Like usually if you don't play an attack action anymore, the opponent doesn't want to keep the chain open either. But in this case it matters. So won't take anything from this.
Yep. You can just one card block force now. That's pretty cool.
And
also the daggers don't do anything anymore.
What's kind of nice is he gets to block this and I don't get banished.
We did play a blue card, so there's 2 go again dice next to it now.
He still might have enough damage to push.
Oh, and there comes a reaction on top.
To push Tom to a decent.
Oh no, is that a blue 100 wins?
Yeah. It's mine now. Wait, that's mine. No. He's like, oh, look at this.
We're playing this one.
Oh, that's so sad.
This is for 5?
That's so sad. And he gets a +1 because the 100
Oh no, he only took 4?
That 100 wins.
Oh no, he only took 4
Zen
because
state.
that's yeah.
This might be enough to push it over. I think he's there.
It's only leave no witnesses from here. Oh no, there's his. This is for 7. Is there... Wait, but
he didn't give him
he
the
didn't get a
opportunity to block. Yeah.
Yeah,
Being a bit
okay.
too fast there.
A little bit overzealous over here.
What do you do here, Tom? You're giving
Yeah, you got
Helm?
you got a
You know it's 7 now.
You got a 2 block. You lose your arsenal afterwards. You do still have a chi.
He wants the tiger.
And a tiger.
Do you want the tiger?
So what do you end up doing with a chi and a tiger in
You
this
search
position?
tiger swipe?
What does tiger swipe do here?
4?
Yeah.
You make another tiger that does 0. That would have gotten Shuko value if had Shuko.
So in the end, it didn't miss too much Shuko value.
But his hands also didn't line up that well. Also, he took a billion disruption. I think he's not there, but he's basically there.
But Jimmy, the good part is he does finally have fuel for bonds again.
That's real cool when I'm dead, man.
He's not dead.
That's real cool when I'm on the brink of death, man.
He is on the brink of death, that's for sure.
He's still surgical extraction? Oh, that's what he pitched.
Yeah, he's going to pitch it for his.
I should have daggered, maybe.
Dagger's hit for 0.
Oh, I forgot about Zen Stady.
Yeah, we're in Zen City right now.
So 7, takes 5, goes to 1, has a chi in hand and a tiger.
Oh, he's playing out this litter, so he doesn't want it in Arsenal.
I don't know if he even bothered making the tiger. Oh, he's
Oh,
passing?
he's giving it go again.
Okay, so now he has a 2 chi in hand.
There's a second dice there.
Oh, he doesn't
Oh,
have 2 chi in hand?
No, he didn't play a blue card yet, but he wants to prevent the banish from leave no witnesses. Because otherwise he can still give it go again or something. Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
in the resolution step, you can still give it go again.
Wait, there's a fluster fist. He can take it. No, not like
no
this.
Way.
Not like this.
Is this how it ends? No way. Oh my God. Dino Nothing is the German national champion.
That's so sick. He took the 100 wins from his hand.
Okay, the finals are through. We have a new German champion. We will have a winners and finalists interview in about a minute, I guess. And we will also broadcast live the winners ceremony shortly coming up as well. Yeah, okay, so this is us. Jimmy here, Ian here, and yeah, let's go ahead. This was not exactly planned because we didn't know what to expect, but yeah, tell us what went through your head when you won the match.
To be honest, not really that much. I mean, might sound very strange, but actually I did forget about playing the finals during the game. I really just enjoyed playing. I literally forgot, and I was so tired from the weekend, so literally not that much actually. And also I was not really, I didn't do the math. I didn't know if the Flusterfist would be lethal or not, and it was kinda very likely to win at this point, so I didn't really think that much. I just slammed all the cards I found and hope it would fit.
Well, same question to you, Tom. When you realized, okay, this is probably it. What he's doing now will probably end the game. What went through your head?
Well, let's just say I've been in this spot last year, so not very much. I don't know. It happens. Like, he had really good disruption the whole game. He played really well. We had a really friendly match. I had fun. I'm very happy with my finish also. The matchup is not too great for me. He could choose to go second in the beginning, so I knew I was in for a rough ride, and totally fine for me. Like, I'm happy with my finish. We had a nice game, cool conversation. All good. Through my head went that I'm happy with that I got here again, which is unreal to me as well.
So let's assume third time is the charm, and next year you. If I remember correctly, you are, as of now, the first two-time finalist we've ever had. So that's an achievement in itself. That's great already. And yeah, we were very happy. I guess you two were commentating the whole game. And we're also, towards the end, getting very excited because you saw, okay, Bino's just now, he's doing this. And might this be enough, right? That was...
Yeah, I think when I was playing new versus Zen in testing, I'm usually playing new versus Viet Farm or Sebastian. And the way I usually died is they play triple ancestral and they hit me for 30 with my own cards. And so when he did the new ability at the start of turn, I was like, it's kind of looking like that because we already saw all the harmonies in the banish.
But there were only 3 cards in banish to be played.
Yeah, and then he revealed the attack actions. It's only like 2 descendants and
4 blues in hand that turn.
Yeah, I was like, okay, maybe it's not actually over. But then he took your blue from your hand with the attack reaction. At the end, he banishes a Fluster Fist. It happens, but it's so crazy.
Yeah, it was a crazy game to see, and it was a beautiful game. Like, both of you played very well. So yeah, you did.
And let's not forget, it was a very long weekend, and as you said, it was very,
you're
very
kind of
tiring.
toxic. You're flaming all the other Zens, including the one you beat in semifinals. Did you not beat another Zen in semifinals?
I did, but I didn't blame him.
Okay.
I bullied him in the game, but I had a really, really lucky triple bonds, double Lord of War draw. Didn't bully anyone.
He's a nice guy. They're both nice guys. I think there was also one moment that was really sportsmanlike. He was like, you were going to block with the Shuko, and then he shows you like the skill peeler, or he reminds you with the -1 block.
But it was nice of reminding me.
Yeah.
It was really friendly.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to us as well. You have any more questions? Well, I'm wondering if you guys are planning to go to Amsterdam next month.
Definitely.
Both of you?
Yes.
You're planning to go to Worlds too, using the travel reimbursement? Or
I'm not sure yet. I have to look into it. I have to see if I get vacation days, and
it's always the problem.
it's a
I probably
hard
can't
trip,
attend
but
in
Japan is on the
Japan.
bucket list.
I don't think so.
Okay, let's.
Going there for my own, I definitely cannot take my teammates with me, and going there alone is just boring.
So you're part of Team Meeples, right? You have been training a lot. We saw a few of you guys playing during the whole weekend in your shirts, and also sticking together. And you also had a mirror match yesterday. So how was preparation phase for you coming up before the event?
We drafted in the runaways queue.
Ah, the classic.
Obviously, like everyone did. Also, we tested a lot about like using Talisha, and well, then we have our local armories and all. But to be honest, I didn't test that much during the last week. I was on vacation, and I arrived on Friday coming from my vacation, like just with the train, and I didn't play for 1.5 weeks. So I think I got kind of lucky.
So what the German national champion just told us is practice less? Go on holiday? Okay, and I'm going on holiday for next week, and I will win Dutch national.
Absolutely shining example to many of us, I hope.
You guys are crazy.
How was your preparation phase? How was it?
Well, I did like some testing, but I didn't like spend days and days and days grinding the deck. Like I played some games here and there, drafted in the Runaways Discord, of course. We did some like local drafts, of course, with all of our locals, and yeah, I just tried to familiarize myself with the deck enough, I'd say, and just try to pick a good deck, tune the list, and go from there, and try not to stress too much about it, just so that I can go in with a clear head and not put pressure on myself, and that has always worked best for me.
Speaking of locals and local play, what's your nearest game store where you're attending, playing? What's your team? Any information? Any shout-outs you want to leave on the stream?
We play either at City Comics in Leipzig or at the TCG warehouse. Our team, Baubles, I would say we are more like locals rather than an organized team. We are just all friends that travel to events together. Of course we test, but we are not like a really
not super hardcore.
Not super hardcore team yet.
Yes.
Okay, so two good stores nearby Leipzig to attend to and play games and spend time in the Flesh and Blood, playing Flesh and Blood, which is great to hear since we are in the almost westernmost part of Germany. So it's cool that you came across, and there's a...
It's a lot harder to play a lot in the east of Germany. There are fewer stores, you have to go further. There is not like you can just drive half an hour and have 10 stores to choose from. It has always been like a kind of dead area. We always have to travel quite a bit.
Speaking of traveling, you said you needed to go home, and home is in Bremen, right? I saw Highlander games on your back. That's your favorite store and your home store?
Yes, it's my home store, and I love the community, and I also want to shout out to the Highlander Games Bremen community, also my team, obviously. And special thanks also to Linus, because he didn't attend. And thanks, Linus, for being at the PC for the whole weekend and watching all the streams and supporting us, writing messages, and like being here even without being here. Thanks for that.
Yeah. Cool. So we're at a pretty good point, I guess. We have a new champion, not a new runner-up, but still one of the best achievements. Second, a two-time finalist, so that's very great. Thanks to both of you for the interviews. Very stressful day for the both of you, so thank you very much. We will be coming up with the winner ceremony next, the prize ceremony, I guess. And yeah, until then, thank you. See you in a bit, I guess. Right, so how about us three? Do you have any words before we go to the ceremony and from there on end the stream probably? Or do you want to go back in the booth and say your...
It doesn't really matter where we say it, but I'm not sure what we're going to say.
You need to.
Oh, we need to come here.
Wow. It's getting crowded.
Blocking the national champion.
Danke, super. Vielen Dank. Cool.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm just very happy to be back casting with Ian after 2 years, right? It was the last time we also commentated the national championship in Germany. So it was a really fun experience to do it again.
Yeah, it was. We had a lot of high quality games on stream, so all of this very fun to watch. Good practice for us as well.
Right, because we're still in the middle of our prep for next week. Yeah.
Yeah. So
your event will be streamed live.
Our event will also be streamed live.
We probably won't do commentary
but
live.
I don't think there will be commentary for it. And we might only do the CC rounds. We're not too sure on the exacts yet, but our nationals will be in next weekend as well. So yeah, personally we'll be playing as well. So we're leaving the TOing part to someone else.
We're leaving it to Blackfire, so it should be in good hands.
It should be in good hands. In any case,
yeah,
we are pretty prepped now.
Are we?
Yeah. We know all the draft ins and outs. We know all the CC ins and outs. We have learned from all the matchups. We know exactly what deck to pick.
So you're playing Zen?
Yeah, I'm playing Zen.
And I'm playing Prison?
You're also playing Zen.
I'm also playing Zen?
Yeah, we need to fix some more cards, Jimmy.
Okay, guys, I want to buy one Zen deck, preferably with gold foils. And then we should be able to get there top 2 maybe.
Yeah. And with that,
winner ceremony is coming up in 30 seconds maybe. I would like to take the chance and to take the opportunity and thank the both of you very much for commentating. Once more, another year. We spent 1 year here already. This was number 2. And I really hope that we will have a third time spending nationals together. It was great listening to you, learning from your expertise, and it was just fantastic to have both of you casting the event on our stream. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Shout out Alex and Dylan, who already left, but they also did a great job on the commentary this weekend. Luckily for them, they are probably already home by now, maybe. Yeah. I'm not sure.
Same goes to those Dylan and Alex. Also, Alex acquired many of the games you saw on stream. He is so well connected amongst players, so he picked up many of the stream matches and also did many of the interviews. And then everybody contributed their talents to the casting as well, and we were very lucky and happy and honored to have all of you here. Thank you all very much.
Thank you too.
Yep. Okay. Right, so we are switching over to the ceremony now.
Okay. So, liebe Flesh and Blood Fans und Teilnehmer des National Festivals und insbesondere des National Championship Events Germany 2024. Ich weiß, das sieht komisch aus hier, das muss aber so. Ihr Lieben, wir setzen die ProQuest Plus, die ja gerade an einem kritischen Punkt ist, nämlich vor dem Top-Cut, gleich fort, selbstverständlich. Aber ich glaube, es ist in unser aller Interesse und in unserem Sinne, wenn wir mal kurz innehalten und mal schauen, wie das Main-Event des Wochenendes denn ausgegangen ist. Wir haben nämlich einen Sieger für das National Championship Germany 24 Event, aber wir wollen natürlich auch gebührend Respekt zollen den Top 4. Und insofern, wie so häufig bei diesen Events, beginnen wir und rufen die Spieler, die es in die Top 4 geschafft haben, nach vorne und bitten die Nummer 3 und die Nummer 4, das ist der Jonas Stoberock und Ilias Karamanis, nach vorne. Herzlichen Glückwunsch! So, bleibt mal hier vorne. Wir machen gleich noch ein Foto gemeinsam. Ja, es gehört dazu. Und jetzt das Finale. Die beiden Finalisten, die es bestritten haben hier vorne. Bis vor wenigen Minuten noch. Und auf der 2, auf Platz 2 gelandet. Das ist der Tom Tidex. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Tom. So, ich brauche 2 Arme mehr, glaube ich. Das wäre gut. Das heißt, wir haben Platz 1, den Sieger dieses Events, des National Championship Germany 2024. Und das ist Bino Nolting. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Bino! Woo! Und es gibt noch was. Genau. Ja. Hauptsache die Gans hält irgendwie. So. Und jetzt einmal, ich würde sagen, einen dicken Applaus und dann geht das Fotoshooting los, das Blitzgewitter. Insofern einen Herzapplaus für alle, die es in die Top 4 geschafft haben. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. So, und jetzt lauft nicht weg. Jetzt brauchen wir noch ein paar Fotos. Genau. Bleibt hier noch einen kleinen Moment hier stehen und dann wenden wir uns auch gleich wieder die Stimmen hier drüben auf der Stufe zu, wenn der Progress Plus in den Top.
Okay, we rather by chance than by good planning, we have our 2 artists here who just wanted to come by and say goodbye. You need to leave now, right? So, how was your weekend? Was it good to get in contact with the community and just reflect on your weekend?
It was great, really fun. The people are always nice at the Flesh and Blood events. It's super. And it was extremely great to be on the stream yesterday. Definitive the most fun part.
It was absolutely great. I had so much fun, but I'm really exhausted right now. So I have to drive home tomorrow 11 hours, so I need to sleep.
So it certainly wasn't your last time that you will go to a Flesh and Blood event and do similar things like the life altering as well.
Hopefully, yeah. I hope so.
Well, excellent. Then once more, thank you very much for coming, for being here. It was very great to have you. Was our pleasure. Absolutely. Even though we were a bit too stressed to talk much, but thank you very much for coming. Okay. Goodbye. Okay, so we will take another very, very short break and I pick up Sascha and we say our goodbyes then just maybe a minute.
Einer Minute, hoffe ich, haben wir die Standings nach.
last seen.
Yes, we did it. Almost.
Once more, and hopefully not the last time.
Hopefully
But,
not.
Yeah, for this year, 2 very intense days, in terms of nationals at least, end now.
Absolutely. But first of all, congratulations to Bino winning the national championship main event this year here in Germany. So congrats. It was awesome. And I think he had really fun playing the whole event. And I heard his opponents always say he's a nice guy and they really love to play against him. So I enjoy those feedbacks. So that's really great. So yeah. That was the main event and the final match, but we are not done yet.
From what we've heard, we had great responses from the players here in the venue, which is great. We want to say thanks for being given the honor to host this event. And yeah, we will still continue with ProQuest Plus, but however, that part will not be streamed. But either way, thanks everybody for watching. We hope you had a good time as well. We did our best to produce this stream and produce a fantastic event for the community, for a great community, of which we hopefully will see many in Amsterdam. And we would also like to thank our sponsors, Premier Card Trading, for supporting the event and making this stream possible. PCG will also offer on-site grading in Amsterdam, so if you are nearby, bring a card and get it graded instantly. Drop it off on Thursday or Friday and then pick it up on Sunday. It will be a great show as well, following up on the national season, and we would like to congratulate all the other TOs organizing their respective nationals and wish those best of luck who will do next weekend, and look forward to another season next time. And everybody enjoy this game, it's great.
See you in Amsterdam.
Bye bye. And we are off somewhere.